Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes, stand shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead. International eyes on the scene. Lines of right blood and lean. Arrested dreams, shattered glass. In this court, who holds the past? Lawyers dance in verbal fight. Day turns into darkest night. Every turn, heart skips a beat. Justice tango on repeat. Families watch, soul torn apart. Courts drama quick to start. Chains rattle, futures bleak. Yet in silence, justice seeks. Around the world, eyes through gaze. Every trial a twisted maze. Judgment passed through smoky gates. In this court, no room for haste.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Hi, surprise. I am here. It's me today. Good morning. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Happy Friday. I hope you guys can hear me okay. Let me know if you can hear me or like okay or at all, because as we've been chatting, I am literally my laptop with headphones, and it's going to be an interesting day. I have just one screen to try to do everything. My house is a mess. I found a little corner that I can sit down, and I have no camera today. My apologies. Hey, hello. Because my house is a completely mess. Well, it is empty, but things are everywhere. So yeah. Thank you very much, Roma. I hope you have a lovely day. I hope everything goes well. And hey, you guys gonna hang out with me for a day or half of a day. But you guys gonna have to help me, because yesterday, and I can tell you my days got so busy, and I need to edit that video to post the vlog from yesterday and today. I'm going to combine 2 days in one. But my day yesterday was absolutely insane. If I had told you what we did on one day yesterday, I probably don't even remember, because it's been that much. I don't think I remember everything. But I mean, the plan today is, there's jury instructions, I think, and closings. We're gonna listen to that. Oh, Cindy, moving is absolutely insane. I I hate moving, love moving, but hate moving at the same time. But I'm going crazy. I'm telling Garden Bot, we're gonna get rid of everything. He's like, no, I want to keep this. I want to keep that. We'll store this. It's like, we are going to go to my in-laws. There's not going to be much space for ourselves. Might as well our stuff. And stuff is replaceable. I mean, it's not going to be that hard. I guarantee you that in the first 6 months that whenever we have a house, we are going to have a lot of unwanted stuff, not to say the other word. So it's but on the vlog, you guys are going to see a little bit better of what we've been up to and how my house looks, because after this stream I'm going to do a pan out of how the house is, just prepared to be scared, absolutely scared. So yeah. Is it there a rebuttal? Oh, sorry about that. See, I'm so out of the loop with this trial that thank you very much. Yes. Oh, rebuttal first, and then oh wow. Rebuttal. Oh wow, so who's doing the rebuttal? Because I already had some stuff to watch while we were on jury instructions, but moving really does suck. I absolutely do not recommend. It's the last thing I would recommend someone to do, is to move. But at least it's giving us the opportunity to really go through everything that we have in our house and get rid of junk that is unwanted. Not that we are never going to have junk again, because I could bet you right now that 5 seconds after we get at the new house, we'll have more junk. But that's life. Crazy. What? She wants to testify again? Oh my days, this is absolutely insane. So, like, I don't want to spoil like by talking too much about what I did yesterday because that's basically the vlog that I have to upload. But sorry, excuse me. But I went to the beach yesterday, and oh, it was so good to swim again in the sea. It was gorgeous. It was absolutely. But the part that is not on the on a vlog, but I was gonna talk about it. It's Anya, my baby niece. She went into the sea, but she was not a happy camper. She was so angry and she was crying like someone was doing something wrong to her, but no one was doing nothing. It was just the sea, but it was hilarious. It was very fun. Oh, thank you very much. See, we swapped roles today, Robert. You are the mod and me the host. Hey. So it's just crazy. But good morning, my friend. I hope you are okay, and I so appreciate you. And yeah, I mean, once things like settle down a bit more. I will be like 100% of the time almost on the chat and be more present. But right now, as I said, things are absolutely insane. We're literally living out of the floor. Well, not out of the floor. We're not eating on the floor. We are still have plates, but yeah, things are absolutely insane. Oh, I know she was not happy, Cindy. Well, but you're gonna see the beach here in the UK is completely different over there, and than it is over there. But yeah, so she was not a happy camper. So hopefully, yeah, well, I will tell you all about in a vlog. But also, we also have today a hearing that is going to be at I think 1 p.m. Eastern in about 3 hours. Exactly 3 hours, some of 2 hours. Donna Adelson, she has a hearing, and I've got notice from the boss woman, Rubber, because she's not the boss, that we are going to be covering. But Robert, tell me, help me. Do you want to cover live, or are you going to recover on a break or something? Tell me what you want to do, and I'll do it. You're the boss. You tell me what to do. Girl, you got you gotta tell me. Oh my days! I hope you guys like the microphone is okay, because this is just those Apple AirPods, earphones things. Earphones. It's just that now that I have. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sorry, Cindy. Yeah, but it was good. I mean, I loved it. I just with the freedom and the sea and the calmness, it was just so good. And for my eczema, oh, the seawater, it was absolutely great for my eczema. I was just like feeling cool, refreshed, no itching, absolutely crazy. I'm sorry if you can hear any noise. It's the street. The windows are open because it's hot today in the UK. It's it is horrible. I don't like the heat. I moved to England because I did not like the heat, and here we are. We in another heat wave, the third one this year, and they say that probably we're still gonna have some more heat waves. And I'm like, I don't want more heat waves. You can keep the heat. You only hear me. Oh, yay! That's good. See, that is awesome. So that means I can still do streams, and you guys only still me because I am working on the second channel. There's a possibility, on the vlog channel that sometimes I might do a live stream, but still need to grow that. I think it's up to 50 subscribers, and then I can start doing like live streams. But there'll be like different live streams. It's not going to be like court. It's going to be like maybe I go down to the beach nearby and talk to you guys, show you around, and do a little bit of a walk in the area where I live. So I'm, planning a couple things here and there. Hey, Jenny Jen, good morning, my friend. Welcome in. Happy Friday. I hope you have a lovely, lovely day and a great weekend. But yeah, so I have a lot of plans for the second channel, and it's gonna give me a bit more like freedom in a way. Because I love covering trials, I love watching trials, I love it. But I am a person. Oops, I am a person that I cannot stand quiet, and you already know me because I'm no one to just be sitting in one place and like for many hours. I'm not. You can ask Garden, but you can ask literally everyone probably in chat right now that I do not stay still and be quiet for 1 second. You can literally see because I've been talking already for almost 10 minutes and I might not say anything good, but I'm saying stuff. Oh, I did miss this part though. I do miss talking to you guys and I do miss watching court, but I also like the a bit more time that I've been having, and it was nice to but what I'm not happy is that verdicts keep coming when I'm busy and when I'm in the date night, because that was not nice. Like that verdict, I'm still shocked. We probably cannot, we don't need to talk about the verdict in itself, because I know that a lot of people are they were upset about it, which is understandable. Sometimes things get to us, absolutely happens. But yeah, I was busy and I couldn't literally couldn't talk about it. But hey, it was the night that I walked the lawnmower. So hey, thank you very much, Jen. Good to see you. Hey, Robbie is saying good morning to Cindy. So we're just waiting for court to start. We're just literally waiting for them to start. I'm doing this on one computer, so you sometimes you might have to bear with me because it's all in one screen, which you think would make it easier, but it doesn't. I miss my like double screens as well. Hey, Jen says hi to Hey, Cindy too. But yeah, I do miss my like double screens. But guess what? It's already packed. Because we want to get this house sorted. But I was gonna say this weekend, but I think that's wishing too much. I think by next weekend we have to get this house done, and then getting my in-laws' house ready. After that, ready for us to move in, because we still have to paint the current house that we are in, which shouldn't be too bad because it's only 2 rooms, but we still have to do some patchwork and stuff and then cleaning. So fun. It's going to be a lot busy, but I'm hoping that it's going to settle it down a little bit more. So I'm just trying to get Garden Bot's attention to point him to something that he needs to get done, to take out of the wall. So just using literally. Oh, hang on. Hey, Rubber saying hello to everyone. Journey in all in the bushes. Everybody in the bushes, hello. Happy Friday. I am TCA, the original TCA. Rubber, it's a lovely friend. She's amazing. And she is a little bit busy today. She will be back shortly, soonish ish. Emphasis on a ish. She will be here when she will be here, which is absolutely fine. And so until then, you have me, the original one. Not saying that it's a good original, but anyway, I do not speak English. You guys know that I don't. I'm just rumbling on because Court is still not on. I might have to check another feed because this is what Court chose. So they still not on. And I know that other people, aka another channel, Core TV, already has it, but I only have one screen. So doing this, and I cannot look at the chat at the same time that now I'm looking for the other stuff. So oh, this is gonna be amazing with one screen. It's gonna be awesome. Oh my days. Hey, good morning, K1. Good morning. Yes, yeah, Robert's DCA 2.0. Yes, the better version. Thanks, Cindy. Yeah. Thank you very much for dropping that in, Robert. Yes. So if you want to subscribe to the new channel, it's gonna be a vlog chat channel. We're gonna still talk about here and there on about true crime and stuff, but yeah, it's gonna be different style. Morning, K1. I hope you. I'll give a minute and they will show an ugly. Oh yes, that ugly clock. I am not gonna miss that clock. I mean, there's another feed that is showing the clock already, but it has a lot of stuff on the screen, so I can put that temporarily there. Oh my day, see this? I'm already getting confused with the tabs. I have so many tabs open in one computer that I'm like, where is stuff? I miss you guys. So there you go. There you know. So hey, guys, one. Oh, they have defense. Oh, I cannot. Rebuttal, and closing arguments. My days, that is gonna be insane. Hey, guys, wanna hi, my friend. I'm so glad to see you. I am waving behind the camera to every single one of you. Just know that. But I'm not showing. Don't have the camera on today because um, I am currently sat on the floor, and it's not nice to look at out with the confusion that my house is. So, yay! Um, but it's great to be with you all. I mean, I did miss you. I do miss you. It's strange, like I'm keep thinking it's like, oh, we would be doing this by then. I'm still in the chats and everything, but sometimes it's not the same. But it's great to hang out, and gonna I can't even speak. Depending on what TCA 2.0 wants to do. I like that nickname. I can't call Rubber that. Whatever Rubber wants to do in terms of coverage, but or it depends on what next trial is even. But I want to cover the sentencing. I would like to cover, obviously, the sentencing of Brian Koberger, and then there is our crazy Laurie Dingbell as her sentencing coming up in like a week or two or even less. So I would like to follow that too, but it depends on what Robert TCA 2.0 wants to do, obviously, because she does what she does and she does it very well. So yeah, we are just waiting. Is I This court is not really to be on time, is it? Or because even the other feed is already clocked in. Hang on, let me share this one instead. Put this so I can close that one. Hey, look, check that out. See, even with one screen I can do it. Oh my days, honestly. Oh, I know, I'm still gonna do it, the scroll emoji thing. Absolutely, I'm gonna get that done. I'm not gonna promise today. I'm gonna promise over the weekend that I will get that done. The scroll emoji. Um, but I will get that done. I promise. Over the weekend. I have 2 days to do it. I mean, I can even maybe do it today, but after I'm doing, this part of helping Rabba and doing the stream, me and Garden Bot have to go out and get rid of a lot of stuff, like electronic stuff that we don't use anymore and we're not gonna use no more. So we're gonna go to sell it. We have, I don't know if you guys have heard cash converters, but it's like a shop, electronic shop. You can go in, you take your electronics and your stuff out, and they give you cash for it. But CAX is not US. In the US, cash converters is, but it's like the same thing. Oh yeah, they do. Hello, hi Vamos. Sorry, Garden Ball was talking to me, and I started talking to him. Good morning, hi Vamos. Buenos dias, my friend. Hi. I hope you're okay. I hope it's not too hot where you are. So yeah, so that's the plan for tonight after streaming. So yay, we can do TCA 2.0. Well, nah, I mean, that is good, but obviously you are Robert, our lovely, lovely, lovely Robert. Hello, beginning crafter. Good afternoon. I was going to say good morning to you, but yes, good afternoon, my friend. How are you? I hope it's not too hot wherever you are in the world. Yes, yes, Coburg, you're going to do with me? I am. Absolutely am. I might not have camera on, but I would absolutely do it with you because hey, true crime and celebrity news. Good morning, my friend. Welcome in. Thank you for joining us today. TCA Katya, I'm just helping out today. But yeah, oh, they're usually 5 to 10 minutes late. Right? Okay, no worries. I think I almost broke the desk. Good morning, Nancy. Hello, welcome in, my friend. Happy Friday, everybody. I hope everyone is well today, and well, you got me today for a little bit. I missed you all too much, and Robert had some things that she needed to get done, so obviously I'll come to her rescue as she exactly did to me. So we are here to help each other out. So today we are going to listen, apparently, from what I've heard and I've been told, to a rebuttal from the defense. Apparently, lovely Karina wants to go back in the stand because she hasn't had enough of craziness, and then closing arguments. But The question is, do you think we're going to have a verdict today? Do you think Friday, um 11th of July, I forgot which day was, 2025, will we have a verdict for Karina? And which verdict will it be? Will it be, I might do a poll in a second. um Apparently, yes. Yes, go get your popcorn, go get your snackles. Yes, on a verdict today. Nice. You cannot TCH your brand to the end of your name if you like a new branding. Yeah, that is good. Oh yeah, guilty AF. I actually gonna do, I need to go through the back to do polls, but let me um go and do a poll so we all can see and say what we are thinking about this trial, because I would like to know. I mean, you can always comment, obviously, absolutely, that's absolutely as well, but I like polls too. So hey, Becky P, good morning, my friend. Howdy. Happy Friday. I hope you are all right. I know how, working. I hope work goes well and quick, and I hope it's not too hot in there. I mean, I absolutely hope the aircon is working and all, and you. Okay, so let's get a poll started and a poll going before court starts. Let's do what you think the verdict will be. We'll do first the what is the verdict will be, and then we'll do how long and everything else. Good morning, Josh. Sorry, I see you walking in and coming in and taking your seat, but I am just doing a poll. Give me a moment. Not sure. There we go. There's a poll starting, a poll going. Good morning, Josh. Welcome in. Happy Friday, my friend. I hope you are fine and well, and it's not too hot on your side of things. Oh, sorry. I only saw it now, Nancy, but let's just say that guilty over there, it's guilty AF. Absolutely. You work from home, and I say it's on nice. Hubby is running on the garage sale in the heat. Oh, hey, $1 so far. Yay, well done. Wow. We'll keep happy for every dollar. Well, definitely. Can we put our stuff, Becky P, in your garage sale? Because we have got a lot of stuff to go and to get rid of as well. So we can, give you some interest. But well done for that $1. I'm very happy, very awesome. I hope you can get rid of all the things you want to get sorted out. And yeah, I know. I mean, I wish garage sales would be something here in the UK, but they're not. Well, there's a boot sale, but it's not the same. And I'm not gonna wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning on my days off to go to a boot sale. So I'm not even gonna give that idea to Garden Bot, because otherwise he's gonna start having ideas, and I don't want to. So let's keep this between us, because no one speaks English. So boat sales, boot sales, yeah. We have, well, it boot sales we call boot because it's supposed to be out of the boot of your car, or in the trunk of the car. We call it boot over here in the UK, so that's why it's called boot sales. But not, it's not boots that you can put as a shoe, but it's the trunk sales, basically out of the trunk of your car. So that's why I'm talking about boots. It's not the shoe that I'm talking about. Sorry if I confused anybody. But it's, oh wow, so right now our poll is at 90% guilty and 9%, well, people are voting, so my statistics will be around 91 guilty and 9% not guilty. Yeah, see, sorry, I forget sometimes I have to explain about the differences, how we do say stuff. So my bad. It's just ask me. Yes, I learned how to do polls yesterday. Yay! I'm so excited, Rebecca. Congratulations. I'm so happy. Yay. I am so happy. I was going to say, oh, I need to teach you how to do it, but I don't, because you are amazing. You are fantastic. But, oh, I know, right? That is awesome. You bought a Batman DVD for 50 cents. That is awesome. That is great. We bought some crazy quilts when we first got married for like £3. We still have it, and we call it the Christmas quilt. I will put on a list, and I'll show you guys how how the Christmas, we call it Christmas quilt because it looks like Christmas decorations and the colors and everything. So that's why we call it. But yeah, boot sales here are similar to outdoor flea market. Yeah, it's kind of like that, I think, here as well, Cindy. Yeah. So um ow. How this like garden bot got it like this old desk rid of stuff, so I'm sit at the desk now. I'm not on the floor no more, but I keep banging my knee on the drawer that he has, so it's mildly uncomfortable, but it's okay. I can work it. I'll just have new bruises. What else is new? Me having bruises. It's not new. Oh, we've got a new interesting view of an. What is that? Is it that a doorknob or something? Look, it looks rather interesting. Oh, it has something written on it. Our liberties we prize and our rights we will maintain. Oh, nice. I thought it would be Latin, but it's actually just English, which is cool. And we're going back to the clock. So it's already almost 20 past 9 in the morning, and they are not started yet. Well, here we go back to the clock, maybe. Yeah, there's like, oh, screen got black. Anyone else? Oh, try maybe to refresh, Janie. Hi, sorry. Good morning, my friend. Um, that's not our eagle. Sorry, Janie Zed. Good morning. Happy Friday, my friend. Maybe try to refresh if you can hear me, or someone can type in the chat. Just like maybe try to refresh. Maybe try to refresh because sometimes YouTube that's the page or come out, and then again if you are on an app. So my bad. My apologies. Um, yeah, I mean I have one open on the other side on another tab, and it looks okay, but I haven't refreshed for a while, so sometimes things stay okay for a while. Oh, where's my phone gone? Oh, Garden Bot has it. I wanted to check something on my phone, but my phone is gone. Oh no, my phone. So sad. Um, so today, later on today, in 2 hours, in roughly 2 hours, we're gonna have Donna Alderson. Hey, all better. Oh, Denise coming in clutch with our verdict expert. I think you still have a job, by the way, Denise. No, I'm joking. Being the verdict expert, but yeah, you have. Our verdict expert doesn't know how he's gonna go. Hey, Crystal. Good morning. Hello, my friend. Oh, I said equal because they go to the flash to. Oh, flash top. Oh, flash top. Oh, I can't even read flash top. Sometimes. Oh, right. Okay. Fair enough. But yeah, I was gonna say something. So our expert, right? Our verdict, Denise, if you don't know, is our verdict expert. I mean, when she says she's guilty, 99% of the time she's right. Yes, like everybody else, she sometimes is wrong, but we don't take that into consideration. So whatever verdict she goes, I would go to for as well because she would be kind of right as well. Denise doesn't have it. I know. Flag, flag. Okay, flag topper, probably. I think squirrel moment. I think Robert's having squirrel moment. But that is what it. Oops. So yeah, I mean, there is so much to talk about, but I don't want to start getting into a story and then court is gonna come and it's just gonna interrupt me because court does that when I start a story. Normally, it just very rudely abrupts my story. But I was very into watching. I was watching just before I came live. I was repacking and stuff, but we had the tennis going on. So Wimbledon, I'm sure you guys know, it's a very famous, very high known tennis championship that goes on for 2 weeks in the UK, and I watch it religiously. I watch that from beginning to end, the finals, very every year, every single year I watch it. I don't miss it. I love tennis. I love sports. I like watching sports in general. But tennis is one of my favorites. So I was just watching that, and might or might not have in the background. I do not speak English. Good morning, Maria. Happy Friday. Good morning, my friend. How are you? It's me today. Woohoo. Hello. I am waving like a crazy person behind the camera, which sadly you can't see because first I look like crazy, and second, my house looks like crazy. Oh, yay! I know. So I was watching was an American was Taylor Fritz and Carlos Alcaraz, which it was being such a great match. And yes, it is Friday. Woohoo! That is absolutely for sure. Um, I can hear things. I don't know if it's well. I only have one tab with sound, and it's the one that the cord is coming from. So I'm not
Hi,
sure.
good morning, everyone. Go ahead and have a seat.
It is. Here we go. Oh, the cute judge. Gonna miss him.
All right, we are back on the record with our jurors present, counsel and parties present, also with a little noise from the construction outside present. So bear with us. And it's my understanding that at this point, the defense has an additional witness to call. Is that correct, Ms. Watt?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may call your witness.
All right, the defense calls Chris Lyon.
Good morning, Mr. Lyons. Just come on up and have a seat to my far left, if you would. And turn on that microphone if you can there at the bottom and adjust it however you'd like. There you go, sir. I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. If you please raise your right hand. Mr. Lyons, do you swear or affirm, sir, that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
And for the record, sir, can you please provide us with both your first and last names and spell them?
Christopher, Kristofer, Lyon, Lyon.
Ms. Watt, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Mr. Lyon, how are you employed?
I work as a investigator for the Public Defender's Office, and I'm also a digital forensics examiner for a consulting firm.
Can you tell me about your training and experience that gives you the ability to do the digital forensic analysis?
Sure. I started out with kind of the proprietary training, like with the companies that make software for digital forensics. So I have some training from Cellebrite, was one of the main players. And then I have some what they call vendor neutral training, just like international organizations that teach on digital forensics, but aren't specific to a brand.
I didn't hear what was the last part that you just said?
And then I have training from like international organizations like IACIS that's vendor neutral.
And how long have you been doing this forensic analysis?
Hold on a second. Can you folks hear? All right. You can hear. Yeah, I should be clear what I'm asking. What you can hear. Yes. Can you hear the witness? All right. I'm going to ask that everybody sit tight. I'm going to go see if there's something I can do about this. There's no guarantees, but I will try. Feel free to stand, stretch. I'm just going to remind you of that admonition I've given you previously, but don't leave.
Wow, that is crazy. Good morning, William. Hello. Good morning, Susan. Welcome in, everybody. Today with me, hello. But it sounds like a UFO, but also in the beginning sounded like someone was snoring. Because believe me, I have heard some people snoring, and that sadly it is how someone snore. Some people snores. Believe me, I know my grandma and my mom used to snore a lot like that. But good morning. So yeah, I know that I know shouldn't be allowed during a trial. I absolutely agree, Nancy. I mean, it is court is under constructions apparently. I don't know, maybe taking the clock out. No, I'm joking. It's not. The clock is ugly, but it's a feature of this courtroom. We know where we are when we see that clock. But what I was gonna say. See, scroll moment. I already forgot. But yeah, construction should not happen when court is like, I know when would it be, but well, could have be not during the sessions, but it's absolutely crazy that yeah, we could hear the witness, but I don't think the jury could because they are in the courtroom. So they might have to give the jury headphones so they can listen to court and everything. So the poll is going nicely. I'll leave it a little bit up for a little bit longer. But yeah, I think not guilty is winning, and there's still some not guilty and some people unsure, which is okay because I mean, sometimes it's not always straightforward and so simple as we think that the trial is. Look at Raul Valley. Let's not talk about that one, but look at that one. Just saying. Trabajando. Yes, I hope you have a great Friday, William. I hope you have a good one. And also, if I forget to say, not that I'm leaving now, but if I forget to say later, have a great weekend, everybody. Have a good one. You guys are amazing. And Garden Bot is making noise in the background again. Yay. So awesome. But hopefully the judge can do something about the noise. I mean, it wasn't too bad for us. I think it's more, but it's worse in the courtroom. But we'll see how things go. And yeah. See. Oh, I still haven't found my phone. I think it's my phone over there. So once court is back up again, I'll go grab my phone just to check whatever is new, because sometimes there's like breaking. Sorry, I haven't stopped yawning yet. It's a trademark. You should know by now. I was gonna say sometimes there's like true crime breaking news, and you guys, I know I like to cover them. So yeah, so it's good. We are just hanging around. I mean, we could play some music, or we could just talk. I mean, we have loads to talk. I haven't been here for a few days. What you guys been up to? Have you guys, obviously you've been behaving because Robert keeps everyone in check. Everyone behaves when Robert is here, just with me. That nobody behave. No, I'm joking. Ow, sorry. Just zapped my stomach. So, anyone that I missed? No, I don't think you missed anything. Oh, you didn't hear? Okay. Yeah, courtroom is always a different story. Yeah, it's just awkward watching this guy. Like, yeah, what am I doing here? So, oh, judge is back. I don't think so. No, at least not on the feed that I have, Maria. But I was gonna say that this guy is a Cellbrite person and an investigator for the district attorney. So do you think that they might have found new evidence and new stuff or about this, or that they did not know before? Because it's a bit strange that, like, as a rebuttal witness, they are like, oh, hang on.
What law enforcement agency did you work for?
I worked for two. Most of the time was University Heights Police Department, and then briefly for West Liberty Police Department.
Did you review phone data in this case?
Yes.
What did you all review? Did you review, I'll just shorten it. Did you review Karina's iPhone 8?
Not in its entirety, but some of it.
Okay. What software did you use to review the phone?
Magnet, Axiom, the kind of the portable version, not the full paid program.
Essentially, did you review what we were able to provide to you?
Yes.
How many, do you have a guess as to how many phones or information from phones you have reviewed in your career?
I don't keep a tally, probably 100 more now.
Okay. Have you ever, in reviewing phones, have you had seen or noticed any signs of data loss?
Yes.
Tell us what data loss is.
So I guess it depends in what context we're talking. Mobile devices, we like to think we can download them and just get everything exactly as they are, everything on the phone. But to download devices, they're essentially hacks. Someone at some point kind of had to figure out a flaw in the phone to be able to hack into iPhones and download the data. So these companies use exploits or these kind of hacks to gain access to a phone. Apple doesn't tell these providers, these vendors, how to access all the data on the phone. So we kind of have to figure it out, and it's not a perfect science.
Okay. Is it the same case with Snapchat then?
Downloading Snapchat from the phone?
Yes.
Yeah, anything on the phone is, same thing applies.
So is it fair to say that we don't know exactly how we have some Snapchat information on a phone, but not all of it?
Right, there could be a lot of different reasons. Data in general could be missing. It might have been on the phone, but the software like Celebrate wasn't able to pull everything precisely as it was on the phone. Databases on phones, just the method for storing information clears things out when they're removed. It does things for space saving. It optimizes memory. So things kind of move around a lot.
So may I approach her?
You may.
Showing you first what we've marked as Defense Exhibit L. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
What is that?
that's my CV.
So is this basically kind of like a resume or all the jobs you've held?
Right, resume of jobs and training.
Your Honor, at this time I'd ask to enter the evidence what we've marked as Defense Exhibit L.
Any objection? No objection. Defendant's Exhibit L is admitted.
Then next I'm showing you what we've marked as Defendant's Exhibit K. Do you recognize this?
Yeah, it's a screenshot of that magnet axiom program we were talking about earlier.
And does this screenshot display data from Karina's Snapchat on here?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would ask to enter the evidence what marked as Defendant's Exhibit K.
Any objection to K? No. Defendant's Exhibit K is admitted.
And permission to publish K, please.
You may. Are we, which?
This one.
Okay.
Okay, so on Defendant's Exhibit K, what we're looking at, this is the software that we use to explore the phone, right?
Right.
And so this is a screen capture from what would be shown if we look at the Snapchat messages that were remaining housed on Karina's phone.
Yes.
Okay. Because it says here that there are 2,409 messages, right?
Right.
And we've got some highlighted. Showing you Defendant's Exhibit B. So starting here in the middle, what we see on the screen, the content of those messages, does it match these?
Yes, it looks like it.
And maybe I missed, I just want to be clear for the record. What you showed him was the Defendant's Exhibit B?
Yes.
All right.
Okay. So then these being the messages retrieved between Huston Danker and Karina Cooper from the early morning of June 18th. What I want to know is what are those numbers in the middle?
So the column is kind of cut off, but that looks to be the message ID. It's kind of just an integer, a number assigned to messages in a database.
And does Snapchat assign message numbers to each message?
Yeah, the software does.
Okay. And so here we see numbers going, they're going in sequential order, right?
Mostly.
At least the ones that I have highlighted.
Looks like the one at the very bottom
Right.
isn't, but all the others are.
Okay, so the one at the very bottom, go, that is number 33897, and then the next message is 33984.
Yes,
Could that be data loss?
it certainly could be. In digital forensics, we like to test everything to understand how the software works. You know, there's no manual that says what this message ID is. But in general, with this kind of data, I would expect that to mean something's missing. And if I can just add, I haven't tested this. So normally I would like to test and be able to understand the mechanism. But in general, in databases, that would indicate something's not there.
I do not have any other questions, thank you.
Mr. Kodiaga, any questions?
Yes. And if we can just keep that up, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. You just said you've not tested this, correct?
Correct.
So what you're testifying to this jury is something that you have not tested, you have no idea what it means, correct?
I wouldn't say I have no idea. I can understand the general principle of how it works in databases, but I haven't tested it for Snapchat.
You don't understand the mechanism, do you?
I understand the general principle of how databases work, taken training on that. But again, I don't know. I don't work for Snapchat. I haven't tested this precise mechanism.
Do you know that when sufficient time passes at Snapchat, the numbers keep adding up? So if a minute passes, the numbers will add up if there's no message at that point.
That could be true. I don't know it to be true.
Okay. And and as you said, you talked about data loss earlier on. Does data loss happen sometimes because someone deletes incriminating evidence?
Of course.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Anything further, Ms. Watt?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lyon. You may step down. Ms. Watt, any further rebuttal from the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
Any further witnesses for the state?
No, Your Honor, the state rests.
All right. So now we're back to where I told you I thought we were at some point yesterday. What we're going to do at this point, ladies and gentlemen, is we're going to go straight to me reading you the jury instructions, or at least most of the jury instructions. Aaron, if you want to pass out, we're going to provide you each with your own individual copy of the jury instructions so you can follow through as I'm reading them. While she's passing those out, counsel, I just wanted to ask real quick, we made a record on jury instructions before we finished all the evidence. I don't believe anything has changed, but I just want to confirm that neither party needs any additional record related to jury instructions. Mr. Kodiaga, any additional record from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Any additional record from the defendant, Ms. Watt?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, the other thing you'll notice is that once I start reading these jury instructions, Colleen here is going to stop typing. That's not because they're not important. It's because we already have a record of what's being said. It's here in print. So I'm going to read these. She doesn't need to type essentially what I'm reading. So that explains that. Just want to let you know so you didn't think there was any significance to that. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to start with the jury instructions. Members of the jury, put on my glasses. The trial information in this case accuses the defendant of the crime of murder in the first degree in violation of Iowa Code Sections 707.1 and 707.2, Parent 1. Included within the charge of murder in the first degree are the lesser and included offenses of murder in the second degree and involuntary manslaughter. To these charges, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. Upon the issues thus made, you're instructed as follows. Instruction number 1. The trial information is the document that formally charges Karina Cooper with a crime and is merely the method by which she is brought into court for trial. It is not evidence. Instruction number 2. Karina Cooper is presumed innocent and not guilty. This presumption of innocence requires you to put aside all suspicion which might arise from the arrest, charge, or the present situation of Ms. Cooper. The presumption of innocence remains with Ms. Cooper throughout the trial unless the evidence establishes guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 3. Karina Cooper has entered a plea of not guilty. The plea of not guilty is a complete denial of the charge and places the burden on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And just an update on the noise, I was informed they need approximately 10-15 minutes and then they're done. I'm going to keep going with this while we're doing that. All right. The plea of not guilty is a complete denial of the charge and places the burden on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Whenever I instruct you, the state must prove something. It must be by evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state does not prove Karina Cooper guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, your verdict must be not guilty. Instruction number 4. The burden is on the state to prove Karina Cooper guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is one that fairly and naturally arises from the evidence or lack of evidence produced by the state. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense, and not the mere possibility of innocence. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. If, after a full and fair consideration of all the evidence, you are firmly convinced of defendant's guilt, then you have no reasonable doubt and you should find defendant guilty. But if after a full and fair consideration of all the evidence or lack of evidence produced by the state, you are not firmly convinced of defendant's guilt, then you have a reasonable doubt and you should find defendant not guilty. Instruction number 5. If there is a reasonable doubt as to the degree of the crime, Karina Cooper shall only be convicted of the degree for which there is no reasonable doubt. Instruction number 6. You shall base your verdict only upon the evidence and these instructions. Evidence is testimony in person or by deposition. 2, exhibits received by the court. You may examine the exhibits closely, but be careful not to alter or destroy them. 3, stipulations, which are agreements between the attorneys. Facts may be proved by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or a combination of both. Sometimes during a trial, references are made to pretrial statements and reports, witnesses' depositions, or other miscellaneous items. Only those things formally offered and received by the court are available to you during your deliberations. Documents or items read from or referred to, which were not offered and received into evidence, are not available to you. The following are not evidence: statements, arguments, questions, and comments by the lawyers, objections and rulings on objections, any testimony I told you to disregard, anything that I tell you as part of these instructions is not evidence, and lastly, anything you saw or heard about this case outside the courtroom. Instruction number 7. In considering the evidence, make deductions and reach conclusions according to reason and common sense. Facts may be proved by direct evidence, circumstantial evidence, or both. Direct evidence is evidence from a witness who claims actual knowledge of a fact, such as an eyewitness. Circumstantial evidence is evidence about a chain of facts which show a defendant is guilty or not guilty. The law makes no distinction between direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Give all the evidence the weight and value you think it is entitled to receive. Instruction number 8. Decide the facts from the evidence. Consider the evidence using your observations, common sense, and experience. It is your duty to determine the credibility of witnesses, to resolve any conflicts in the evidence, and to draw reasonable inferences from the evidence. In determining the facts, you may have to decide what testimony you believe. You may believe all, part, or none of any witness's testimony. There are many factors which you may consider in deciding what testimony to believe. For example, 1, whether the testimony is reasonable and consistent with other evidence you believe. 2, whether a witness has made inconsistent statements. 3, the witness's appearance, conduct, age, intelligence, memory, and knowledge of the facts. 4, the witness's interest in the trial, their motive, candor, bias, and prejudice. Instruction number 9. You have heard testimony from persons described as experts. Persons who have become experts in a field because of their education and experience may give their opinion on matters in that field and the reasons for their opinion. Consider expert testimony just like any other testimony. You may accept it or reject it. You may give it as much weight as you think it deserves, considering the witness's education and experience, the reasons given for the opinion, and all the other evidence in the case. Instruction number 10. Evidence has been offered to show that Karina Cooper made statements at an earlier time and place. If you find any of the statements were made by the defendant, then you may consider them as part of the evidence. Statements and questions by law enforcement during interviews of Karina Cooper are not evidence and may only be considered by you as context for Ms. Cooper's answers. You may also use the statements to help you decide if you believe Karina Cooper. You may disregard all or any part of her testimony if you find the statements were made and were inconsistent with her testimony given at trial, but you are not required to do so. Do not disregard Karina Cooper's testimony if other evidence supports it or if you believe it for any other reason. Instruction number 11. To commit a crime, a person must intend to do an act which is against the law. While it is not necessary that the person knows the act is against the law, it is necessary that the person was aware he was doing the act and he did it voluntarily, not by mistake or accident. You may, but are not required to conclude a person intends the natural results of his acts. Instruction number 12. The state must prove all of the following elements of the crime of murder in the first degree. 1. On or about June 18th, 2021, Karina Cooper shot Ryan Cooper or aided and abetted Huston Danker in shooting Ryan Cooper. 2. Ryan Cooper died as a result of being shot. 3. Karina Cooper individually or Huston Danker aided and abetted by Karina Cooper acted with malice aforethought. 4. Karina Cooper individually or Huston Danker aided and abetted by Karina Cooper acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with the specific intent to kill Ryan Cooper. If the state has proved all these elements, Karina Cooper is guilty of murder in the first degree. But if you find the state has failed to prove one or more of the elements, then you shall find Karina Cooper not guilty of murder in the first degree and proceed to determine whether Karina Cooper is guilty of murder in the second degree as defined in instruction number 13. Instruction number 13. The state must prove all of the following elements of the crime of murder in the second degree. 1. On or about June 18th, 2021, Karina Cooper shot Ryan Cooper or aided and abetted Huston Danker in shooting Ryan Cooper. 2. Ryan Cooper died as a result of being shot. 3. Karina Cooper individually or Huston Danker aided and abetted by Karina Cooper acted with malice aforethought. If the state has proved all of these numbered elements, Karina Cooper is guilty of murder in the second degree. But if you find the state has failed to prove one or more of the elements, then you shall find Karina Cooper not guilty of murder in the second degree and proceed to determine whether Karina Cooper is guilty of involuntary manslaughter as defined in instruction number 15. Instruction number 14. Murder in the second degree does not require a specific intent to kill another person. Instruction number 15. The state must prove all of the following elements of involuntary manslaughter. On or about June 18th, 2021, Karina Cooper shot Ryan Cooper or aided and abetted Huston Danker in recklessly shooting Ryan Cooper. 2. Ryan Cooper individually or by knowingly aiding and abetting Huston Danker did the act in a manner likely to cause death or serious injury. 3. By doing the act, Karina Cooper individually or by knowingly aiding and abetting Huston Danker caused the death of Ryan Cooper. If the state has proved all of the elements, Karina Cooper is guilty of involuntary manslaughter. If the state has failed to prove any one of the elements, Karina Cooper is not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, and you shall find her not guilty. Instruction number 16. As used in instruction number 12, willful means intentional or by fixed design or purpose and not accidental. Deliberate means after having deliberated, which is to weigh in one's mind, to consider, to contemplate, or to reflect. Premeditate is to think or ponder upon a matter before acting. Deliberation and premeditation need not exist for any particular length of time before the act. Instruction number 17. Malice is used in instructions numbers 12 and 13 is a state of mind which leads one to intentionally do a wrongful act to the injury of another out of actual hatred or with an evil or unlawful purpose. It may be established by evidence of actual hatred or by proof of a deliberate or fixed intent to do injury. It may be found from the acts and conduct of the defendant and the means used in doing the wrongful and injurious act. Malice requires only such deliberation that would make a person appreciate and understand the nature of the act and its consequences, as distinguished from an act done in the heat of passion. Malice aforethought is a fixed purpose or design to do some physical harm to another which exists before the act is committed. It does not have to exist for any particular length of time. Instruction number 18. Malice aforethought may be inferred from the use of a dangerous weapon. Instruction number 19. Serious injury is used in instruction 15 as a condition which cripples, incapacitates, weakens, or destroys a person's normal mental functions and/or bodily injury which creates a substantial risk of death, or which causes serious permanent disfigurement or extended loss or impairment of the function of any bodily part or organ. Serious injury includes, but is not limited to, skull fractures and rib fractures. Substantial risk of death, as used in instruction 15, means more than just any risk of death, but does not mean death is likely. If there is a real hazard or danger of death, substantial risk of death is established. Instruction number 20. A person is reckless or acts recklessly, as used in instruction 15, when he or she willfully disregards the safety of persons or property. It is more than a lack of reasonable care which may cause unintentional injury. Recklessness is conduct which is consciously done with willful disregard of the consequences. For recklessness to exist, the act must be highly dangerous. In addition, the danger must be so obvious that the actor knows or should reasonably foresee that harm will more likely than not result from the act. Though recklessness is willful, it is not intentional in the sense that harm is intended to result. Instruction number 21. A dangerous weapon is any device or instrument designed primarily for use in inflicting death or injury, and when used in its designed manner is capable of inflicting death. It is also any sort of instrument or device actually used in such a way as to indicate the user intended to inflict death or serious injury, and when so used is capable of inflicting death. You are instructed that a firearm, such as a .22 rifle, is by law a dangerous weapon. Instruction number 22. If a person has the opportunity to deliberate and uses a dangerous weapon against another, resulting in death, you may, but are not required, to infer that the weapon was used with malice, premeditation, and specific intent to kill. Instruction number 23. Specific intent means not only being aware of doing an act and doing it voluntarily, but in addition, doing it with a specific purpose in mind. Because determining the defendant's specific intent requires you to decide what he or she was thinking when an act was done, it is seldom capable of direct proof. Therefore, you should consider the facts and circumstances surrounding the act to determine the defendant's specific intent. You may, but are not required, to conclude a person intends the natural results of his or her acts. All persons involved in the commission of a crime, whether they directly commit the crime or knowingly aid and abet its commission, shall be treated in the same way. Aid and abet means to knowingly approve and agree to the commission of a crime, either by active participation in it or by knowingly advising or encouraging the act in some way before or when it is committed. Conduct following the crime may be considered only as it may tend to prove the defendant's earlier participation. Mere nearness to or presence at the scene of a crime without more evidence is not aiding and abetting. Likewise, mere knowledge of the crime is not enough to prove aiding and abetting. The guilt of a person who knowingly aids and abets the commission of a crime must be determined only on the facts which show the part she has in it and does not depend upon the degree of another person's guilt. If you find the state has proved the defendant directly committed the crime or knowingly aided and abetted other persons in commission of the crime, then the defendant is guilty of the crime charged. Murder in the first degree, as contained in instruction number 12, requires a specific intent. Therefore, before you can find that Karina Cooper aided and abetted the commission of the crime of murder in the first degree, the state must prove that either Karina Cooper had such specific intent or aided and abetted with the knowledge the others who directly committed the crime had such specific intent. If Karina Cooper did not have the specific intent or knowledge the others had such specific intent, she is not guilty. Instruction number 25. For the defendant to have knowledge of something means she has conscious awareness of it. Instruction number 26. You must determine whether Karina Cooper is guilty or not guilty from the evidence and the law in these instructions. You must consider all of the instructions together. No one instruction includes all of the applicable law. You must consider the evidence. Do not be influenced by any personal, as you consider the evidence, do not be influenced by any personal sympathy, bias, prejudices, or emotions. It is common to have hidden or implicit thoughts that help us form our opinions. You are making very important decisions in this case. You must evaluate the evidence carefully. You must avoid decisions based on things such as generalizations, gut feelings, prejudices, fears, sympathies, stereotypes, or inward or outward biases. The law demands that you return a just verdict based solely on the evidence, your reason and common sense, and these instructions. As jurors, your sole duty is to find the truth and do justice. I'm going to stop there, and I will finish with the rest of the jury instructions once we finish with closing arguments. And I guess, counsel, do we need a few minutes, or are we ready to go? Either way is fine.
If we could just take 5 minutes.
Okay. Well, it'll take 10. So we'll take approximately a 10-minute break, or as long as you folks all need to use the restroom or whatever you need to do. And then we will resume with closing arguments. So again, I'd remind you of the admonition I gave you previously, and we'll see you shortly.
Oh, right. Sorry. I was trying to find the tab with the StreamYard. But yeah, break time. So I know too many breaks, case one. I agree. I mean, oh, thank you. Like, Robert, you be safe, girl. I know she does. She does absolutely. I mean, there was a night and day difference between the beginning of the start and how she does look now. In terms of her, even how she composes herself, I think it looks completely different. From the beginning of the trial. But see, this is what I said. There's already like a breaking news. I don't know if you guys remember Shonda van der Ark out of Michigan, right? She had a whole trial. She unalived her son to starved him to I'll show the tab where I'm looking. So this is her. She literally had a trial. She went to trial for the unaliving of her son. Her other son, I think was Timothy, was also convicted of the same thing. So now she wants a new trial. So she's now asking for a new trial, and I'm like literally, oh, it's just horrible that like she's asking. Like, she had a very fair trial. It was a horrible trial to go through, but yeah, the sick mother, beginning crafter, absolutely the sick, yeah. So Shonda, yeah, how did she dye her hair in jail? How do you do that? Yeah, maybe she knows how to do hair dye with products that you can find in jail or commissary or something, but it's just weird. But yeah, so Shonda van Ark wants a new trial, which I hope it's refused, because I mean the judge during that trial was a hard trial. I mean, even the judge was sad. Like, show you a video out of that when the judge was talking about it. Hang on 1 second. I think, yeah. Let me see the sound. I think the sound is going to be a little bit loud, so be aware. But yeah, I like that the judge displayed a victim of Timothy when it was.
I will tell you this.
Yeah.
I'm choosing not to remember your son dead, looking like a Holocaust victim, but I'm choosing to remember like that. And you can't even look at him. That's how he was. A beautiful child with a lot of life in his eyes. That's who your son was. And you took that from him. I'm choosing to remember him as a happy individual with life, not as an individual. And that's the picture I want people to remember of your son. You took that from him. You took it from him. For what reason, I don't know. Mr. Johnson's right. There is something broken in you. I don't know what that is, but it doesn't.
I love that the judge did that. I mean, showed the picture of the of the little boy. I know that judge was awesome. Beginning craft, absolutely, I agree. It was just the ends of her hair. I did not know you could use Kool-Aid. Really? Kool-Aid to dye your hair? That is definitely something new I'm learning. Absolutely. Rob, I need lots of hugs because that case was horrible. I mean, she even was sick. You know, Shonda Van Ark, where she Van der Ark, she was sick on the stand when she was like, you know, talking about the whole situation, because she testified in her trial. Um she literally threw up. Oh, it was absolutely horrible. I saw the, well, I did not saw the trial. I don't think they live streamed the trial, but the little bits and pieces of the trial that are available, absolutely, it was horrendous. It was a horrific case. So, and now she wants another one. Oh, it did work. You know what? I am crazy enough, Case One, to try it. I'm crazy enough to try to see if Kool-Aid. I think I can get it here. To try to see if Kool-Aid. Should I try? I should do a video on it. Try to if Kool-Aid tries. I mean, what else can I say? I can just do my ends, like, you know, like you did with your daughter, and then if it doesn't work, just can either chop them off or, you know, diet it again. I need to find it. I need to know how to do it, and that could be a challenge. That could be, yes, you do. Do it. Yes, I think I'm gonna do it. I think that would be lots of fun to do it. And I can ask Arden what to do it. Yeah, also, like, I need to find, where can I buy Kool-Aid in the UK? Where can I buy Kool-Aid in the UK? Maybe like in the Amazon or something. Ah, yes, Amazon. So is it like, I need to know? Is it just, yeah, I know. Oh, I'll definitely Google how to do it. But is it just normal Kool-Aid? Like, hang on, I'm gonna show the screen that I'm watching. So can I just choose whatever Kool-Aid there is? You know, like, for example, like a purple. If I use the purple one, is that okay, or does it has to be like the sachets thingy? So the little packages. All right, the little packages. Okay, not the squirty ball bottles. So it has to be the little packagings, like this one where my mouse is, like the cherry one. Yes, not the kind with sugar. All right, has to be the kind with not sugar. The powdered. Okay, right. All right, got it. Awesome. I will buy some, and then I will dye the hair with Kool-Aid. Yay! That's gonna be fun. What color should we do it? Should we do purple? Oh, purple would be nice, or pink. I think Garden bought one something out of me. He's standing in the middle of the living room looking at me. But yes, it's more concentrated. Okay. I need the powder, and then Google will tell me how to do it. She did red. Ooh, blue. Yeah. Okay. But I mean, my hair already is red now, so I need to do a color that my hair is not. So maybe blue, like Ivamo said. That's a great idea. Morning, Norma. Hello. Good morning, Norma. Good morning, my friend. Good afternoon. Hello. Hi. I hope you're okay. Happy Friday. You have the crazy girl today. Yay. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna do that. We're gonna do the Kool-Aid dye hair. That could be, yes. We're gonna go for blue. Absolutely. That's it is chosen. Be careful. It will stay in your hands. Yes, I'll ask Garden Bot to wear gloves. So I think I need to go on Amazon, and there's another shop. Oh, hang on, let me. So the tropical on the screen you're watching right now, I have some options. Blue and red equals purple. Ooh, yes, my hair will go purple. Nice, awesome, my vamos. So it's like the tropical punch, the blue, or the blue raspberry lemonade, or the mixed berry, because there's several options there. Ugh. I don't want to win anything. I'm not lucky today. I need to know which one. So we have gloves, so that's sorted. So I need to know which kind. Oh, kiwi. Oh no, better not kiwi. I'm allergic to kiwi. Don't want to die. Will my hair be smelling like? My hair is gonna be smelling like raspberry lemonade. Then that would be fun. Oh, I keep going to the wrong tab. Yeah, exactly. I was just gonna say it's the blue raspberry. Right. Okay. I'll get to the blue. Oh, it's only 75 cents. So how many do you think I should get? Can I mix blueberry and raspberry? That'll be a blueberry. Well, that'll be a blue raspberry here. Well, where's the raspberry? So raspberry lemonade, it's there. Where's the blueberry? That's mandarin tangerine. And then the rest is out of stock. Ooh, they have popping candy. Nice. Oh, I'm gonna get lost in this website. Probably. Oh, hang on. We need to go back to court because I think we are back. Sorry, ruined the fun. 4. Okay. Tropical punch is red. Okay, but the packaging is misleading. Do red. Yeah, 4 packagings. Okay, the darker the color, the better. Yes, and then I can hide it. Absolutely. So I'll get 4 of those raspberries. The raspberry lemonade. I'll add 4 of them. Let me add 4 of them. Hang on. Let's put 5 just for good measure. And then I might actually get some more sweets, even though I'm in a no sweet zone. Yeah. But let me just see when it gets here because I might have to ship this to my in-laws' house instead of my house because sorry. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to ship this to my in-laws because we're living here soon, but we're definitely gonna do that. Ooh, Bobby's Laces Blue Raspberry. Is this any good? It's 1 cent. Like the one there. Do you guys know that one? The Blue Ras Laces. Is that any good? Sorry, I can't see chat. Hang on. Lemon may highlight hair. Ooh, that's good. I will Google. Definitely. Sorry. You better get some. I am gonna get some snacks. True crime and celebrity news. I absolutely am gonna get some snacks. I mean, they're snacks for 1 cent. I might just get them. I mean, it's penny deals. Let's shop. Let's shop. Let's do some shopping. Spending money. Ooh, those are so nice. Where? Oh, they don't have any. Oh man. Sweets for 1 piece. I like 1 cent. I love it. I don't know about snacks. Oh, I know. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be crazy. I absolutely know it is gonna be crazy doing that. But I am looking forward to it. So let's go back to the homepage and see whatever they have. Oh, they have a pick mix. Oh, they have tubs, duos. 1 kilo sweets. Oh, food, sweet. See, I've been on a sweet diet. I haven't been eating sweet, so I think I deserve to treat myself. Oh, they have snackles. Hang on. They have snackles. Let's go for crisps. That's chips. Lay's KFC. I think I'm gonna have to order some of those and then do a taste test. Oh my days. Guys, what have we found? What is this website? This is dangerous. Ooh, they have a bundle for a tenner. That's good for $10. Well, £10, but Subway teriyaki, Pizza Hut margarita, KFC, and barbecue ribs. Yes, please. At the cart. Yes, taste test on the live. Absolutely. Ooh, Lay's lemon chips. Ooh, gonna have to find out. Ooh, Inga, get them all. I know. You buy for me, I need it. Yes, I absolutely will. Pies and chocolate. I know. Sorry, I cannot see chat at the same time that I'm on the other tab because we're only going to go. I'm going now with a rabbit hole with the snacks, guys. This is not good. This is where the stream goes, like, literally. Go, like, that one is already in my card. Let's carry on. Ooh, party mix. Whoop, whoop, party. Okay, right. Let's get something else apart from this because, American. Hang on. I found it. American. I have found the American side. I'm so excited. Ooh, Takis. We sell Takis and they are the greatest. I love Takis. A bit spicy, a bit hot for my taste. But let's go to American soda and drinks. What's that name? Nick and Nip. Okay. Don't say that too quick. I've tried this Arizona drinks and they are good, but it depends on which ones that you like. I think I got the mango one, and it wasn't the greatest, sadly. So, ooh, margaritas, yes, Denise. Let's all have margaritas. Absolutely. Oh my days, I'm gonna get lost in this website. It's not even funny. Oh, they have American grocery. Hang on. Oreo wafer rolls, 2 for £3. Oh my days. They have Cheetos. Judge is interrupting me. Hang on. We have to go back to trial. We'll shop more later.
All
Oh,
right,
thank you for that,
we've just
Tom
had
Awesome
a
Fuse. Thank
short
you, and
mid-morning
hello.
break. We have our jurors, counsel, and parties present. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, as I indicated, counsel for each side are going to have the opportunity to make closing arguments. As part of their closing arguments, I anticipate counsel will be summarizing testimony and evidence that you have heard during the course of this trial. As they do that, they will be recalling the evidence as you will be later. They will not intentionally be trying to mislead you, and if your recollection of the evidence is not the same as theirs, you must follow and rely on your own recollection. The summaries, the arguments of counsel are not evidence, and they should not be construed by you as evidence or instructions on the law. They're simply intended to help you understand the positions of each side, and you should give counsel your close attention. With that, Mr. Ringel, are you prepared to present closing argument on behalf of the state?
Yes, Judge, thank you.
You may.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly what it looks like. Karina Cooper, Huston Danker, murdered Ryan Cooper, shooting in the face of her children right next door. Same house. We have a woman, Karina Cooper, who hated her husband. Hated him. Referred to him as a child, referred to him as a sperm donor, said, fucking hate him. Her friends, who she described as family, who were emotional on the stand. What did they say? We heard her threaten Ryan many times. I hate you. I wish you were dead. I should shoot you in the face. Ryan Cooper was shot twice in the face. Messages between Karina Cooper and her affair partner, Huston Danker, planning and plotting the crime. Not a fantasy, not a game, not a misunderstanding, not the product of data loss. They're exactly what they look like. A woman who hates her husband, who wants a new life, who wants a different life with Huston Danker. Plotting to kill her husband, whom she hates, by shooting him in the face. And that's exactly what happened. Oh, by the way, she had no money. Ryan made the financial decisions. She was unhappy with the fact that there were a lot of things she couldn't do. You saw the bank accounts. Some of them started in the negative. Hundreds, combined thousands of dollars in overdraft fees. Not only does she get to be with her affair partner, Huston Danker. She kills her husband. She also gets more than $600,000 in her, roughly $550,000 in insurance money. Another roughly, what did Michelle Wilson tell you? $100,000 from selling Ryan's stuff. Motive? Exactly what it looks like. The messages mean exactly what you think they mean. She's guilty, and obviously guilty, of first-degree murder. The text messages or snaps in this case, they may be the smoking gun. They may be the most obvious evidence in this case. It's not the only evidence in this case, not by far. There's layer upon layer upon layer of evidence that indicates she's guilty of murdering her husband. We're going to go through that evidence. We're going to talk about it. We're going to go through the jury instructions that will guide you during your deliberations to make sure that you understand how the law applies to the facts. They look complicated. They've been read to you. There's a lot of words in there. There's a lot of legal jargon. It's not complicated. It's actually pretty straightforward. This case is an easy one. Try to be close. She's guilty of that murder gossip. The evidence shows that. Let's start with the now somewhat contested messages you've heard so much about. What do these messages possibly mean? So did she send them. Keep in mind, she told you a couple different things, right? Before we go through these. You can judge her credibility. It's your job to judge her credibility. She lied to the cops. She lied repeatedly to the cops. She lied over years to law enforcement. Now she wants to tell you, oh yeah, these incriminating snaps that look exactly like what they are, me plotting with Huston Danker to kill my husband, that's sort of a fantasy. Kind of look at it online, like when you play video games, right? That's what she said. When you play video games, when you steal cars, you shoot cops. That's what this is. Some sort of fantasy. And she's also terrified of Huston Danker. She also didn't take it seriously. And what did she say about these specific messages that we're about to look at? She told you, oh, I wasn't even really paying attention. I was only half paying attention to what it said. Okay. She's terrified. It's a fantasy. She also said Huston Danker is the one that sent the messages talking about murdering her husband. Okay? So it's a fantasy that she's participating in or she's not. Same goal. It's making sense. So what are these messages? Let's start with this one, 331, not reported to law enforcement the night of Hudson's killed. Heart emoji, 331. Not really paying attention. Think about cattle loss. Think about whether these conversations flow in a natural manner. Think about if there's anything possibly missing. If not. Okay, here we are. Heart emoji. 2 seconds later from Huston. Seriously, more than fucking life. You can look at the defense exhibit. Those are in sequential order based on the message IDs. We'll get to the fact that the message IDs don't really relate to sequential order. There, I still couldn't tell you that. You don't need all that to make a determination of whether this is in sequential order and makes sense. Heart emoji 2 seconds later, seriously more than fucking life. Karina says, forever. Not really paying attention to what hack read them. Doesn't really know what to say. I don't know. Oh, okay. Remember, still law enforcement, none of this. Said she was asleep. More than anything. Okay, babe, phone's going down. Send me something after I leave your house to then wait for me to open it. Deal? She's not paying attention. So she said, deal. 8 seconds later. Seems like she's paying attention. She's directly responding to what he said. There's no mystery. She can try to talk around it as much as she wants. Consult. It's ridiculous. Deal. Aiding and abetting. Deal. 3 seconds later. Kiss emoji, not paying attention though. Didn't really read what's going on. Houston, remember those casings. Fucking remember those. No ifs, ands, or buts. She seems to be tracking the conversation pretty well. She's responding to everything that he said. She doesn't say, what are you talking about? What casings? I don't know what a casing is. No, she doesn't say. She says, absolutely, 100%. 14 seconds later. Is what she's telling you credible at all? Wasn't paying attention. Don't really know what it means, what's going on. Seems to be tracking. Okay, phone's going down. I love you. I love you too, so much. Forever. Okay, babe, seriously, putting the phone down. Have to get this shit done. I love you. She doesn't say, what are you talking about? What does this mean? Because the plan to murder Ryan is already in place. All of the necessary conditions for this murder to happen are in place. Planned by Karina and Huston for months. This is the night it's going to go down. This is the night it's going to happen. She confirms, because she controls the scene, that everything that needs to be in place for this murder to happen is in place. You saw the searches. You know they did a ton of internet research. They thought they were going to commit the perfect crime. Putting the phone down. Why are we putting the phones down? Because they know a little bit about digital forensics. They know a little bit about location data. This is supposed to be some sort of convoluted alibi. Houston's at least smart enough to know, I probably shouldn't take my phone with me when I don't commit the murder. Because they're a little bit savvy. But the funny thing is, when you commit a murder, there's a lot of things you don't know. Investigators know them. Detectives know them. Forensic scientists know them. They didn't know. One of the things they didn't know, the snap messages that you think you've deleted can be recovered. All the conditions are in place. Scene is controlled. Ryan's where he's supposed to be. Kids are subdued. Ransom is subdued. We'll get you in the door. You and I shoot Ryan. We get on with our lives. So, he said, have to get this shit done. say, what are you talking about? Consistent with their plan, she said, go. That is Ryan's death warrant. Signed by Karina. Then, yeah, just look up. Again, convoluted attempts at phone and data manipulation to throw off investigators. The same way that Karina, for years, sought to throw off the investigators. She can't tell anybody what happened to Ryan. Won't tell anybody what happened to Ryan. And whenever she opened her mouth to talk about it, provable lies, over and over again. She's guilty of murder in the first degree. How do we get there? What are the elements of murder in the first degree? On or about June 18th, 2021, Karina Cooper shot Ryan Cooper, or aided and abetted Huston Danker in shooting Ryan Cooper. The state has to and has proven that beyond reasonable doubt. Ryan Cooper died as a result of being shot. Karina Cooper individually, or Huston Danker, aided and abetted by Karina Cooper, acted with malice and forethought. We'll talk about what that means. It's been established. Karina Cooper individually, or Huston Danker, aided and abetted by Karina Cooper, acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with specific intent to kill Ryan Cooper. Yes, that happened. It's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You're being presented with what's called alternative theories. Karina Cooper shot Ryan Cooper, one theory, or aided and abetted Huston Danker in shooting Ryan Cooper. That's another theory. Alternate theories. What does that mean? It's not complicated. If you find that she aided and abetted Huston Danker in shooting her husband, she's guilty of first-degree murder. If you find that she shot Ryan Cooper herself, she's guilty of first-degree murder. Either one. Either or. This is about a unanimous verdict. What this says is, where two or more facts would produce the same result, the law does not require each juror to agree as to which theory or fact leads to his or her verdict. It's the verdict itself which must be unanimous, not the theory upon which it's based. May be confusing. What does that mean? Simple and straightforward. It means some of you may think she aided and abetted Huston Danker. The remainder of you may think that she herself shot Ryan Cooper. That's guilty. Because all of you think she committed first-degree murder. It doesn't matter how. Some of you may think it's aiding and abetting. Some of you may think she pulled the trigger. That's okay. You don't all have to agree she pulled the trigger. You don't all have to agree that she aided and abetted. Either or. And she's guilty of first-degree murder. What does aid and abet mean? So we have, she pulled the trigger herself. Or she aided and abetted. What is that? Knowingly approve and agree to the commission of a crime. By active participation, there was active participation. Or by knowingly advising or encouraging the act in some way before or when it's committed. Go. Certainly not all she did. Again, we'll go through her control of the scene and the conditions that had to be in place for Huston Danker to come over and participate with Karina Cooper in murdering Ryan Cooper. But she's certainly guilty of aiding and abetting. There's a mountain of evidence that establishes that. Now, there's some additional instruction under aid and abet. that may seem confusing. Murder in the first degree requires a specific intent. In order to find that she aided and abetted Huston Danker, you must find either that she, Karina Cooper, had that specific intent, or Huston Danker did and she knew that he did. We'll talk a little more about specific intent. It's pretty clear they both want Karina Cooper dead. It's pretty clear she knows it. She told us she knows it. In her version of events, she's been hearing from Huston all the time about shell casings and how he wants to kill Ryan. So does she. It's pretty clear from those snap messages they have a specific intent. 2 shots to the face. That's specific intent. There's more. There's no question that she had a specific intent. There's no question that she knew Huston had a specific intent. So it's not an issue with regard to aiding and abetting. It's already been established. It also says this: mere nearness to or presence at the scene of a crime without more evidence is not aiding and abetting. There's plenty more evidence. Those snap messages alone are plenty more evidence. She didn't just happen to be there. This just means that she had to act in the commission of the crime itself. Not even necessarily that night. She did. She did participate that night. Just means there has to be more evidence than the fact that she just happened to be there. We know she didn't just happen to be there. Similarly, mere knowledge of the crime is not enough to prove aiding and abetting. In other words, just because she knows about it, one way or another, that's not enough for aiding and abetting. We have far more than that. Again, active participation. Already established beyond a reasonable doubt. So, we go through the elements one at a time, talk about some of the evidence that establishes guilt beyond a reasonable doubt for each of those elements. Here are the elements again. Let's start with number 2. This one's easy. Ryan Cooper died as a result of being shot. Medical examiner, Dr. Kelly Cruz. What did she tell you? Cause of death, gunshots to the face. Wound A, fatal. Wound B, fatal. Ryan Cooper died as a result of being shot. Proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Her testimony, the autopsy, that's established. Moving on to number 3. Karina Cooper individually, or Huston Danker, aided and abetted by Karina Cooper, acted with malice aforethought. What is malice? Malice is a state of mind which leads one to intentionally do a wrongful act to the injury of another out of actual hatred or with an evil or unlawful purpose. This is distinguished from an act done in the heat of passion. How may it be established? By evidence of actual hatred, or proof of a deliberate or fixed intent to do injury. It may be found from the acts and conduct of the defendant and the means used in doing the wrongful or injurious act, in this case, firearm. So were these acts born of actual hatred? Yeah. Malice also requires such deliberation that make a person appreciate and understand the nature of the act and its consequences. Again, as distinguished from that done in the heat of passion. Malice aforethought does not have to exist for any particular length of time. Malice aforethought may be inferred from the use of a dangerous weapon. Everything that we just read, everything that it said, you can infer by the fact that that a dangerous weapon was used. And you received an instruction. A .22 rifle, by law, is a dangerous weapon. That's the weapon that killed Karina Cooper. So malice and malice aforethought are already established by the fact they shot him in the face with a .22 rifle. You don't have to think about anything else with regard to malice and malice aforethought. It's already established. When you shoot someone in the face with a .22 rifle, malice aforethought can be inferred. There's more evidence of malice in this case. We talked about this just briefly. Teresa McBride. Karina told you she's family. She didn't describe her as a friend, she described her as family. Malice. Actual hatred. Said she hated Brian multiple times. Said she wished he was dead. That's malice. Heard Karina say she would shoot him in the face. Malice, aforethought. This is well before the murder. Brian Morrissey, same, family. You saw him on the stand. You judge people's credibility. He was very emotional. You lost a friend, Brian. He also loved Karina. He also knew exactly what she said. She would shoot him in the face. Everything's fantasy with Karina. Everything's a funny joke. It's a misunderstanding. It's a joke. Thought I shoot him in the face. It's a joke. They didn't think it was a joke. They said it was time to go. And they left. That's her family. They left because it wasn't a joke. If it was a joke, they would have laughed. The snaps were a joke. Saying I hate him, shoot him in the face, that's a joke. Conversations with law enforcement, joke. Tell them whatever you want. The testimony, joke. Additional evidence of malice. Karina's own words. Fucking hate him. What do we think that means? It means she hates him. This is to Huston. This is in February. She's mortified, right? She's so scared of him. She doesn't want to have anything to do with him. Doesn't want anything to happen to her family. So these are the messages you send back and forth. Gee, I hate my husband. I wish you were my husband. You should be a father of my kids. Not my sperm donor. Not this child. Sarah. What else did she say? Like I said, sperm donor. She hates him. She resents him. She wants him dead. She wants Huston Danker to father and parent her children. She says that. Here's hoping for a rogue semi today. Big accident, no survivors. Who drives a semi? Her husband, Brian. I broke it off with Huston. We had sex once, but I shut it down. Didn't want anything to happen to my family. And then I text him, you should father my kids. I hope Brian dies in a semi-accident. Malice aforethought. You can infer it from the use of the weapon. There's plenty of other methods. Number 4, Karina Cooper individually or Huston Danker, aided and abetted by Karina Cooper, acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with the specific intent to kill Ryan Cooper. Again, that seems like a lot. Again, it's actually pretty straightforward. Willfully, fixed design or purpose. Pretty clear what their design or purpose was. Certainly pretty clear what your design or purpose is when you shoot someone in the face twice. Deliberate. Having deliberated, which is to weigh in one's mind to consider, to contemplate, or to reflect. She's talking about hoping he's dead months before they kill him. That deliberation doesn't have to exist for any period of time. It could be while you're sighting your husband who's sitting in a recliner with a rifle. It could be when you're loading the ammunition. It could be when you're pulling the trigger. It could be in between the first and second shot. Here we have months. Not even close. Premeditate, think or ponder upon a matter before acting. Same. What is specific intent? Not only being aware of doing an act and doing it voluntarily, but in addition, doing it with a specific purpose in mind. What's the act? Shooting Ryan Cooper in the face. Specific purpose, to kill him. This is not complicated. You may, but are not required to conclude a person intends the natural results of his acts. What's the natural result of shooting somebody twice in the head? That you're going to kill them. Again, if a person has the opportunity to deliberate, as we just established, they both did, and use a dangerous weapon, that's a 22, against another resulting in death, you may, you're not required to, infer that the weapon was used with all of these: malice, premeditation, and specific intent to kill. The use of the 22 rifle alone establishes all of these things. There's plenty of evidence, and you've heard it repeatedly over the last week, for all of these: premeditation, specific intent, malice. As long as you find there was time to deliberate and deliberation occurred, you don't need to weigh any of that evidence for this element. Just what the fact that the 22 rifle was used. As I said before, 22 rifle is by law a dangerous weapon. Specific intent to kill. It's already established about the use of the weapon, but let's talk about other evidence of specific intent to kill. She and Houston shot her. We know she was up, she was around that house for an extended period of time. We'll go through the timeline, not the timeline she provided, but the timeline established by physical forensics. What did she do? She's awake. She told you. She told you both, right? You think about her testimony on the stand. What did she say yesterday? She woke up because she heard a crash. Sticking to that story. But she also admitted to sending all the snacks. Okay? So apparently she was both awake and asleep and awakened by a lot of pressure. She was awake. She participated in the murder. That's what really happened. Then she stayed in the scene, taking care of some other things that needed to be taken care of, which we'll talk about later. All the while, Ryan's bleeding out. He's dying. His blood is drying. His blood is clotting. Two separate things. She finally gets around to calling 911 when she's been ready. Has the scene set the way that she would like it to be set up. Calls in. Fake hysterics. Ridiculous, dramatic, overacting. firefighter. And she says, I think somebody's in my house. Not a word about crime. Not call an ambulance. Not call 911. Not get help. Not you come over here. He needs some aid. I think someone's in my house. Okay. I think someone's in your house. You're running around in the house. You're unarmed. Apparently you think someone's in the house. She's buying time, making it look like she's doing what a reasonable person would do if they found her husband shot. I called for help. Did you know? Did you really? Or did you fake call for help? Someone's in my house. What's going on? Screaming. Can we get any details? Screaming. Okay. Never mentioned anything about Ryan when calling Aaron. Something to think about. For news story, Huston Danker did it. Now I'm so scared I didn't tell anybody. What does this have to do with Huston Danker? How does this help Huston Danker? If Huston Danker murdered her husband or shot her, she didn't want to tell that Huston Danker did it because she's afraid she'll get in trouble. How does that prevent her from calling 911 immediately and telling them what happened? You can say, I don't know who did it, but you can also say, we need some help right away. How does providing misleading information about the timeline come forth with the first story that Huston Danker did? Are these all cover stories that help her because she participated in the murder? Exactly. If you're concerned that Huston Danker did it, you had nothing to do with it. You don't want him to be upset with you. You would just help as much as you can and say, I don't know anything about who did it. She did. She told a series of lies that helped her because she's participating in the murder. Never asked Aaron to call 911 or an ambulance. Never told Aaron that Ryan needed aid. She never attempted to render any aid herself. Like any normal, reasonable person, she did nothing. Until eventually she sat on it. We'll talk about that more later. She sat on it, rubbed her face all over the blood to conceal evidence, to conceal her role in the murder. 2 shots to the face, specific intent to kill. Opportunity to liberate. These are the messages from before the murder. Opportunity to deliberate. We have plenty of other messages where she wants him dead. But here we are at 3:30. She makes her fake cry for help at 4:30. Here's an hour before. Okay, come over and murder your husband. Don't forget to pick up the shell casings. Absolutely 100%. Opportunity to deliberate. Yep. Phone manipulation, phone's going down. I love you so much. Forever. Okay, gotta get this shit done. Go. It's been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. There's more evidence that supports it. You've heard it. It's probably in your notes. I'm not going to go through all of it. This is by far more than enough to establish beyond a reasonable doubt. Huston Danker, aided and abetted by Karina, or Karina herself, acted willfully, deliberately, premeditatedly, and with specific reason. And again, remember, you find deliberation, the use of the .22 rifle is enough for you to find reasonable doubt has been established beyond a reasonable doubt. For element number 4. 3 of the 4 elements are already met. The final element. On or about June 18th, 2021. That's not a question. All the first responders that everybody talked about, and everyone else, this occurred on June 18th, 2021. Karina agrees. Karina Cooper shot Brian Cooper, or aided and abetted Huston Danker in shooting Brian Cooper. Did she? She did. Brian's murder absolutely could not have happened without Karina's aid, by her own account. Which, by the way, is ridiculous. Let's talk about the things that she had to do to make this murder happen. Here's the plan. Karina decides with Huston, ultimately, that they're going to shoot Brian in his house while he's asleep. The kids have to be there. Why? Well, if that's your plan, it would look really suspicious if the night that your husband is murdered just happens to be the night that the kids are at Grant's. So she had to make a decision. And she did. But this murder would happen while her kids were present. It would just look too suspicious if they weren't. She tells you, I would never orchestrate a murder with my kids there. Watch Officer Thing's body camera. She's just gotten through concealing evidence by rubbing her face all over Ryan's dead body. Her children are in the room. She's pretending to be upset. Different people respond differently in trauma. You know. Look at everyone else at this, including the children. Pretty calm. Their dad's lying dead, blood everywhere. Their mom is screaming hysterically. Look at the kids. Were they able to talk and communicate with law enforcement? Yeah. Aaron came in, finds his brother dead, blood everywhere. Was he able to communicate? Yeah. Karina cares about her kids. I told you that. She would never orchestrate a murder with her kids there. Well, she had to. Be pretty suspicious otherwise. She's so caught up in trying to convince law enforcement that she's devastated by the death of her husband that she knows nothing about, that her children are standing right there in the room. And she walks right past them out of the room. Doesn't look at them. Doesn't comfort her, doesn't care. Because she's got a job to do at this point. She just murdered her husband, and she has to convince everyone. She's devastated. She can't even breathe. She can't talk. Spoken. She did orchestrate a murder with her kids there. She had to. It's too suspicious of her. So, what did she have to do? What was part of the job in this case? How's she going to get this murder done? Problem number 1. Kate sleeps next to Ryan, who we want to shoot in the face. Got to get him on there. You heard Kate's testimony. He had been sleeping next to Ryan for a year. For a year. She told him, "You gotta sleep in your own room." She tries to pass it off. "Oh, it's part of our deal. We had a deal, we're gonna redecorate the rooms, and we're gonna redecorate the rooms, and then they gotta go sleep." But wanted to get the kids in their rooms before school started. It's June. Early June. That's her phone cover story. This is evidence of deliberation and premeditation. They've been planning this murder for a long time. Long enough for her to come up with this phony excuse of cleaning the rooms. You can see that she's working on the house. You can see she's been painting. That's evidence. That's evidence of premeditation. She's hoping that her husband will be dead months before this. Problem number one, kids are going to be home. Let's get Cade up to his room. He can't be there when Ryan is shot and killed. Mission accomplished. She had to assure Cortland and Cable were asleep and accounted for. 2 other kids who can't see what's going on. They didn't have to sleep in their own rooms that night. They were with her, where she could keep an eye on them. What else had to be in place for this murder to happen? She had to assure Ryan was asleep. That's a big one. That's why we're texting at 3:30 in the morning, "Let's do this." That's why it didn't happen at 6 p.m. or 6 a.m. or midnight. Who knows his sleep schedule? Karina does. That's a crucial part of this murder. She knows. What did she tell you in the interviews on the stand? He's like his dad. He's up roaming in the night. That's why she says go. Everything's in place. Ryan's asleep for the night. She knows his sleep schedule. It's not a normal one. Falls asleep around 8. Sleeps for a little while. Gets up. Watches TV. Eventually falls back to sleep. He's up roaming in the night. Kate's in his room. Kids are with her in the bedroom. She's confirmed Ryan's asleep. Go. He's asleep for the night. There's also a gun in the house. This is her boyfriend. She refers to him essentially as a husband. Says Huston Danker is her husband. She's his wife. She's worried about it. There's guns in the house. She doesn't know anything about guns, but everywhere she goes, there's guns. She had to get a weapons permit because every car I get in, there's a gun. She told police she doesn't know anything about guns, but she knows there's a gun in the house. If there's a confrontation, if Ryan's awake, Huston could get shot. She can't have that. She has to make sure there won't be a confrontation. She has to make sure that Ryan's asleep. Security. Think Huston Danker could do this by himself? Think he chanced it just right? That he happened to come over, he happened to pick the right door, door just happened to be unlocked, happened to be able to get in through the house at a time when Kate wasn't up, just happened to not be sleeping next to his dad. He's only been 2 days, that doesn't mean anything. The other kids just happened to not be awake. Ryan just happened to be asleep for the night. Security. These are security-conscious people. You saw the crime scene photographs. Locks on all the doors. Karina told you multiple times, the door behind Ryan, locked. 99.9% sure. Locked. Kitchen door just happened to be open. She had to make sure he could get in. And then he could get in to a situation that was controlled. Ransom. 130-pound Rottweiler. What she stated to Ryan Herman. Very protective. Barks at everything. Would be raising hell if he heard him. She has to subdue Ransom. You saw Feynman's body camera. When that dog is around Karina, he's subdued. He's calm. She told you. She told Officer, she told Agent Herman. Dog would raise hell, hurting him. So now we have Huston Danker somehow getting in, coming into the house. What else did she tell you about Ransom? She left the door open because Ransom wanders the house. This very protective 130-pound Rottweiler wanders the house. They'll go upstairs to see Kate. They'll go hang out by Ryan. The target of this assassination plot. Wandering the house. She has to make sure that Ransom is subdued, and she does that. Ransom is in the bedroom with her. Not going to be a problem for Huston. As I said, she has to ensure that Ryan is sound asleep for the night. She did. She told you her own testimony at 3:30 in the morning. She was fully aware at 3:30 in the morning that Kate was upstairs and that Ryan was asleep. When did those Snapchat messages start? Around 3:30. Go. She told him. Tells him go and sets the plan in motion. What else did she do? She helped him escape. Because he can't be seen by the children, so she has to immediately subdue him. You know who can be at the scene? She can. Those kids are going to wake up. They're going to hear something. That's a concern. If they see Mom, that's okay. Can't see Huston. Kate already knows who Huston is. She broke it off. She'll never want to be with him, you know, sort of an online thing. But Kate's saying, hey, he comes over and hangs out here with my mom. Her dad's not around. Okay. So she has to help him escape. How does she do that? As soon as the shooting happens, we'll talk about this more. Huston's right out that door behind Ryan. He didn't come in it. Definitely went out. Karina runs to make sure that no kids are coming into the room, whether at the base of the stairs, which is called the cage room, or in that same room that has the doorway to the bedroom for Portland and Kate. It's pretty obvious how she bought time. We'll talk about that more. But if they didn't hear anything, if they didn't get up, she has even more time to work the scene before she fake calls for help. But the bottom line is, when she's planning this crime in Huston, they know he has to get out of there immediately, and she has to make sure the kids don't see it. She's done all those things. Made sure Huston could get it. Made sure Ransom wasn't a problem. Made sure the kids weren't a problem. Made sure Cleve was in his own room. Made sure Huston could escape. Let's think about this. How do we know they're working together? Huston Danker did not come armed for a confrontation. You heard the testimony. He owns an AR-15. That's an assault rifle. large caliber. If Huston Danker did this alone, let's think this through. He's going to come over to this house that we just talked about, has multiple security threats. We have dogs. We have kids. We have locks. We don't know if Ryan's awake or asleep. He's going over there to murder someone by himself. And from his arsenal of weapons, which includes a double-barrel shotgun and an AR-15, he chooses a squirrel rifle, a small caliber 22. Does that make any sense at all? Yeah, it does. If you know there won't be a confrontation. Because Karina's told you there won't be a confrontation. Because she knew at 3:30 that Ryan was asleep. She knew all the conditions were in place. She knew he wasn't going to have any problem. She knew Ryan wasn't going to be confined. She knew Ryan wouldn't have his gun. She knew all we're going to need is that 22. The 22, because as you heard the testimony of some of her friends, a 22 is a weapon that she likes to shoot. It shoots so much more easily. Doesn't have as much kickback as her weapon, that she knows nothing about. He knew there would be a confrontation because he's working in concert with Karina. You don't choose a 22 to go to someone's house and murder them unless you know there won't be a confrontation. When it was clear there wasn't going to be a confrontation, she said, go. And he came over with his 22. So, let's talk about the floor plan. We know Karina wishes she had a larger bathroom. She told us that yesterday, so yeah, the bathroom's a little out of proportion. We've established, and you've heard, that this garage door just goes to the garage. Can't get in the house that way, right? This is the door behind Ryan. You're rolling up on the house. You're Huston Danker. You got your 22 because you're ready for this confrontation that's going to occur. What are your options? Kitchen door, where everyone goes in. Door behind Ryan Cooper. Let's start with the door behind Ryan Cooper. Got your 22. He's asleep in the chair. You saw the pictures. You heard the testimony. You heard from Karina as well. That door, one, always locked. So what happens if you first try the door? You got your gun, you try the door, it doesn't open. Well, you probably just alerted the person that you're going to murder. It's probably not going to go in the door for that reason. Let's say it happens to be open. You've heard testimony that it was locked. You got your rifle, you come in, the door is going to hit the back of the chair. We already heard that. So you'd have to come in, possibly hit the back of the chair, possibly alerting the person that you're going to murder. Another reason not to use that entrance. Then you would have to gingerly step around them with your rifle, come around and shoot them in the face, hopefully not waking them up as you shuffle by. Again, ignoring all the other objective realities that we know about dogs, kids, and everything else. Okay, that makes no sense. Doesn't make any sense at all. If you wanted to kill Ryan by himself, you could have just shot him through the window with his AR-15. Done. But he didn't want to kill Ryan by himself. He wanted to kill Ryan with Karina Cooper. That's what they did. So, that leaves one option. The mudroom. That's the door you had to come in. So you entered the door, behind Ryan, through the mudroom and through the kitchen. So what does that mean? She calls it the sewing room. It's labeled here as a hallway. He's going to have to, with his 22 rifle, walk past the stairs that lead to Kate's bedroom. Seems risky. The bedroom door that's open, that has Karina, 130-pound Rottweiler, ransom, 2 young children. So he would have had to walk past this hallway, past these doors. We know, Karina says, I heard a crash, I got up, I thought it was in the bathroom, so I went to the kitchen. She also says she was awake 70 seconds. So, in one of her versions of events, Huston must have come in the house with his .22, happened to pick the right door, came to the kitchen, walked right past Ransom, walked right past Karina, who was both awake and asleep, walked right past the kids, didn't wake up Cade, Ryan just happened to be asleep, got himself in there, and shot him in the face. That makes no sense. It's ridiculous. It's insulting. It's not. She controlled the scene. She controlled all those threats. That's why they chose the .22. She likes to shoot the .22. None of that happened. He came in that door all right, with Karina's help. He walked down that hallway because Karina knew the kids were asleep and Kate was asleep and Ryan was asleep. Ransom had been subdued. Talked about this a little bit. Other ways that we know Karina was involved. If she says that this was Huston, it wasn't her, and her new story, which years later, this is what she's come up with, I was scared, so I can say, why are you telling the police stories that only help yourself? Why are you telling the police stories that have to do with your guilt? She's not guilty of anything. Why is she trying to throw him off the trail as it relates to her? There's one answer. Because she murdered her husband. She told Deputy Foster she's never shot a gun before. What does that have to do with Huston Danker? It has to do with her. She doesn't want them to think that she knows how to shoot a gun. She doesn't want them to think that maybe she did it, because she did. Never shot a gun before. She told Deputy Foster she's never even heard a gunshot. Maybe on TV. She has a weapons permit. She has preferences for the types of weapons that she likes to shoot. The concealed carry class was held unpaid property. You heard that she fired a weapon. Why is she telling them? Because she's trying to throw them off in the trail that leads directly back to her. This has nothing to do with her story that I didn't tell her anything because I was scared of this today. You would just say, I don't know what happened. She's worried about getting caught. You'll notice, if you watch Fangman and Foster's body cams again, she can't provide any information. Anytime they ask for information, she just starts wailing and screaming. Ask Foster and Fangman both, plenty of experience. At scenes involving trauma, severe injury. Ever seen anything like that? I've not. Why do you say that? Never seen someone who couldn't provide any information for long. And the problem is, whenever she talked, the information that she provided were things that would help her. Somehow she was able to say those things. How much did she say about Ryan and what happened to Ryan? It was nothing. There was a stream of words and phrases related to guns. My stupid gun that I never even shot, that I don't know anything about, that I couldn't get out of the safe, and I don't even know how to use it, and I'm scared. That's a lot of information. Thank you. Can you tell us anything about Ryan? No. He did it with Karina. Deputy Foster over again. Karina. We're trying to figure out what happened. Screaming. Karina, we're trying to figure out what happened. I want my kids. Did it sound like a gunshot? That one I can answer. Never even heard a gunshot before. Maybe on TV. The only stuff she wants to talk about is stuff she thinks is going to help her, which she's doing. She's afraid of her own 380. She's never tried it. She couldn't get the gun safe open. Why did she say this? Because she knows, one, law enforcement's probably going to find it. Two, people know she has a 380. They're going to wonder, why didn't you help? There's an intruder. She didn't get her 380 because she participated in the murder. Could she tell Foster? I tried to get it open, but I couldn't get it open. What did Foster tell you? I went and I opened it. Do you have a code or a combination? Have you ever seen that safe before? No. She thinks she's helping herself. The stories she's telling make no sense. They're designed only to help her. It has nothing to do with research. Because she participated in the murder. I don't need to say any of that stuff. If her version of events is true, her version of events that Huston did it and she's scared, why help this? Because that's not what happened. She participated in the murder. Doesn't know anything about guns. Then she tells you, I know, this looks suspicious, but I was taking a hunting safety course. Doesn't know anything about guns, but hunter safety course. 80-some screenshots, so she cheated on the tests, right? That's what she said. What's in that? Doesn't know what shell casing is, had to call Aaron when she saw the article in the newspaper. Is something called shell casing? You know what that? I don't know what shell casing is. This is what's on her phone. You're trying to say Huston Danker did this, you didn't know anything about it. Why are you placing a phone call to Aaron, whom you've never talked to about what happened the night of his brother's death? Why are you placing a phone call to Aaron to pretend you don't know what a shell casing is? That's about her and her guilt. That's why she did that. She knows what shell casing is. She's taking tests on her phone. She knows what round nose lead is, good penetration, little expansion. She knows what a full metal jacket is. She knows here about projectile range and how it can help you determine whether or not you can make a clean kill. Doesn't know anything about guns though. And when she testifies, yeah, that looks bad. I got a new story. New story is about Sigmund's on our course and okay. Yeah. All right. When you commit a murder, there are many things that you do not know. Many things you don't know. Karina and Huston thought they were smarter than them. Karina and Huston thought they did their research. They thought that they planned the perfect crime. There's no such thing. And they made many, many mistakes. We'll get to many of them. But let's start with her own version of events. Let's start with this. In the chaos of murdering her husband and pretending she had no idea what was going on, she told 911 her husband was shot. From the 911 call. Interview with DCI agent Rick Ron. Ryan Herman. They told her repeatedly, we're just trying to figure out what happened to Ryan. Could be medical, we don't know. We're not sure what's going on. She's just sad. Didn't say anything. Didn't say a word. I don't know. I don't either. She forgot that she told 911 her husband was shot. She tells them the same thing in the second interview, and she talks about how she was trying to figure out where the blood was coming from or what happened. So it's not just that Rick Ron and Ryan Herman said, we're trying to figure out what's going on, and she said nothing. She also affirmatively said, I was just trying to figure out where the blood was coming from. No idea. She forgot that she told 911 that her husband had been shot. Okay. Told Deputy Foster on the body cam, the dog was barking. Well, fast forward a few hours later, she's talking to Ryan Herman. Ransom never barked. She can't figure it out because no, I didn't bark. During the second interview, they talked more about Ransom. And she said, yeah, he just sort of made a noise, just sort of like, let the air out of his lungs. Ryan said, let the air? Yeah, just like just a soft. The dog was barking, she screamed while she was on the ground in fake hysterics, unable to tell officers anything about what happened to Ryan. This doesn't have anything to do with Huston Danker. Let's do with Karina Cooper. Her timeline. It's not even really worth going through, frankly. It's ridiculous. She gave you 2 timelines at the same time yesterday. It's clearly phony. We have the Snapchat conversations at 3:31. Never reported that to police, right? Claims she was asleep. She's doing stuff on her phone. She takes 170 steps that she never told anybody about, approaching multiple football fields. Then she called Aaron Cooper eventually when she got around to it, and then we see when the deputies arrive. Her version of events, initially, seems like we have 2 versions of events at this point. One of them was, well, yeah, no, I was asleep. I got up and I heard a sound. Went to the kitchen. Well, first she looked in at Ryan's museum. So then she heard a sound, she thought it was in her bathroom, so she goes to the kitchen and looks out the window. Okay. Then she goes in, hits at Ryan, steps in, and she finds that he's dead. So seconds. Maybe 30 seconds. Agent Villada asked, hey, when you heard that sound, how long did you stay in bed? She said 5 to 10 seconds. So we have the sound, right? She gets up, does the things we just discussed, roughly 30 seconds. She tells you, Ryan's blood, it's like chunks, body. Okay? We heard from Ken Martin, that happened in 30 seconds? No, no way. There's things you don't know when you commit a murder. She doesn't know how blood works. She doesn't understand blood evidence. Her steps. It didn't occur to her when she's carrying her phone around, it's going to be recording those steps. Those steps started at 4:23. 7 minutes before the call came. Things you don't know. Her house is tiny. 45 feet by 45 feet, roughly. Very small space. You got furniture in there as well. She testified that she went back and forth between the kitchen and the living room a couple times to get Kate and get him in the room, lock herself in there. That doesn't account for steps starting at 423 of almost 400 feet. She didn't know investigators were going to find any of this stuff. So she thinks, when she sits down and talks to Agent Bruin, that her story might hold up. Just keeps going and going. Many, many steps starting at 423. Because she staged the scene. Talked about the blood clots and the dried blood. Biggest mistake, probably, data forensics. The snaps were recovered, the other information from her phone. Even without all that stuff, her story about Huston Danker coming over with a 22 and making his way through the house in the snowstorm. She aided and abetted Huston in doing this. Or she did it herself. The evidence establishes that beyond a reasonable doubt. You will see that you have some lesser included offenses in the packet. The judge talked about them. Second-degree murder and others. This is not a second-degree murder. If you find her guilty of first-degree murder, which has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, you do not need to consider the lesser included offenses. You are done. That is only if you believe she did not commit first-degree murder. The evidence establishes beyond a reasonable doubt that she did. Motive. We just went through the elements. All of them have been established. You might have noticed motive is not on there. The state does not have to establish motive. It does not need to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. You can consider it. We already talked about the fact that she had a financial motive. Here's her account for the month that her husband was killed, $186. Here's her business account, minus $297. Here's the insurance check she got, $514,000. There was another one she saw for $24,000, sold roughly another $100,000 worth of stuff. That's a motive. Here's a motive. She's in love with Huston Danker. She wants to have his kids. Start a new life with him. You might hear from the defense, hey, it doesn't make any sense that she would kill Ryan because Ryan was the primary breadwinner. Yeah, that was supposed to be Huston Danker once Ryan was dead, with a nice head start of $600,000. Karina's news story. We already talked about this. She said she was only half paying attention and didn't really read them. We already talked about that. That's absurd. These messages make perfect sense in order. There's no mystery as to what they say. There's no mystery as to what they mean. They mean exactly what you think they mean. Claims Huston threatened her. Keep in mind, there's no evidence to support this claim. Data forensics. Look at the phones. Defense has this information too. This swap pulled it up for you. It was going through. Tiffany Ward. No threats. Defense doesn't have a burden, but they could present you with those threats. Karina knows how to take screenshots on her phone. Any screenshots of any threats from Huston? No. What's the only evidence that these threats ever happened? Karina's word. And she sat there on the stand and told you that she lied and lied and lied for years. And she also told you things that weren't true. 2 timelines at the same time. You are the judges of credibility. No evidence of these threats about her word. Her reaction to the threats doesn't make any sense at all. Well, he was making threatening statements about Ryan, so she calls herself his wife, insults her husband, talks about her husband dying, wants him dead. This is another one she testified to. She had hair appointments on the morning of June 18th, the morning that Ryan was killed. She couldn't have killed him, she had regular hair appointments. It's ridiculous. Go to sleep. First of all, the messages are in sequential order. You can read them. Would it make any sense after what was just said? Absolutely 100% deal. We're going to murder my husband. We know why she said go. The scene was staged, the scene was set, no confrontation was going to happen. She now says, oh no, there were some follow-up messages. Much like the threats, there's no evidence of them. And I said, go to sleep. Makes no sense in the flow of the conversation. It doesn't matter what you think about the data forensics. Tiffany Ward told you it's not possible. Defense brought in an expert who says, well, I didn't test anything and I don't know how the mechanism works, but there's a column of numbers. And they're not sequential. Mr. Kodiaga said, could that just be related to the time between when the messages are sent versus each message getting the individual number? Maybe, I don't really know. Tiffany Ward told you it's not possible. It has nothing to do with that column of numbers. That column of numbers does not indicate missing messages. That's not all that means. There's been no testimony that that's what that means. The expert that they brought in said, I don't know, I haven't tested anything, and I don't know how the mechanism works. Tiffany Ward is aware of that column of numbers because Ms. Watt asked her about it. It's not like this is a mystery to her. She said some proprietary information. I don't know exactly how it works. Nonetheless, it's not possible, based on the information that she has, for there to be additional messages. Regardless, common sense and reason. Read the snaps. Look at what happened. Makes no sense. She didn't say go to sleep. She said go. What are the chances that somehow all the information that's exculpatory, the threats and the additional messages that show up, it's just, I didn't do it. Like just somehow that was so Karina wants you to believe. It's like she wants you to believe all the different stories she's told. Makes no sense. She's guilty of murder in the first degree. The state's proven it beyond a reasonable doubt. At the close of evidence, we're asking that you find her guilty. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take approximately a 15-minute break now. Maybe going about an hour and a half or so. Give everybody a chance to use the restrooms. And so take a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back and resume closing arguments. Again, I would remind you of the admonition that I've given you previously.
Oh, finally a break. Oh, so happy it's done. I mean, that was torture in a way. I mean, I think if a penalty could be given for torture through the internet, I think he would be found guilty very quick, because that was torture. I'm sorry, but not that I want, but I hope that the defense does a better closing than that torture. I know, thank goodness, Robert. I'm like, whoa. But I think this one is very welcome, because I was dying over here. I was just trying to struggle to focus on this guy. Oh yeah, it was done. Yes, it was brutal. I know, ugly clock is back. But like I was like, please, even the wall that I'm looking into, that like it's just a green wall in front of me. It's more interesting than whatever you're saying. I'm sorry, but that it was hard. It's oh my days. It's just crazy. Oh, apparently Sarah Boone is back in court again. Her appeal is going through the works and everything. But that was absolutely that was hard to watch. That was hard to watch. The poll should have been how long will closing charges will take. Yes. I agree, Cindy. I mean, I forgot about that poll. Actually, I should end that now. It's been there for a little while. But I mean, I think majority of people think there's gonna be an hour to 5 hours in terms. I know Sarah Bin is back, man. Well, she never really left, so yeah. So absolutely, yeah, she's back again. So there's the maybe Robert when if Robert is back on lunch break, because I don't know how long the defense is gonna go, because the defense might go throughout a while on the closing. But I'm actually, let's all get up, stretch our legs, do some neck exercises, because I think we definitely needed it after that train. Like, it was not like a train wreck per se, it was just the fact that it was long and no mic, and we couldn't see the PowerPoint, we couldn't see nothing. I think it was more that than anything else, because I mean, it probably was very interesting, but not being able to listen properly to it was what made like a bit more dull and hard too. You're driving. Be safe, Robert. Please, I can't speak. Be safe, my friend. Absolutely, you be careful. We want you and we need you in one piece. But yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're gonna have any more rebuttal, because I mean, the prosecution was on talking for a long time. They were on for more than an hour. I don't know how long the judge allowed for the closing, but they might only have like a little or maybe no rebuttal. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure. What do you guys think? Wait, do you think we're gonna have a rebuttal? Do you think it's like mandatory? Because I don't know if every state has a rebuttal. To be fair, I think this is the first trial that we are covering in Iowa. I think, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah. Oh yeah. Talking about first time covering a trial, I'm still gonna be doing, and if obviously Robert can tell me later about, is she allowing me to do it, I still want to do it. The spreadsheet that we want, I have a lot to update, but let me settle down with the move and like all this stuff going on with the move and everything. Let that settle down, and I'll update the uh this spreadsheet, and then I'll include all these new trials that we're doing. But I would like to, and I'm gonna have more time to, to do that stuff, in terms, because admin stuff, and I was talking to Garden Bot about this admin stuff, it's good for me. I can just do admin stuff, paperwork, spreadsheets. It's my thing. I can do it, and I can get up, I can do anything. It's a laptop, I can go to a library and I can do it, and it's easy for me. I extremely like doing streams and everything, but I need to be doing something. And you guys, if you guys would see me now, I'm standing in my living room with my headphones on, the PC is on the desk, and I'm talking, and I think it's flowing a little bit better, and I'm not just sitting down in the chair. I need to be moving. So I think the vlogs, I think it's going to be the good direction we're going to go. And then I can do also talking about trials. I have ideas, but I just need to be moved and out of this house so I can do all of them, and like all my ideas try to come through. So, oh, I hope so that we're gonna have the other the other one prosecutor do the rebuttal, because this one, my days, it was this news fest. Absolutely. So that's what's, like I said, and maybe like it's not like a podcast, because podcast normally you have to be sit down, because we know with the sound and everything. But I am gonna use YouTubers to talk to you guys, and to talk about what I'm thinking about a case, about something, about my life, about nothingness, about everything. I'm literally gonna just use as a therapy. Ooh, talking about therapy, and I did ask Garden Bot to record, but he didn't. But I'm sure we're gonna have something else to destroy. But earlier we went to the tip, right, and we had this thing of drawers of like a bedside table, and but we didn't want to, it was falling apart already anyway. So I literally grabbed one shovel that Garden Bot had, and I literally destroyed the thing, and it was absolutely great. Oh, best therapy ever. I know that in UK, and I think in US there also is a rage room where we literally can go in and literally smash things, and just let me see if there's well, I don't know if there's any like royalty free anything rage room, like a video we can watch. Obviously give credit to the creator, obviously, but it would be literally kind of like this. Hang on. It's absolutely awesome. So hang on, the sound, I'm gonna probably mute because the sound is a little bit loud. Let me, there you go. Like, oh my god, oh my. I would love to go into that. I would absolutely. It is great therapy. I mean, that was the best therapy, and it was free therapy ever. I was just like, yes, get like, oh, absolutely. So I think absolutely a rage room would be my type of date night. Trying to get date night, but Garden Bot to go on a date night there, because there's one nearby where we live, and oh, that is absolutely amazing. I would love to do that. It's just the great relief of stress. I mean, you got stress, you got overwhelming, you got a lot of stuff. We all have a lot of stuff to get through. Just go to a rage room, and it's just like, oh, I should have one, but I think it would not survive for the customers. I think I would break everything myself. Oh, it was awesome. Ooh, I think Garden Moth was a little bit scared because that's like I was literally going at it, going with all that I had in me. Just um, I mean, punching bag. Yeah, but the bugs don't get ruined. I like ruined things. I like breaking things. Oh, be careful, Paula. Hello, Paula. Oh, my friend. Hi. Hello. Oh, Paula. So great to see you, my friend. But yeah, absolutely, I like destroying things. I had so much fun destroying that like draw thing, bedside table, whatever you want to call it. But it was so much fun, and I just wanted to ruin stuff. Like we have a cabinet that we're gonna get rid of it, and I'm begging Garden Bot for him to give me a saw and just like zoom through it. Oh, I just want to do that. I'm literally, it's like free therapy. We need to get rid of it anyway, and it's free. And I just like go through oh well, definitely that one. I will be filming it and put it on the vlog. But I just want to do it. I was like, let me do it. Oh my days, I am crazy. I am nuts. But hey, it's who I am. So that is my plan. I'm begging him. I'm begging Garden Pot to let me saw something that we don't need. That we need to get like smaller to fit in a van because otherwise it's not gonna fit it. And I just want to do it. You might tell that I have issues, but make sure. Oh yes, I definitely Garden Bot will make sure that I wear eye protection. He's very thingy with that. They are building rage rooms here. You can pay and go and smash stuff. Yes, I would love to do that, Plum. Oh, it's like dream. I mean, I can do it for free now because I'm gonna we're getting rid of a lot of stuff, but definitely want to do that for date night. Absolutely. I mean, it is a lot of fun, and you get just instead of like, for example, having road rage or hitting someone or the walls at home or something. There's a room proper for that. You just go in and you can do it. Or you can just do it your own. I mean, we have sometimes all like old stuff laying around and stuff that we don't need anymore, and we can just saw through it, bashed into it, and get rid of it. Or Garden Bot has a slash hammer. I want to use it so badly on something because I still have a lot of rage. I still need to use it. Yes, I absolutely break pencils. Pencils is good too as well, Plum. Absolutely, you can break some pencils there too. I mean, they are the best to break. That's absolutely agreed. When you don't have anything else, yeah, just break some pencils. That's good. Oh man, but it's you gotta do what you gotta do. Pencils work too when you cannot go and smash something. I mean, at least the pencils are cheaper than replacing a TV, and stuff like that. So but yeah, so I don't know why did I even see that was, I think, a scroll moment that I was talking about rage rooms. I don't know if it has anything to do with what we were talking about, but I mean, we are spending some time. I mean, they should be back anytime now because did he say 10 or 20 minutes? I thought he said 10 minutes, but I could not see through that close. I know, it's fine. I'm so sorry, Crystal. It's nothing I can do no more because I'm doing this as a favor for our little rubber. But I don't have my setup no more. I have my computer and headphones, and that's it. I am so sorry. My apologies. They're gonna come back and say, let's go to lunch. Oh, if they do that, case one, they better not to. They better not to. It's far more interesting than the closing arguments. That's hilarious. Thank you for understanding, Crystal H. I really, really appreciate that. Well, me rumbling is more. Oh, again, rumbling. You guys, I've already closed the tab because I had to buy it, but I've purchased, right? What we were doing earlier, the buying the Kool-Aid for my air dye. I've purchased that. I purchased the Lays, the chips, crisps. I've purchased those. And also, there was a mystery box for $20. So I'm gonna use the donation from Plum. Thank you very much for that. So I bought a $20 mystery box with items like American items, American grocery and sweets. So definitely whenever it arrives, I might do a live on the weekend or something, or might just do like a recording, like a mukbang, and then do as a premiere on the channel. I do want to go live there, but it's just trying to find a time for it. It might have to be on a weekend, but I'll definitely keep an eye on the channel on the other one, and it won't, because it will be there. It won't. I mean, I can dual stream here if Robert lets me, but it's up to the boss lady. But yeah, so I'm excited. I don't know what it is. They say it can be anything, so I hope there is nothing that I already bought. Can you imagine if it comes more Kool-Aid on that box? Now, well, at least I would try to drink it, because I want to try drinking it as well, but we'll see. Because I never had Kool-Aid, so hang on. I'm googling Kool-Aid hair dye to see how to do it. How to dye your hair with Kool-Aid. See, there is instructions here. So there's instructions. I know if I would go on in prison, this would be easier. So I will need a small pot. Got a mug. So let's see. Well, Court is not back here. So here it tells me what do I need. So I need small pot, a mug. Got it. And I have hair ties as well. Plastic spoon. I don't have a plastic spoon, but I mean, I can use a normal spoon. One part, because my hair is naturally blonde. If your hair is dark, you may need more packets. I've got plenty of packets. I think it depends on the color you're using. Also, the angle hair would last a long time at least. Yeah, okay. Oh, that's the hair transformation. Look, I need the comments for somewhere. It's permanently turned over to rubber. Yes, it is permanently turned over to rubber. Oh, sorry. Hang on. One second. Let me go back to here. So, Plum, what's happening with the channel is that exactly, trying to fit even you just in the video. So, Plum awesome sauce. So, Pew, sorry. What's happening is me and my husband, basically, we need to move out of where I am living. We are living at the moment. In about a month or less than a month, we need to leave. Because we put an offer on a house. We did not give notice to my landlord, but I think she took it as such. So we told her that we were about to move when the house would go through. And she took it that, oh, okay, you're moving, so we need to look for someone new, which she did, and she found. And then that meant that when the house fell through this past week, we did not have any other choice than having to move in with my in-laws for the time being, so we can put money together so we can get a house, because the house that we were going to go through fell through because we couldn't get a mortgage. And so we need to recoup ourselves, put more money together, change some situations that we have going on with our lives, and to for the better, improve for the better always. And it's not going to be possible for me, sadly, to do YouTube while I'm in my in-laws. Obviously, it's not going to be my house. It is going to be my father-in-law's and my mother-in-law's house. I have to respect not rules that they have put saying like, no, you can't do it, but my father-in-law likes to go to bed at 9 p.m. my time. 9 p.m. my time is around 4 p.m. Eastern. So after that time, we cannot do any noise. Otherwise, he's going to be very, very upset. And I don't want that to happen. I want to respect him, and I owe him that much. So that means that I couldn't be doing court until 10, 11 midnight time. So sadly, I had to change things. So that's why I have a new channel, a vlog channel, and that's why Rubber is taking over permanently, and she's the TCA 2.0. I still gonna pop in here and there at normal times. Like I'm planning to come back for the Brian Koberger sentencing, for the Laurie Dingbell sentencings as well. And I might still do some like videos here and there with Rubber or with Zio, like we normally do, just to hang out or just pop in and to say hello on stream, even if Rubber allows me, obviously. But yes, the channel now is TCA 2.0, Rubber Ramirez. Yes, Sheila. So yeah, that's just the story, of why we've made that decision. It is a hard decision. It was. I've cried a lot. It's my baby, but it's gonna be okay. It doesn't mean that it's gonna be forever. Situation might change again next year, and then not much changes, just a few things, and I'm still gonna be pop up. I'm still gonna be in chat. I am still a mod here, and I'm still gonna be here all day, every day, just not talking and going crazy. Instead you're gonna have Rubber, so which is absolutely fine, and yeah. Oh, I'll miss you too, but I'm not going anywhere. I'm still over here. I'm still in chat. Still gonna be in the other channel. So I'm not gonna go anywhere. It's just a brief pause on my side. So I've briefed a lot. Yeah. It is just a small little brief pause on my streaming for the moment. And yeah, I mean, sadly, it's life. We've got to keep rolling with the punches. I've cried about it. Don't believe me.
All right, everyone, go ahead and have a seat.
Oh, and Judge is gonna interrupt me. Yay!
All right, we have our jurors back, counsel and parties present, and we had just finished with the opening argument from the state. Ms. Watt, are you prepared to proceed with opening argument on behalf of the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Actually, I think I said closing argument. Go
Yes.
ahead. Go ahead.
May it please the court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. I hope it surprises no one, since I've been doing it consistently, but I will talk less. And I would hope that nobody will judge the strength or weakness of the case just because I say fewer words. I want to go through some of the testimony that we heard and some of the things to take away from it in our view. Detective Fangman, I agree with the state that his video is important because it shows us some things. It shows us the layout of this home. And no, we're not obsessed about this demonstrative exhibit. It's just wrong. Because the state spent a lot of time talking about how Huston would have had to sneak through this hallway that's right next to the bedroom door. So somebody would have had to hear him. That's why it matters that is misleading. Because it's a whole room. And there was more room for him to go through that unnoticed. We also see ransom on video. And anything I say, you should always defer to your own recollection, of course, and your own notes and what you heard in the evidence. No attempts to mislead from either side. We see ransom on that video when Detective Fangman walks in. He's just laying there on the floor in the middle of the living room. And when he sees the officer, he gets up. There's been a lot of talk or speculation that Ransom had to have been barking at somebody. He had to have attacked somebody. But it doesn't appear to be the case if he's literally laying on the floor as Karina is screaming bloody murder. And even with what's going on with the children and with Ryan, he remains laying on the living room floor. A little nitpicky, but we did hear from, I think it was Gladfelter, that the wallet that was on the end table, it was never moved, as if he would know that. If you watch the video, there's no wallet on the end table. The video also shows the movements of the EMS personnel. And that's kind of important because we link it to Ken Martin's testimony, and we see on the video that EMS steps behind the chair to get to Ryan and goes around so they don't step in the blood. That's why we don't have their footprints. It's not because that entire pool is dry, it's because they don't step in it. The video is also important because it shows the state of Karina, and it is your job to decide the credibility and whether this is hysteria or whether this is true panic. We heard from Karina Cooper that Ransom was a normal dog, which is consistent with what we see on Fangman's video. We heard that his room had been newly remodeled. We didn't hear anything that made it appear like he was suspicious of being told to sleep in his room. He said he woke up to his mom screaming. This is interesting because everyone is saying how loud this had to have been. These gunshots had to be so loud, and there were 2 of them. But nobody testifies to having heard a gunshot. Cade confirms that his mom is running back and forth between the bedroom and the living room. We don't know exactly what time Cade got up, of course, in this minutes of span of when Karina is making all these steps. We have our only basis of a timeline is the fact that we know there must have been enough time for him to go and slip and leave footprints behind. But he confirms that his mom was running all over the place, freaking out. Cade didn't make it sound like Ryan and Karina fought a whole lot. We've heard testimony from some of the friends that Karina would be pretty mean sometimes. We didn't hear from Cade that they spent all their time arguing, though. Also didn't hear any conflicting testimony from Cade about the sleeping habits of his dad, or whether he actually does or doesn't get up in the middle of the night. Andrew Gladfelter, we see the pictures that they take. We see this showcasing that is left by the front door. Cannot tell by looking at Detective Fangman's video or any body cam, cannot tell whether that showcasing is visible on that floor at that time. It is certainly possible that somebody kicked it to get it to that final place. Or it's possible that's just where it landed, certainly. But we also know from the pictures that there is a vent nearby. And we know from the pictures that these things are small. And Andrew Gladfelter did testify that they didn't look within the ductwork to find those things. If you've ever dropped something down a vent, sometimes it goes further than just the very top. The photos do confirm that this house was in a state of remodeling. He tells us that at least this front door was locked. And a point on the locked doors, this is the country, right? This isn't Cedar Rapids. This is the country. This is rural country. A lot of people don't lock their doors at night. Aaron Cooper couldn't tell us whether Ryan and Karina normally lock their doors. The state wants to contend that this is such a secure place because of the existence of keypads. But nobody has confirmed, yes, they always lock their doors. They did appear to have keypads in places where all the toys were housed. Tiffany Lord, she testified that there are millions of artifacts on these phones. Millions. That's a lot. There are a lot of data points on phones. You saw a handful. You saw some gaps in search history. She made. The best she could find for Karina is a hunter education course. She can't explain the gaps in Snapchat messages because in Defendant's Exhibit A alone, we know it's just not possible. These are all the snaps between these two people. And when she was testifying, I put up on the screen the series of biome app intents that she did later testify about yesterday. There's a lot of messages happening, a lot. And she can't tell us why we get messages, let's say June 13th, why those are able to be retrieved. but then there's missing ones in the middle. She can't answer that. She can't say it's because these were deleted specifically. She can't say because whether it was Snapchat that did it on its own, and that's because Snapchat, that type of software is proprietary. And that's what Chris Lyon was kind of explaining. It's because Apple doesn't want you to be able to get into the person's phone. Facebook wants to pretend their stuff is encrypted. These applications don't want to help police get into phones. And so that's what he was saying when police, it's essentially a hack. This software is them kind of getting them through the back door and being able to expose some information, but they can't figure everything out. So that's why we don't know why we have messages June 13th and then nothing until June 17th, and then seemingly a gap in the conversation leading into June 18th. We did ask her, can you explain why some of these numbers look sequential for the Snapchat? She didn't know. She didn't say that they're not. She didn't say that we're wrong about reading the way we're reading a database. She also came back and testified yesterday that there's a biomap intent at 4:20 in the morning, but there's no message there, and you cannot answer how that's data loss. That is simply data loss. That's what it is. This might be hard to see, but this is an exhibit J, I believe. No. It's in any event. Look at the middle. Those numbers are going in order. That's what Chris Lyon meant when he said, I know how to read a database. I have training in a database, because you can also use your common sense to interpret information. Those numbers are in order. Otherwise, I guess it's just a coincidence that all those numbers are in order. And obviously, above the blue line, we have a gap in the numbers because there's a gap in time. And there are other messages in between that time that don't get retrieved. The state asked Chris Lyon, and Chris Lyon, I think, volunteered, that basically the phone, the data gets retrieved off the phone. And then what happens is we use this software to be able to review the data on the phone. Because otherwise you have a bunch of raw data. And Chris Lyon said he did not compare this information on the software to the raw data. That's what he means when he says he didn't test it. I could be wrong. I never heard Tiffany Lord say she tested the phone raw data against the information she was providing to either. Coming up here and saying it's impossible and sounding confident doing it doesn't mean you're right. We heard from Carmen Earhart and Kirsty Shetta. They never saw Karina be physically violent to Ryan. I think it was Carmen who testified about Karina leaving some groups, kind of a tangential point, but we did hear from Holly Witt that she was still in this group that Carmen is describing. You can also surmise that you could confirm that that is true, because on defendant's exhibit with the Snapchat picture, you see somebody talking about being in Dallas. And who do we know is in Dallas? The state also talks about how everybody is like covering their location and everything and taking all these efforts to conceal a crime. We have lots of data points for Karina's geolocation from Snapchat. We only have a couple for Huston. I submit to you that that's because her location is on. People come and testify now after the fact with this information, and they're looking at Karina and her behavior through a different lens. They were her friends. And it's easy to look back sometimes and be like, gosh, this must have meant that, gosh, this must have meant that. That's just you trying to answer questions in your own head. I say the same of Teresa McBride and Brian Morrison, because Teresa McBride even testified to it, that she has gone back over time and tried to figure out what she missed. And that's why we have, you know, them coming years later and telling the police one time in either 2018 or 2020, she said she would shoot him in the face. She had testified at her deposition. She was asked about that the behavior she saw between Ryan and Karina was nothing outside the norm of what couples do. She testified before you that Karina is probably just harsher than Teresa may be, but it wasn't something that appeared to give her much concern at the time. It's clear that both Teresa and Brian did love both these people. We heard some talk from Brian about statements about documents. Unclear what that was necessarily about from the testimony, but it certainly was nothing like, if something happens to me, look to Karina. It could have been just a reasonable discussion between two friends. I mean, it's reasonable to think somebody would tell their friends where their stuff is in case of an accident or something. Brad Rund and Jeff Gudenkauf gave us some information. Brad said she overdrafted, and she did overdraft a lot. Jeff Gudenkauf, he showed us the policies. They were gotten in, I believe, 2013. And didn't hear any evidence that at any point Ryan Cooper attempted to change the beneficiary. Ken Martin, he was on the stand for quite a while. He had a lot to say, and we learned a lot about blood spatter. And he agrees that Fangman's video is important because that's the closest we're going to get to the pristine scene, okay? What's also important in that is you can see, and I think there was a screenshot provided of it, you can see that Karina is on top of Ryan. The state has continuously argued that she's rubbing her face all over him. That's not apparent to be the case on any of these videos. That is suggestion by the state. Ken Martin described it more as she was on him embracing him. What is noteworthy is that she has no blood on her legs or her feet. The way that Ken Martin testified would suggest that if she was nearby when Ryan gets shot, she's going to have spatter on her. If she's hanging around looking for shell casings, she's going to have spatter on her. That blood spatter went everywhere. And he said that the blood spatter in the pool could have formed very quickly. The state wants to say it was some time. It's unclear what timeline they want to have here, because making it sound like the murder must have happened at 4:23 because that's when she's up and around. But then what takes Huston 50 minutes to get there? In any event, what we know from Ken Martin is that blood can pool the way that we see here, either very quickly or very slowly. It can dry either very quickly or very slowly, depending on all the environmental factors and air and humidity. Based on his testimony, it appears to be possible that Huston would have time to come in, shoot Ryan twice in the face, get blood spatter on his shoe, leave his shoe print as exiting the front door. Everybody agrees that's Huston's footprint. It's his shoe print. I apologize. It's his shoe print in that house. That's Huston's. The footprint, the bare footprints, we can't match because of insufficient quality of the photographs. So we don't know whether those are Kate's footprints. Ken Martin also testified, we understand that Ryan would have been in one position for what I'll call the first pool to form, and then he had to have been shifted. But he also testified that can be involuntarily done by Ryan's own self. This is a picture of Karina that was taken by law enforcement, and you can see you have them in your evidence. There's no blood on her, aside from where she had contact with Ryan by being on his lap. We know that Huston must have probably had blood on him because he's got it on his shoes. And enough that there were also droplets on the steps. So there was enough blood on him that not only is he leaving a shoe print, he's leaving drops. Running through the remaining witnesses that we have and what we learned that Huston attempted to give the police the wrong gun in 2023. We know that the police find shoes matching the bloody shoe prints at the scene at Huston Danker's house. And we know Huston had the murder weapon. So as in the opening, Huston Danker did this, and we know it. Special Agent Holly Witt. She does a lot of work with the cell phone tower data. We know that Huston is driving by Karina's house while Karina's not even there. We know that he's lingering around her house for a span of minutes. We have nothing to suggest that they saw each other. There's perhaps been some confusion about whether both of them have Snapchat activity happening while he's near her house. We submit to you that the slide showed that Karina had Snapchat activity, or at least geolocations updating at that time. But Huston did not. Huston's only data points were at his house, and I believe there were only a couple of them for his geolocation updating. So what is he doing lingering around this house? He could be planning his attack. He could be checking whether a door is unlocked. Also, begs the question, was he stalking her house other days? Was this a regular occurrence? Holly Witt would be able to figure that out. We heard from Karina. You are going to have to decide her credibility. She got up here and she sat and she told you what happened. She sat through the state rubbing her nose in what she had said. She did it. She told you what she knows. And she would submit to you, she attempted to do her very best to, if she said something wrong, make a correction and correct herself. Her testimony does make sense. She does give information to the police. Not all of the information, but she does give them information. She tried to get to the gun safe because somebody was possibly there. An officer was able to open it with his thumbprint. I don't know how that happened either, I guess, how his thumbprint is able to do it, but it's unclear how the state is taking the position that she's saying things that only help her, but also saying that she's only saying things that don't make sense. Her testimony was also that she sees this clotting after the 911 call. But she's older. She couldn't have been manipulated by Huston because she's older. That's a very bare bones way to look at something, but it's certainly not impossible that a younger man could engage in this emotional affair with Karina and be participating in the way that we are submitting to you. Nobody's claiming Huston is a genius, but we are saying he's manipulative. People Huston's age commit crimes all the time, even very serious ones, without the aid of an older person. Well, she got upset on cross. It's a tough spot to be. It's a tough spot to be, being dragged through every single thing that you said, having bits and pieces of your phone information displayed for everyone to see, and you just being dragged through it over and over. But she lied for so long. She told us why. She felt like Huston was possibly setting her up. She felt like people were accusing her. She was scared nobody would believe her. It was wrong and not helpful to lie for so long. But she explained it to you. But the Snapchats. Again, it's incomplete information. It's obviously incomplete information, and that means data loss. Phone dumps are not gospel. There's a jump in the message ID sequence. It's meant to use your common sense about what that could indicate. Tiffany Lord is so sure about how this biome works at 421, but again, there's no message, and she doesn't have an explanation for that. It seems like Tiffany Lord is able to explain things when they're helpful for the state, but doesn't understand them when they could be helpful to the defense. We don't have any Snapchat saying, please kill my husband. We don't have any Snapchat saying, please be quiet when you kill him. We don't have any Snapchats that the state seems to think she's busy making sure everybody is subdued. That she says, okay, he's asleep, everybody's asleep, time to come over. And then by the apparent timeline the state is establishing today, show up 50 minutes later, and we're still going to know that everybody's asleep. The state says that this had to have taken place at home with the children present because it would be weird if the kids.
Okay, I'm going to pause this and I'm going to ask, just because we need a break from some of this sometimes. I have Donna Adelson. So when they go back for verdict watch, we will continue on with this and we will watch the Donald Adelson hearing, just so you know.
We're just not home that night. Sure. Why does it have to take place at home? If you want to kill your husband, there's a lot of places you could do it. It wouldn't involve putting your children through this. Also, if you plan to shoot your husband with your children home, you have to expect they could wake up. If you have kids, you know they wake up sometimes. I don't know what subdued means when the state says that, but there's certainly been no suggestion that anybody was drugged here. No testimony of that. And instruction number 10, that is about how you can use statements of Karina. You can use her statements that she made earlier, you can use the statements that she made here, and you can use them to decide if you believe her. You can disregard all of her testimony if you want to, but you don't have to. And the instruction says, do not disregard Karina Cooper's testimony if other evidence supports it, or if you believe it for any other reason. She got up here and she said that she was scared of Huston. And the state has tried to mishmash the timeline there. She wasn't scared of Huston until he actually killed her husband. She's still engaging in this ridiculous online emotional affair fantasy world until he actually does it and kills her husband. Then she's scared. And is that a ridiculous notion? Perhaps to some of you. But it was real to her. And she was scared. Whether it's because she thought that he was going to harm her, or whether it's because she thought she'd go down with this ship. Do not disregard her testimony if you believe it for any reason. Huston Danker. There's a wealth of evidence against Huston Danker being responsible. Huston Danker, we're going to say he's only so old, then he's probably reckless in his planning. He doesn't care if there's going to be a confrontation. He had made all these types of statements before. Why does he choose this night to do it? Nobody knows. He didn't testify. We know he's slinking around the house. We know he's familiar with the house. Cade told us Huston had come over and sat on the patio and drank. It's not like he needs a guide through the house. Presumably, Karina would have told Huston at some point that Ryan sleeps in the recliner chair, since there are messages of them fighting about Karina spending time with her own husband. Karina told you that they had been arguing earlier in the night. That could explain why this guy is driving by and slinking around, and it's because he's nuts. He was, up until the time he actually killed her husband, just a blowhard. Known for being a blowhard. Telling tall tales might have been the words used. So when he is frequently saying to Karina, hey, by the way, I forget what her example was. There might be a bomb in the vehicle or something like that. Or, by the way, when I shoot him, make sure you pick up the shell casings on previous occasions in the past, and then nothing happens. She doesn't think anything is going to happen this time either. And when it does, then it's real. We talked about in jury selection, presuming somebody innocent, and that we're required to do so. We're required to look at things different in a courtroom than we might look at them every day or in our everyday lives. She is presumed innocent unless and until the state proves her guilty with evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. And it doesn't matter that she's sitting at this table with me. It doesn't matter that she was arrested. What matters is the evidence. Beyond a reasonable doubt, you have an instruction explaining that to you as well. Like we talked about in jury selection, it is not a gut feeling. It is not a snap judgment. It is not even, I'm pretty sure. Benjamin Franklin said, it is better that 100 guilty persons should escape than one innocent person should suffer. And that's what we mean when we say beyond a reasonable doubt. We want jurors to be firmly convinced of somebody's guilt before they make that decision. If there's any part of you that is feeling doubt, reasonable doubt, don't convict her. Even if you're pretty sure, because that's not firmly convinced. Aiding and abetting. State's case is just words. There's no proof that she lifted a finger to help Huston. The state makes assertions about the things that she probably or could have done to help Huston, but there is no affirmative evidence of that. We do not convict people of the most gravest of crimes based on thoughts or words. It doesn't matter if she sometimes had made statements about wanting a rogue semi-accident, which I would point out, Tiffany Lord conveniently leaves out of her Snapchat or her PowerPoint, the very next statement being, I have dark and twisted minds sometimes, divorce me. Cherry picking evidence is misleading. And it's okay if you think you wanted to see all of it. You weren't given all of it. Huston Danker on this evening went rogue, and he actually did it. The aiding and abetting instruction tells you that her mere knowledge of the crime is not enough. The fact that she knew, or had every reason to believe he actually went through with it this time, and didn't tell the police that doesn't make her guilty. The bottom line here is that no one ran off into the mountains. Karina did not blow through the insurance money. We can sit there and quibble over how much she spent on this and how much she spent on that. It had been a couple of years. She's not making any income from her job. She's got 3 children that she's paying for, presumably rent places. You're going to go through some money. Nobody testified that she went and got a designer bag or took a lavish trip or started attending the spa every couple weeks. Nobody said that. Nobody testified to any indication of a continued relationship between Karina and Huston. So if this was their grand plan, to kill Ryan, get him out of the way, and ride off into the sunset, why does it end? It ends because it became real and he actually killed her husband. Karina doesn't have blood on her legs and feet she would have had to have. No one has testified or even hinted at the fact that she was a bad mother. I submit to you that is important because no mother would do this with their children home. No good mother. There were 100 other ways that this could have gone down if it was planned and meant to happen by Karina Cooper. She never would have done that with her children home. She never would have put them in a situation where her son is slipping in his dad's blood. She never. And nobody has said that she would have. She did not have any specific intent to kill her husband. She did engage in reckless behavior and talking to Huston and not cutting it off and having all these conversations. It was reckless. But she didn't have any intent to kill him or for him to actually wind up dead. She wasn't even actually going to leave him. She's getting attention from some knucklehead on Snapchat, and she likes it. And she's living in a fantasy and a dream world until he does it. This decision you're about to make is a decision like no other.
Judge, I'm going to object. May we approach? You may.
This is a decision like no other that you will make. When you buy a car, for example, you decide you don't like the car, you can sell it. Even the decision to get married, the decision to do lots of things in your life can be changed down the road. The decision of whether or not the state has proven somebody guilty of murder with evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, you cannot take back. So you better be sure. please carefully consider all of the evidence that you heard in this case. I know we've heard the word Snapchat about 5,000 times, but there's a bigger picture here, and there is a woman sitting here accused of killing her husband. She didn't do it. She wouldn't do that. She would not do that to her children. She may be an idiot in her relationship with Huston, but she didn't participate in the murder of her husband. Please think it through. Find her not guilty. Thank you.
Mr. Engel, rebuttal?
Thank you, Judge.
No, we want Mr. Kodiaga. Somebody tell him no. Somebody tell the judge no. No, let me find my mic. Somebody tell that judge no. We want Mr. Kodiaga because he's got emotions. No. Dang it.
Yes, let's think it through. There's no evidence that their grand plan came to fruition. Nobody rode off into the sunset. That's supposed to be evidence that Karina didn't participate in the murder. Actually, quite the opposite. Why? Why didn't they ride off into the sunset together? Because people figured this out pretty quickly. They thought they were smarter than everyone. They thought people wouldn't figure it out. They even worked out stories ahead of time if they were questioned. Because they did it together. Let's think it through. Day after the murder, only hours later, Karina Cooper is interviewed. Probably a bit of a surprise to her. Ryan Herman leans forward and says, "What can you tell me about your relationship with Huston?" Didn't anticipate that. Thought they did a better job. Figured out pretty quickly, maybe he has something to do with it. She's surprised and shocked. Danker? And then, later that day, Huston Danker, 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, is brought in for an interview with Agent Trent Bilodeau. What's interesting about those interviews, either of them could have said anything about their relationship with one another. How do we know they're working together? They said the exact same things. Watch the videos. Said the exact same things. Why? Because they planned this. They both said they were friends. Tell me about your relationship with Huston. Danker? He's my friend. Huston Danker. I'm like her gay best friend. They agreed, we'll go with friends. How do you know him? She cut my hair. Karina says, I cut his hair. Huston says, she cut my hair. What else do they say? Oh, we're friends on Snapchat. But just like nothing inappropriate ever. They both say that. Admitting to things that, based on their research, they know probably will be figured out. Now they think they've done a good job of deleting everything. They certainly think they've done a good job of deleting the most incriminating snaps. 2,400 messages recovered on Karina's phone, Snapchats. 61 of them deleted. Those 61 include the night of the murder. So, they also came up with a story. Because they know that people in the community have suspected that they're having an affair. So they both told the police the exact same story. They could have said anything. They said the exact same thing because they're working together. What did Karina say? I babysat his kids, so his truck was in my driveway. So people assumed we were fooling around this stupid town and their rumors. What did Huston say? She babysat my kids. And so my truck was in her driveway. People assumed I was having sex with her. Nothing like that ever happened. They told the exact same story. They told the exact same story because they're working together. They could have said anything. So they didn't run off to the mountains together because the police were onto them very quickly. And a lot of what they did was pretty stupid and pretty easily discovered. But they were at least smart enough to stop communicating via Snapchat or in other ways that they could be detected after the murder. Is it a surprise that they decided to cool it? Having committed a murder together, that they finally figured out, oh wow, these investigators know a lot of stuff. And they know it really quickly. Maybe we're not as smart as we think we are. Maybe we should stop. It's not surprising. It's actually evidence. What they said and what they did, that they were working together, and the fact that they stopped communicating is further evidence of their guilt. Defense talked to you about the concept of cherry-picked evidence, and they said, you didn't see everything. Defense has access to all the evidence. They can show you whatever they want. And they're trying to claim that the state is somehow hiding something. Nothing to stop them from showing it to you. They didn't show you anything because there isn't anything. We heard a lot of information about Huston Danker and his threats and the fantasy world that Karina was living in, her fun fantasy as any mother of three would have, happily married, where, you just talk online with your affair partner about murdering your husband. It's a fantasy world. It's just fun. Makes no sense. It's ridiculous. It's not a fantasy, it's real. She knows it's real. She told you, Karina, when she came up and testified, she's in a tough spot. Yeah, she's in a tough spot because she murdered her husband and she got caught. So yeah, it's tough to sit up there and try to talk around all the evidence. And that's why so much of what she said was completely inconsistent and insulting. It makes no sense. Defense talked to you about the fact that, Karina was so scared, there's the threats, she's worried about being set up. They told you, don't disregard Karina's testimony if it's supported by other evidence. Where's the evidence? There isn't any. They have access to everything. Karina's had a phone, presumably, throughout this entire period of time that she's being threatened. She told you, he's threatening me, he's threatening my friends. She's afraid. I'm afraid. But no one will believe me. if I talked to the police about what happened? Okay, that's true. Screenshot? Save any of those messages? Save any evidence? There's nothing to stop her from doing it. Nothing to stop defense from presenting it to you. There's none of that because it's not real. Because it didn't happen. That's the fantasy. That she was somehow subject to these threats and manipulation. Read the Snapchats. Any threats? Any manipulation? No. It's, I hate Ryan. I hope he dies. Who's saying that? Houston? Is Houston the one that's saying that he hates Ryan, wants him to die? It was Karina. Look at the messages. It's Karina. Karina's friends. Karina made death threats. Karina Cooper said, I'll shoot you in the face. Look at the messages. Is it Houston? It's Karina. Talked again about ransom. I told you, and the evidence supports the fact, that when that dog is around Karina, he's completely subdued. Defense just told you. Look at the video. He's laying down, he's completely subdued. No reason to believe that that dog is scary at all. Unfortunately, Karina, talking to Ryan Herman, said he's very protective. And she explained how and why. So Karina's words. Defense is trying to convince you that Karina was not looking for shell casings because there was a vent nearby. Much like all the other coincidences that apparently occurred on the night of the murder that just sort of look bad for Karina. Apparently, one of those shell casings just happened to maybe possibly land exactly parallel with the slats in the vent that was covered at the time of the murder and somehow fell through there. We've heard no testimony that they actually fit through there. This is something that the defense is telling you. There's no evidence to support it. Defense talked to you about the fact that they didn't find a lot of stuff in Karina's search history, so therefore she didn't do anything. It just means she did a better job of deleting her stuff than Houston did. Defense pointed out the fact that, hey, there were some other gaps in her search history. Yeah, 2 weeks here and there. But the gap that Tiffany Lord referenced, again, just one of those coincidences. She told you, Karina told you, hey, something about, when asked about private browsers, I don't know how they work. I don't really get it. She doesn't really understand. But 5-month gap in her search history. 5 months. The 5 months that she was planning this murder. Right up to the murder. There's no other 5-month gap in evidence. It's another one of those coincidences. Of course, there's an easier explanation, which is the fact that she was planning a murder, the murder of her husband, with Huston Danker. That's what was really happening. Defense also talked to you about the fact that Karina's location information was on. So, yeah, she's not trying to hide anything. They did the research. Again, they knew a little bit. What difference does it make to her when her part of the murder is to be at the scene if her location data is on? In fact, wouldn't that provide a convenient alibi? I'm home. I'm just home. I wasn't doing anything. Of course. Who cares? Karina knows that doesn't matter. Why does it matter if her location data is on? It doesn't. It's just going to show she's at her house, which she was, participating in the murder. Defense is telling you these things as though they're important. They don't change anything, they don't mean anything. We're going to talk about the blood. I've had a lot of conversation about fantasy, dreams. We're going to talk about reality. We're going to talk about the forensic evidence. We've heard enough about the snaps. You guys know what they say. Let's talk about the forensic evidence. Let's talk about what Ken Martin said. Defense talked to you about Karina and the fact she didn't have any blood on her. Well, who controlled the scene? Karina did. How long was Karina up and around and awake? Quite a while. When did the murder happen? The state never said, and there's no evidence to say necessarily, as defense said, it had to happen 50 minutes later. That'd be consistent with one of the timelines that Karina gave. We saw Huston Danker's test drives, how long he could get back and forth between his house and the Cooper residence, so that they could figure out how much time they needed to delay things, so he could get home and open his fake snap message that she sent, because they think that'll trigger location data helpful to them. Send me something so I can open it when I get home. Deal? Deal. That's what they're doing. He's checking out how long it takes to get home. They're trying to manipulate location data. Karina controls the scene. They said Karina had no blood on her. They said, look at the pictures. Let's talk about it.
You want the screen?
Yeah. All right. There's no evidence Karina's looking for shell casings. Let's start there. Let's talk about the physical evidence. There's enough evidence in the snaps for you to convict Karina Cooper of murder in the first degree. You can ignore all of it. Let's just take a look at the scene. Was she involved? We already talked about the ridiculous notion that Huston Danker came over with a .22 rifle, sneaking through the house. And just as a side note, defense thinks it's important to point out, hey, that hallway there's a little bit wider. Watch the body cam. Doesn't matter if it's a room or a hallway. You can see on the body cam, there's two doors, there's Cades, there's a dog. You guys get it. Karina was looking for shell casings. Remember those casings. It's her job. Remember those. No ifs, ands, or buts. Phone manipulation, phone's going down. I love you too so much. What do we see here? Thangman's body cam video. What is on the arm of Ryan's recliner? It's Karina Cooper's cell phone. We heard that. The flashlight is on. Why is the flashlight on? Because she's looking for shell casings. That's why. She found one. She didn't find the other. There's things you learn when you kill somebody she didn't know before. One of the things that you learn, that scientists know, that detectives know, that investigators know, it's not like TV. You don't shoot somebody and they just lay gently back in their chair. It is chaotic. It is messy. And as smart as they thought they were, that didn't occur to them. They shoot Ryan. The plan was for Huston to get out of there as fast as possible out that door, which is exactly what happened. Karina's job is to find shell casings. Problem. It's chaotic as hell. She uses her cell phone flashlight to search around. She finds one, she doesn't find the other. It's on the other side of the blood pool. It's by the base of the door. She didn't see it. So there's a lot going on. That's why her flashlight's on. That's what she's doing. She's looking for shell casings. That's her job. Remember those shell casings. Remember those. Karina was present when Ryan was shot. How do we know that? Karina testified that she shook Ryan's foot. Heard her say that. She said it when she talked to Agent Herman. She said it on the stand yesterday. Ken Martin, blood swipe pattern, Ryan's right foot. Why does she have blood on her hand before she climbs on top of him? I ran out and I saw him. She says eventually she climbs on top of him and then she got blood on her. So he blood on his foot, a swipe pattern. How'd that happen? Because she already had blood on her hands. Further evidence that Karina was present when Ryan was shot. You remember the blood pools. We're going to talk about what Ken Martin said. There's 2 of them. Why? The body was in 2 different positions. Blood pool number 1, which is the one that Cade slipped in. This is the pool that formed first. It is a drip pattern with satellite stains. What does that mean? It means after Ryan was shot in the face twice by Karina Cooper and Huston Danker, his body fell to the left. His arms were at his sides. Blood is streaming out of his face. That blood is dripping into a pool, causing splashing, which Ken Martin calls satellite stains. You see those satellite stains all around that blood pool. Blood pool number 1. Ryan's face dripping down into the blood pool for a fixed period of time, because eventually he stops bleeding into that pool when his body returns to an upright position, sitting in the recliner. There are no splashes or satellite stains associated with blood pool number 2, which you see at the base of the recliner. There were flow patterns that came straight down from Ryan Cooper into that pool that you can see right next to the recliner. 2 separate blood pools. That serves as a timing mechanism. That tells us a lot. That tells us that Karina Cooper was present when Ryan Cooper was shot. You already know this. You know this from the other evidence that's been presented. Let's start with Cade's footprints. We'll just get that eliminated right away. These are the slip patterns from Cade slipping in the blood. Were those slip patterns created before Ryan was in the upright position or after? After. How do we know? Because Ryan is no longer feeding that blood pool with splashes from his face. That's why the floor is visible. That's why it's not filled in. If he was still bleeding into that blood pool, you would not see the floor. It would be filled in. Or you would see satellite stains in that slip. Those little splashes with the tails. There aren't any. So when Cade slipped in the blood, Ryan was sitting upright.
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Another objection. Yeah. You're right, K-Swan. Maybe she did one shot and Danker did the other one. And, Denise is right. She may have aided and abetted, but not guilty on first-degree murder. Yeah, I don't know what they objected for. I don't know what they objected for. That's interesting.
Thank you, Judge. Keep in mind what I referred to as blood pool number 2 at the base of the recliner. That comes from a flow pattern. There are not satellite stains or splashes associated with it because the blood flowed straight down. It was not over a surface and suspended with dripping. So you won't see those splashes based on that. What do we see here? Remember what Ken Martin told you. Remember the timing. Just told you those splashes give us a timing mechanism because we have 2 separate body positions. What do we see in this image? You think they did it together? If you look at the bottom, the green triangle, Huston Danker's footwear impression. If you look at the blue rectangle, Huston Danker's footwear impression. Right there with it, what the state submits is Karina Cooper's footprint. You think they did it together? What do we know about when this footprint was formed? What do we know about when the footwear impression was formed? What did Ken Martin tell you? You can see the satellite stains. You can see the splashes. No voids or impressions in the blood pool. You can see the voids from Cade's. He said that means that those footprints and footwear impressions were formed almost immediately after the shots. That blood that formed those 2 footwear impressions, footprint and the footwear impression, that blood came from the pool with the satellite stains. Blood pool number 1. That means those were formed when Ryan Cooper's body was in position number 1, off to the left, filling the blood pool with blood from his face. The voids that would have been created by those have been filled in by the continued dripping. And you can see satellite stains because the dripping was still occurring. It's not Cade's footprint. You can see Cade's footprint. It's slipped in the blood. It left a void. It left a void because the dripping was over. Ryan's body was upright, forming blood pool number 2. The blood that made these came from his face when he was leaned to the left. It's not Cade's, it's Karina's. What else did he say? No evidence of him outside the door. They shot Ryan. Huston's leading. Karina goes to the door with him, sees him off, and then closes the door. We know about the position of the door. Once again, when you kill someone, you learn things that you didn't know before. The blood tells the story. Ryan's shot. Ryan's leaning to the left. They head to the door together. Huston's got the gun. That's part of the plan. They don't know this. But when the door was closed, there's something called high-velocity blood spatter that hit the door. And someone like Ken Martin, who's a scientist, can tell you that's from a gunshot. So we know the door was closed at the time of the gunshot. Karina didn't know you could figure that stuff out. She doesn't know how blood works. They thought they had the perfect plan. She doesn't know about drip patterns. She doesn't know about satellite stains. She doesn't know that Ken Martin and science can tell you that her footprint and Huston's footwear impression were in the swing area of that door while Ryan's body was still to the left before his body returned to the upright position, but it can. We've heard a lot about Snapchat messages, data loss, fantasy worlds. This is reality. This is science. Reality says Karina walked over to that door before Ryan's body returned to the upright position with Huston Danker. The door was shut during the shooting, opened it. Ryan's face is still dripping, creating satellite stains. How do we know that? Remember that picture of the door? Remember the edge of that door? Splashes of blood, because the door is hanging open while Ryan is hanging to the left, dripping blood from his face. Then she closes the door, and there's more satellite stains on the front of that door from the drip of blood from his face over and over and over again. She's there. She's absolutely there. Science says she's there. The fantasy world stuff, the snaps, it doesn't matter. She's guilty based on this alone. But there's more. Did she pull the trigger or did she not? You don't have to find that she did. She clearly aided and abetted in this crime. The evidence shows she shot Ryan Cooper in the face. How do we know that? Ken Martin showed you this video. 22 caliber bullet, right? Into a bloody sponge. That's called backspatter. See all the blood coming back towards the shooter? It's things you learn when you kill somebody you didn't know before. Karina Cooper is concealing backspatter. Now, defense wanted to tell you, hey, she didn't have any blood on her. We're going to talk about that. Let's think about, as defense wanted you to think this through. So let's think it through. What did Dr. Kelly Cruz tell you about the path of the wounds in this case? Into Ryan's face, to his brain, upward. Upward. The path of travel of the bullets was upward. Why does that matter? Well, Ryan was sitting in a recliner. If Karina and Huston shot him while standing over him, like this, the travel of the bullets would not have been upward from his cheek into his brain. They would have been downward. What does that tell us? That instead, when Karina Cooper shot him, she was kneeling, sighting the weapon, like this. Ryan's here in the chair. She's like this. Most of her body is not exposed to the backside. She shoots him in the face. The bullets travel upward into his brain from this angle. What spatter is she going to get on her? Her forehead, her face. The majority of her body is covered and concealed. did Ken Martin tell you? Shot number 2. More backspatter than number 1. Because after shot number 1, a pool of blood forms. Shot number 2 is into that pool of blood on Ryan's face, an explosion of blood. Karina controls the scene. You saw the picture after she had the blood cleaned off from her. We had testimony that there was assistance in cleaning the blood off from her. That backspatter hits her face, and more importantly, it hits her hair. There's things you learn when you kill somebody. She's got a problem. She has blood on her face and in her hair. She can wipe her face. She can change her shirt before the police get there. It's somewhat pretty suspicious if she takes a shower to clean her hair. Doesn't make any sense. She can't do that. So what does she do? What else could possibly explain what she's doing? She jumps on Ryan. She puts her face, forehead, hair into the blood coming from Ryan's face. Why is her face on the left side where the bullet holes are? Because she's concealing evidence. She's concealing evidence of backspatter that she received when she crouched down and shot Ryan Cooper in the face. There she is, after getting off Ryan Cooper. Why? Why would you sit on your dead husband who had just been shot and rub your face all over his face, directly over the wounds, soaking your face and hair with his blood? Because you shot him and you're covered in backspatter, which you did not anticipate, so you had to come up with a pretty quick plan. This was what she came up with. She's guilty, beyond a reasonable doubt. Another thing to consider. Yesterday, on the stand, Karina didn't have any trouble pushing back against things that she felt weren't true, correcting Mr. Kodiaga, or as defense said, trying to be accurate. Did you catch what she said yesterday during her testimony? Mr. Kodiaga, Ryan was sleeping when he was shot? The medical examiner never testified to that. Ken Martin didn't testify to that. Ken Martin said he was shot while he was in his recliner chair. That's how he put it. Nobody testified that Ryan was sleeping when he was shot. No testimony to that at all. Ryan was sleeping when he was shot? Karina says, yes. How does she know that? Wouldn't the answer be, I don't know? She said yes. Because she shot him. She's guilty of murder in the first degree, beyond a reasonable doubt. The science shows that she is. She's guilty because she shot him. She also aided and abetted in the murder with all of the necessary requisite intent. The snaps establish that. Her own statements establish that. The science establishes that. She's guilty. We're asking that you find her guilty. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes concludes closing arguments. What we're going to do now is I'm going to finish with the last few of the remaining jury instructions. So if you want to follow along, you can. We're going to pick up at number 27. Instruction number 27, nothing I have said or done during the trial was intended to give any opinion as to the facts, proof, or what your verdict should be. Instruction number 28, the duty of the jury is to determine if Karina Cooper is guilty or not guilty. In the event of a guilty verdict, you have nothing to do with punishment. Instruction number 29, during the trial, you've been allowed to take notes. You may take these with you to the jury room to use in your deliberations. Remember, these are notes and not evidence. Generally, they reflect the recollection or impressions of the evidence as viewed by the person taking them. It may be inaccurate or incomplete. Upon reaching a verdict, leave the notes in the jury room and they will be destroyed. Instruction number 30. Exhibits have been admitted into evidence and are to be considered along with all the other evidence to assist you in reaching your verdict. You are not to tamper with the exhibits or their contents, and each exhibit should be returned into court along with your verdict in the same condition as it was when received by you. Instruction number 31. You may not communicate about this case before reaching your verdict. This includes via cell phone and electronic media such as text messages, email, electronic messaging applications, and any other social media platform, including but not limited to Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, Snapchat, and any other social media applications you may use. Do not do any research or make any investigation about this case on your own. Do not visit or view any place discussed in this case, and do not use internet or application-based maps or programs or any other application, program, or device to search for or view any place discussed in the testimony. Also, do not research any information about this case, the law, or the people involved, including the parties, the witnesses, the lawyers, or myself. This includes using the internet to research events or people referenced in the trial. This case will be tried on evidence presented in the courtroom. If you conduct independent research, you'll be relying on matters not presented in court. The parties have a right to have this case decided on the evidence they know about and that has been introduced here in court. If you do some research or investigation or experiment that we do not know about, then your verdict may be influenced by inaccurate, incomplete, or misleading information that has not been tested by the trial process, including the oath to tell the truth, and by cross-examination. All of the parties are entitled to a fair trial rendered by an impartial jury, and you must conduct yourself so as to maintain the integrity of the trial process. If you decide a case based on information not presented in court, you will deny the parties a fair trial in accordance with the rules of this state, and you will have done an injustice. It is very important that you abide by these rules. Failure to follow these instructions may result in the case having to be retried, and could result in you being held in contempt and punished. Instruction number 32. When you begin your deliberations, you should select a foreperson. He or she shall see that your deliberations are carried on in an orderly manner, that the issues are fully and freely discussed, and that every juror is given an opportunity to express his or her views. In order to return a verdict, each juror must agree to it. Your verdict must be unanimous. Where two or more alternative theories are presented, or where two or more facts would produce the same result, the law does not require each juror to agree as to which theory or facts leads to his or her verdict. It is the verdict itself which must be unanimous, not the theory or facts upon which it is based. It is your duty as jurors to consult with one another and reach an agreement, if you can do so without compromising your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with the other jurors. During your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your view and change your opinion if convinced it is wrong. But do not change your opinion as to the weight or effect of the evidence just because it is the opinion of the other jurors or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. Remember, you are not partisans or advocates. You are judges of the facts. Your sole duty is to find the truth and do justice. Occasionally, after a jury retires to the jury room, the members have questions. I have prepared the final instructions only after carefully considering the evidence presented in the case with the lawyers. I have tried to use language which is generally understandable. Usually, your questions about the instructions can be answered if you carefully reread them. If, however, you feel it necessary to ask a question about the instructions, you must do so in writing. I cannot communicate with you without first discussing your questions and the potential answer with the lawyers. The court attendant who works with you in this case from now on is in the same position as I am. She will take an oath not to communicate with you about your deliberations. She has not spoken to you during the trial except about the mechanics of being a juror, and she will not speak to you when you have retired to deliberate, except to ask you if you have agreed upon a verdict and to manage the logistics of your service. Please do not place the court attendant on the spot by asking any questions about the instructions or the evidence. Jurors like to know how long each day they will deliberate and whether they will be sequestered. How long you deliberate any day between the hours of approximately 8:15 and 4:30 p.m. is up to you. You will not be sequestered. That is, you will be free to go home each evening if you deliberate more than one day. You will stay together during the day, including meals. Finally, if you need to notify anyone about the time you will be there, please notify the court attendant and we will make a phone available for you. Also, if you need confirmation of your attendance to keep peace with your employer, the clerk's office will provide you with the appropriate documents. All right, lastly, instruction number 33. Forms of verdict have been prepared for you and attached to these instructions. Your foreperson and each fellow juror will sign the form of verdict which accords with your findings. When you have agreed upon a verdict and the foreman or forewoman has signed the verdict form, please notify the court attendant. And that's it for the jury instructions. So, ladies and gentlemen, what you have then are just copies. Once you return to the jury room, we will get you the original. It has a little yellow tab with a verdict at the back. So that's the verdict that you would complete once you have reached a verdict. We will also, may take a few minutes, but we will assemble all the exhibits and get those to you as well. I did discuss with counsel. We are not going to send the firearm that's been admitted into evidence back to the jury room. If the jury would like to view the firearm at some point during its deliberations, you would need to let the court attendant know, and we will make arrangements for you to do that. So just would need to let the court attendant know. All right. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is I'm going to select two alternates at random by drawing. When I select those alternates, I'm going to refer to you by number, by seat, starting at 1 up at the top left, going across to 6, starting at 7, going across to 14, and then 15 and 16. Excuse me. Yeah, 15. All right. Oh, yeah, I'm right. 13 and 14 at the bottom. Sorry. Math has never been my strong suit. Once you've been excused, then the two people who are selected as alternates are excused. You're free to go. You're no longer subject to any admonition in this case that has been given previously. I would ask that you leave your telephone number with Ms. Davis. I will, once a verdict has come in, I will call the two alternates, let them know what the verdict was, and depending on what questions they may have, may be able to answer some of those questions. So with that, Ms. Davis, over here. Sure, this will all go digital at some point, but all right. So the first alternate is number 2. And the second alternate is number 10. So the two of you are free to go at this point. Leave your notes and we will destroy those as well. And again, if you want to leave your phone number with Ms. Davis, I'll give you a call once this matter has been finalized. Yep, you're free to go. Yep. Thank you very much for your service. And again, I'll talk to you later. All right, at this point, I need to administer an oath to Ms. Davis. Ms. Davis, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that you will not allow any communication to or from the jury during its deliberations, that you will not personally make any communication to the jurors without court order, except to ask if they have agreed on a verdict, and not to communicate to any person the state of the jury's deliberations or the verdict agreed upon before it is rendered. Please answer, I do. All right. All right. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I will leave you to Ms. Davis and begin your deliberations.
Okay, we're on verdict watch. So what we're going to do is, let's see what we're thinking in this poll over here real quick. I'm going to end it. There's only been 8 votes. It's only been 8 votes. 2 verdicts in 1 week. Is it possible? Yeah, I mean, they have like, what, 2.5 hours left of their day still. So it's possible if they come back. Yeah, I put it down as 120, so 122. Okay. My clock says 118, and I know my clock is slow here on my computer. That's why my streams are always, they never start on time, because for some reason my computer clock is off. Oh, he's coming back on. I hear him.
I believe there were 2 bench conferences. I don't know if people want to make a record on those. There was one, I believe, Mr. Ringel, you asked to approach during a slide that Ms. Watt had up, and I believe the slide on her PowerPoint presentation said a decision like no other. And anyway, you want to, I guess you objected to where that was going. Any further record you want to make on that?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. And then Ms. Watt, you had an objection during a portion of or came up and asked to approach, and were objecting to a portion of Mr. Ringel's rebuttal closing related to, I believe, Mr. Martin's testimony. And I don't know if you want to make any further record on that.
My position was that he was arguing facts that were not in evidence and that were contradictory to what his expert said.
Okay. And I did not, again, they did not appear so to me based on my recollection. They appeared to be either inferences that could be drawn or accurate based on the testimony that was given. So overruled that objection. All right. With that, is there any further record that needs to be made with respect to closings, jury instructions, or anything else at this point on the state's end?
No.
Ms. Watt?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Then I'm going to ask, once we go off the record, I'm going to ask that you each leave me with a cell phone number where I can get a hold of you if I need to get in touch with you. And then I'm going to want at least one person from each group to maybe work with Colleen here to make sure we have all of the exhibits that we need to send back to the jury on both ends. I've got, I believe, a complete list here, and you can compare that. So with that, we'll go off the record.
Okay. All right. So we're going to pivot. We have Donna Adelson's hearings. Yes, she does look very PO'd. We're going to go to Donna. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Nope. Put TCA up there on stage. Nope. Try another button, Sheila. Pick a button. Any button. You'll find one that works. Adelson. Here we go. Here we go. I found the right button, guys. Okay. Bear with me. So this is off the record. Wrong button. I know, right? We're done with that trial. They're on deliberation now. They're in my background. I will pay attention and watch. Right, Katya? It's not even you. See, I put you on stage and you're not even home. Right? Okay. Let's hit play on this Donna Adelson hearing and see what's going on with them. When I push play, I'm going to carry my phone with me and refill my coffee, because y'all know how I am with my coffee, and this thing be empty. So I'm going to take my phone and do my refill while we're listening to Donna Adelson. I love Judge Everett. Hey, Paula, welcome back. They're gone. Verdict watch, finally. Or it sounds horrible. Okay, hang on. Let me see. Let me make sure I don't call the preschool number. Let's give him a minute to talk. He might have something to say, maybe.
Adelson, 2023 CF 3226. Two motions we're here for this afternoon would be the defense's motion to compel and also the defense's motion to extend previously ordered deadlines for witnesses, exhibits, and pretrial motions in completing discovery. Part of the reason I believe we need to have a hearing on these matters as well, and I'll let you make your argument in just a moment, Mr. Zellman. Have you discussed with your client specifically as it relates to the raw data that you are seeking, specifically for Charles Adelson and herself, that this has the potential to reopening the door of the conflict?
Your Honor, I don't think that it would. It's in the same category as the emails that Your Honor authorized us to obtain in April. The raw, unredacted, unfiltered emails from our client's own account.
While they are certainly discoverable and while you have an interest in using them to prepare for, the question remains, have you discussed with your client the possibility of this reopening the door to any conflicts?
No, we have not, because I don't think that it would reopen the door.
Very well, you may make your argument.
So, Your Honor, you may recall a number of times we've been before the court and the defense, and as laid out in the motion to compel, we have been asking for the raw, unredacted downloads of the emails, and we were repeatedly told that that had been provided to us. When we were able to retain an independent forensic data expert and provided them with the materials that we had been provided, we were informed that those are not the raw forensic extractions. And I was asked to obtain the raw forensic extractions. And in the motion to compel, I actually cut and paste the expert's explanation. I'm not going to try to paraphrase it. It's an explanation that he provided as to why it is his recommendation that we obtain the raw forensic extractions. That's what I did. I've requested that. It's taken, we're now at a month since I made that further request, and I believe that we're entitled to that. I think the rule provides that, and our intent in part is to verify the cell brights that the state has prepared. The only way to do that, according to our expert, is to obtain the raw extractions from the state. And that's why we're asking for that, Your Honor.
Ms. Kappelman, you may respond.
No objection, Your Honor. I would just ask that whatever reports are generated by their expert as a result of that data being re-cell-brighted be provided to my office in a timely manner, because I'm advised, based on the version of the program and type of program they use to produce a report to verify our report, there could be some small differences involved. So I would like to not be surprised with that at trial.
Well, as to that, I will grant the defense's motion to compel. As to the issue of the conflict, specifically, Mr. Zellman, in part, when we had the first case management, I had counsel verify that they had no conflict as far as giving conflict-free representation to Mrs. Adelson. Should anything change with your review of these cell brights that may include communications from prior counsel or deal with matters that pertain to information that was provided by Charles Adelson, at that point, we are going to have to revisit the issue. Does everyone understand those?
Yes, sir. May I approach with a proposed order?
You may.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your Honor, just to provide the report, Mr. Corbett and the defense expert have been communicating over the last 18 hours or so that once that order was signed, Sergeant Corbett was going to upload that to a portal that they've already tested this morning, so that our expert can download it. That'll be the fastest way for them to do that. He said as soon as Sergeant Corbett indicated that as soon as he was given instructions to start the process, he would do so.
Right, as to the second motion, the extending of all deadlines for the defense. In particular, we've already had 2 extensions that have been provided by the court, first from the April 30th deadline, second from the May deadline. Does the defense have any motions that are unrelated to the new discovery?
No, Your Honor.
All right. As to the motions that you believe you still need to file that are in some way related to this discovery, what is preventing these motions from being filed and you seeking leave to amend as necessary?
Your Honor, due to scheduling, we were only able to depose Mr. Newland and Sergeant Corbett Wednesday, Thursday. We are deposing Special Agent Pat Sanford, I believe, on this coming Tuesday. Before filing those motions, I think it's appropriate to make sure that there's a good faith basis to do so, and having those depositions, that testimony is, in my opinion, is necessary before we do that.
Right. And I believe there are some other depositions that are scheduled for July, or I believe next week as well.
Yes, sir. We have them on Monday as well, maybe Tuesday and Thursday.
Part of the reason that we have, whether it be discovery or any sort of deadline cutoffs in any case, is not simply arbitrary of the judge just saying, get it done by a certain date. It is so we can proceed orderly to trial. I believe your proposed dates were to within 4 weeks of when you believe the state has fulfilled its obligation. That's when you would want to file your motions.
Well, Your Honor, given that we filed these on June 27th, we're obviously 2 weeks past that.
Oh, yes, we are.
And it's certainly not our intent to do anything to delay the commencement of the trial as scheduled.
The proposed date of when this would occur is not specific. It's not certain. It's pretty much a moving piece of jello. Is there anything that you can do to convince me that it's otherwise going to be a specific date in what you're asking to do with filing these motions several weeks after you believe the state has complied?
Unfortunately, it has been a moving target because we have not received all of the discovery from the state. During the depositions, during yesterday's deposition, we learned that he had conducted call frequency analysis between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson for a longer period of time than that had been previously disclosed. He is going to send us that if he had completed a report. He's also sending us the PDFs of the actual call frequency analysis that is contained in the demonstrative, because those are just excerpts of the call frequency analysis. So he's going to be sending us the completed call frequency analysis. So I say that to demonstrate that it is difficult for the defense to file any appropriate motions or to provide appropriate responsive either demonstratives or exhibits when we still have not received everything from the state.
At the same time, to file, and how many motions are we talking about at this point?
Potentially 3, Your Honor.
As to these 3 motions, would any of them affect the ability to actually move forward with the trial on August 19th?
No, I don't believe so. None of them are dispositive.
Very well. Do you have any further argument in support of your motion?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Kappelman.
No objection, Your Honor. We've just asked that we be given the same grace. I'm aware of at least 1 or 2 more things that the state intends to do that could, need to be done past the deadline. So all indications are that both sides are working diligently to get this done. I understand your comment about the Jell-O, and I've got a couple orders myself of Jell-O that I'm wrangling, so I'm trying to minimize it, but things do come up past the deadline, so we're going to have to work
Ms.
through those
Kappelman
things.
specifically asked these emails, which has contributed to this. What is it else that you believe is going to come up on the state's behalf?
The emails?
I said, other than the emails,
Oh,
what do
what
you
do I
think is
think
going
is
to
going
come
to
up
come
on the
up?
state's
There's a
behalf?
defense witness that's been listed that the state has discussed trying to depose and may try to get that done before the deadline. There's a handwriting expert that the defense is aware of, that a handwriting expert exists, but they haven't been given the name or the report yet. I don't have the report yet. So that's something that's pending that would be in violation of Your Honor's order. So there are a couple outstanding issues that I'm aware of. I was not aware of the issue that the defense just brought up regarding Corbett having done a report, but he does do work to generate the slides that were prepared and discovered by the discovery deadline. When asked about how did you come to those conclusions in deposition, he's going to say, I looked at the data. Well, they want to see that data. Okay, we don't object to that, but I don't think that's the same thing as a discovery violation.
The final pretrial hearing is August 8th. As to the date of when all motions need to be filed, so we can have a meaningful hearing on August 8th and proceed to an orderly trial on merits. These motions are going to need to be filed by July 21st. Any motion that is not filed by either the state or the defense by that date, the issues are subject to being deemed as waived. If you need to seek leave to amend as to the specific motions that will be filed on this date, you may certainly do so. However, again, this is not just arbitrary date making to throw something out. If we are going to in fact have a trial on the merits that will be orderly, both parties needed to see what you intend to raise as pretrial legal issues that the court needs to rule upon. There's not going to be a trial by surprise either for the state or for the defense. Am I making myself clear?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Will you state those dates one more time? Motions to be filed by July 21st
21st.
and final motion hearings on August 8th. Is that correct?
The final pretrial hearing is on August 8th. This time has already been set apart by a previous order. As to the motions in limine that have been filed, I believe the defense has renewed its motion concerning the Latin Kings. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has the state filed any motion in limine by the previous deadline?
We renewed motions that were filed previously. There's nothing new.
Well, as previously ordered, copies of all of these motions, when they are filed, they need to be served upon the court. Please do so if you've not already done that regarding what has already been filed. I believe the next date that we will have, unless there are other issues that need to be addressed, will be August 8th. Does either party have anything it needs to raise?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Nothing at this time, Your Honor.
Well, we are in recess for this afternoon.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. My microphone back over. So what do y'all think about that? Let's watch him walk her out. All her orange glory and gray hair.
What's that? It's good to file as is.
She's not to put on a little bit of weight. All those carbs must not be real good for her in prison. Or jail. Sorry, she's in jail.
Oh, the weather was good in
Oh,
both
we're
Maine and
eavesdropping
Canada.
on
Could've been
conversations
cooler,
now.
but it was nice.
No, guys, no. We're gonna switch over. We're not gonna listen. I know. You remember that, William? Yeah, that was it. That was it. He's told them they need to have their stuff in by July, whatever that date was, and that the pre-trial hearing is August 8th. That was that. So that's a trial I really want to follow. I know I have Huston Danker listed as August 12th, but if Adelson starts, we'll be doing Adelson maybe instead of Danker. I don't know. I'm going to have to really think about that. But yeah, I need some votes in on what kind of trial, what trial y'all would rather watch. I'll probably put a poll out on the like on the little YouTube community tab. I'll put a poll out, you know, what trials y'all would like to see, upcoming trials, and we can kind of vote on that and see where we go from there. So let's go over here and watch some parole hearings. These were yesterday's while we're on verdict watch. It'll give us something to do. So let me get this started, and we'll see who this guy is and what he did.
It will first be going to St. Mary Law Enforcement Center and speaking to Daniel McNeil. Mr. McNeil, is that you I'm looking at on the screen?
Yes, sir.
We can't watch all of them.
And we're at St. Mary Law Enforcement Center. And who from St. Mary is in the room with you? Staff, would you introduce yourself?
Lieutenant Brian Benoit.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for hosting us. Mr. McNeil, do you have a form in front of you that says about your hearing this morning?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, and did you sign that form and you understand it's a waiver and all the things that are on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. We appreciate that. Well, we're going to go into these violations, and you're accused when you get out of jail, as you know, you sign and say, I'll abide by certain conditions, and your parole officer says you didn't abide by some of those conditions. And so we're going to talk about them, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, first off, there's number 2. Violation of 2, you were hard to find, is that correct?
No, sir, not really.
Not really.
I mean, in a physical, I didn't have transportation or nothing, but we was doing FaceTime. I was FaceTiming my parole officer.
Okay. You're saying not guilty? Okay, and you're saying not guilty?
Yes, sir.
You're saying not guilty, you didn't violate that. Okay, let's go to number 3. It says that you were released on 12/23 to GTPS parole with a reported address of 450 Cottonwood. You confirmed the address at intake. Agents learned your actual address was 307 North Elm, and they made contact with you there. On 5/10/2024, after leaving the car at your mother's house, he made contact with you by phone, at which time you reported you moved to Morgan City. You were allowed a short time to look for work and report back to the parole officer, which you failed to do. On 11/18/2024, after again leaving the car at your mother's house, he made contact with you at phone, at which time you reported a different address in Morgan City. Okay, tell me about that. Tell me what's going on.
Okay, I got out of jail and I was homeless. I had nowhere to go. My mom let me stay there for however time until I, find me a job. And it was going slow there. So, she said that she bought the house for her and her husband, and I was grown and I couldn't stay there no more. So I ain't had nowhere to go in Avoyelles Parish because I never lived there. I always lived in Morgan City my whole life. So she said, well, what you want to do? I can take you back to Morgan City, or you're gonna have to get out here on the streets. And I say, well, my chances are better in Morgan City. Like, I mean, I know I've been there all my life. I had jobs there. I was supervisor at PMI. I could do better for myself in Morgan City. So she brought me back to Morgan City, dropped me at a hotel. She paid for the hotel for like 3 days, and after that, I was just on the streets. I mean, I FaceTimed my PO. I called him. I was letting him know what's going on. I let him know where I was. I had no reason to run from him. I just didn't have nowhere to live, you know. And I was working, looking for work. I FaceTimed my PO. He told me it was okay. Go ahead and look for work. I was sleeping on the back porch at my friend's house because he had daughters, and I couldn't, you know, you don't know nobody around your daughters like that. So I really didn't have an address to give him, but I was trying. I was trying to, you know, retain an address for myself so I could give to him. And the work just wasn't coming quick enough.
Okay.
And
all right. I think you've explained your side as well as you could. Have you ever been on parole before?
Oh, yes, sir.
So you know the importance of checking in. Have you ever revoked your parole before?
Yes, sir, one time.
Okay. All right. Let's move on to rule number 4. Okay, it says that on or about 1/24 of 2025, you were arrested by the Morgan City Police Department for the commission of resisting an officer and domestic abuse battery. You pled guilty to the charge of resisting an officer, and you were sentenced to serve 90 days in jail, credit for time served, and not to have any contact with Mary Poole. The charge of simple battery involving domestic violence was null prost. It wasn't dismissed or found guilty, but it was just laid back on according to what this says, null prost, and you pled guilty also to the charge of contempt of court, and you were served 30 days for that. What about that fight that y'all got into?
For me and Mary?
Yes.
It wasn't a physical fight. She was fussing at me. Cause I was trying to leave at like 9 o'clock at night, I think. And she was fussing at me. She was doing all the loud talking. It wasn't nothing but loud talking. And when the cops came, I mean, we tried to tell them that. We both telling them that. And I ended up going to jail. I didn't get charged with no misdemeanor domestic till the next day. I didn't have charges, but I was in jail till the 24 hours before they gave me a charge.
Well, not really. They charged you with resisting that night.
Yeah, I mean, for the domestic thing. They charged me resisting that night. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, they did some more investigating and thought that was a valid reason to charge you with the domestic. Okay. So you're saying that you were innocent of the domestic violence?
100%, sir.
But you pled guilty to resisting arrest. Resisting all.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. Number 9, agents been unable to make contact with you at your residence since February 6th of 2024. You've moved multiple times without permission or notification. That's kind of like the first one we read, number 2. Are you guilty of that or not?
I really didn't move. Like, I mean, I didn't even have an address. I was sleeping where I could sleep. I didn't have nowhere to live, sir. I mean, I wasn't running. I hadn't broken a law. I hadn't broken not one law. So why would I be hiding from him? I just didn't have an address to live. I mean, I gave my address, and like in the next 2 or 3 days, I wouldn't even be there no more because I can't stay there no more. I had to find somewhere else to go. So I mean, my address, I don't know. I called him. I mean, FaceTime him. I'm letting him know I'm on the street. I'm gonna get a job though. Because I work. I'm gonna get a job. It's gonna change for me. Just hold bad with me. And that's all I could have did. I mean.
Okay. All right. I think we've heard you. We've heard that part of it. Okay, and you owe $1,008. You've made no payments toward your supervisory fee since being released to supervision, you currently owe $1,008. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And why had you?
I didn't have a job. I mean, sir, for real, I was barely eating in a day. Like, I mean, if you give me a chance to go home, man, I could get on the payments. I could start, you know, I have a girlfriend, she could help me with that. I could get on the payments and start paying.
Who is your girlfriend?
Well, Mary Poole's cousin. Alicia Poole.
Mary Poole's cousin.
Yes. That's what the argument.
Mary Poole's one you had the argument with and you slapped, according to what you said in the back of that patrol car. You remember that?
I slapped her.
Yes.
No, Mary was trying to slap me. I was grabbing her hands.
Okay. All right. Well, we won't get into all that because I think I've heard enough. Yeah. I don't have any questions. Okay, I'm the first one to vote since this particular case was mine to do. I think that you need to spend some more time in jail. I don't think you understand the seriousness of being on parole, the importance of reporting to your officer, and the importance of staying away from any kind of relationships or situations like when you fought this lady. So for that reason, my vote is to vote because of rules 2, 4, 9, and 10 violations.
Sir, can I say something before y'all vote me?
No, I think we're ready to vote. We've heard what you had to say, Mr. Tillman.
My vote is to revoke to, according to the violations that he violated.
After reviewing the video and testimony, reading all the testimony, and reviewing the supervising agent's notes, my vote is also to revoke based on your violation of conditions of parole.
Okay, that will conclude this hearing. You are hereby revoked. It's 8:55 in the morning. Thank you.
Okay, he looked disgusted.
Let me understand.
Look, he's still talking. Shh, he's telling me, be quiet. You're still on the mic. Oh my gosh. Okay, Brian Leto. Brian Leto is in there for 1, 2, 3, 4 counts of aggravated incest. It's a word I don't like to say. Yes, so let's scroll on up to Brian Leto and see what kind of drama he's going to bring into this morning. Oh, he's an older man.
All right.
Hey, Lola. Hey, Lola.
Good morning. We're at the Department of Corrections headquarters in Baton Rouge. We're continuing with some of our hearings. We now go to Rayburn Correctional Center, and we appreciate y'all being there. We've introduced ourselves, but you can see from our name tags exactly who we are, but I think we're all familiar. Warden, would you introduce everybody that's in your room there, or get them to introduce themselves, please?
Yes, sir. Warden Travis Day.
Kristen Herbert, records. Gracie Williams, classifications.
Assistant Warden John Smiley. Okay, thank y'all for hosting us this morning. We appreciate that. And we're talking to Mr. Brian Leto. Is that you, Mr. Leto?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is your DOC number?
It's 577-395.
Okay, all right. Well, we appreciate that. Well, the way we conduct these hearings is we give you first shot at exactly telling us what you did, why you're there, and what you've done since you've been incarcerated, and try to convince us that you are worthy of being released early. And then we're going to go to the warden and ask the warden to speak on what he knows as far as your behavior since he's seen you in the institution there. Then we've got some folks here in headquarters here that want to speak also in opposition. We don't have anybody speaking in favor except you. So, Mr. Leto, now is your chance to try to convince us that you're worthy of being released early. Go ahead.
And I'd like to begin, first of all, by offering my most sincere apology to my children, Scott, Shannon, and Sarah, and my family and friends as well. I apologize for putting them through this ordeal. Although my kids are not part of my life right now, I continue to pray for them every day and hope they find a way to live happy and fulfilling lives. I will always miss them every day and understand that I brought this upon myself. Since being incarcerated, I've done all of the programs that the state has required me to do, additional self-help programs as well. And I've had no write-up since I've been here, so I've been a mentor and help other inmates on the facility.
Okay. What kind of courses, what kind of education have you taken there?
I've already had my GED when I arrived, but I've taken Living in Balance, some Toastmasters programs, as well as Cagerade. I couldn't think of the name of it.
Okay. Warden, what can you tell us about his behavior since you've known him?
Yes, as far as being here at RCC, he's worked in the kitchen for 9 years, so he's had a pretty constant, stable job in there with no disciplinary issues. And as far as an inmate, has been a model inmate.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Okay, we have 3 family, let's see, victims' family that are going to speak, and they'll be speaking from headquarters here. And we'll start with, well, we're going to have Seth Kleiner, Shannon Falco, and Sarah Leto. And I'll let y'all decide who wants to speak first. And if you would, try to limit your remarks to 2 or 3 minutes or whatever, and let us know what your feelings are. Introduce yourself, please, ma'am.
My name is Sarah Leto.
Okay.
Whenever I think of my childhood with Ryan, it's never once been any form of a good memory. It's always come with feelings of sadness, betrayal, depression, and loneliness. Just sitting with you. Things that I still deal with every day. These are emotions that a father should never make a child feel. That Brian made me feel that way with every memory of him, and still makes me feel that way today as I say this. His actions have impacted my life so negatively. As a child, I had to learn how to deal with the horrible trauma of Brian and he put me through. I had to be way stronger than any child at that age should have to. Countless nights I sat there and wondered why couldn't I just have a dad that loved me. To this day, I still struggle with trust issues. I struggle as a mom every day. I struggle trusting anyone around my daughter. I'm not around assuming since my own dad could hurt me so badly, someone will try to hurt her as well. I hate to think that one day I will have to sit her down and answer why I never got to have a dad. I continue to struggle with the effects from what Brian did. Him serving the time that he agreed to is just a fraction of what he actually deserves. I'll never get my childhood back, and unfortunately, I'll never forget what he did. He doesn't deserve to get a second chance because I never got a second chance. What he did is disgusting and unforgivable.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your comments there. Okay, who is going to speak next?
My name's Shannon Falco. The sexual abuse that I've endured for most of my childhood ended more than 2 decades ago, but I deal with the emotional and physical effects daily. Most of my adult life has been spent trying to recover, heal, and find some sense of normalcy. Currently, I deal with a variety of issues, including but not limited to the following: depression, anxiety, low self-esteem, feelings of worthlessness, disordered eating, chronic headaches, nightmares, flashbacks, triggers, panic attacks, thoughts of self-harm, extremely negative body image issues, and problems with intimacy. I've had to leave work because a flashback was so intense that I couldn't breathe. I've been in certain places, had a random flashback triggered by something I was unaware of and could no longer return to that place. I have seen a number of therapists and have been unable to find one that is a right fit for me. This is also an expensive and time-consuming process, which puts a burden on me financially. Even today, seeing him is going to be a very intense trigger for me after this. I genuinely believe there is no punishment to fit such a terrible crime, but I'm also 100% in favor of the maximum sentence allowed. This person stole my childhood from me. He helped bring me into this world only to ruin my life and steal my innocence, my life, my hopes, and my dreams. He not only destroyed my childhood, but he managed to totally and completely negatively affect my adult life. As much as I would like to believe that when the physical abuse stopped, the pain also stopped, I know firsthand this is not the case. In many ways, the physical abuse was less damaging than the after effects. Just the fact that I'm saying that is a testament to how damaged I really am. I will never know the person I could have been. I will never know what life would be like without constant suffering or physical and emotional pain. Unfortunately, I'll be dealing with this for the rest of my life. This abuse has ruined my life, and although I could finally see that this was in no way my fault, we continue to try to move forward and live a happy life. I can also say that this situation has been incredibly unfair to me. I'm angry that so much has been taken from me, and how brutally exhausting it is to work so hard just to try to feel whole and normal. I ask you today to please see that this person is where he belongs, where he's not a danger to me or any other member of society. I will never get back what he stole from me. I'm heartbroken. I'm sad, I'm angry, and I will spend the rest of my life trying to recover. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate that. Now we'll hear from Seth Kleiner.
I'm Seth Kleiner. I'm Sarah's husband, 18 years. In that period, I have seen how Ryan's actions have affected her. I've also gotten to know Shannon and have talked to her about the effect his actions have had on her. They are both strong and amazing women that were forced to become stronger than they ever should have been. I have personally seen the distrust of any new person that Sarah has. When I asked her about this, she said she is this way because if her own dad could do what he did, then who knows what a stranger would do. Throughout the years of knowing them, they have never told me one good thing about him. Never one instance of feeling loved. Only fear that what he was doing physically and mentally would never stop. As a father, it absolutely sickens me to hear the things that he did. Where a father is supposed to protect and love his child, he did nothing but scare and hurt. These women have come very far and have worked very hard to not be constantly affected by his disgusting actions. Every time they have to come here and discuss this, it does nothing but hurts them more each and every time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that, and we'll keep those comments in mind also. Your case, Mr. Leto has been assigned to Ms. Ledoux, who is on the right, and she is she'll be the one that's going to be asking you questions.
Mr. Leto, after reviewing your file, and I cannot find any programming certificates after 2019. Have you taken any classes since 2019?
Were you referring to sex treatment offender programs or?
No, any. So when did you take the Madison Tech class?
Probably back in 17 or 18.
Right. Okay. So I can't find any kind of classes, no certificates after 2019. You finished phase 4 in 2019. The
Right.
facility, can you, can you confirm that?
Yeah, I don't know the exact dates. I believe the two programs I had mentioned may have been after that. I had copies of certificates that I submitted. I'm not sure the exact dates though.
Well, I'm looking at all of those certificates and there's nothing after 2019. So it looks like, so what have you been doing with your time? What are you, what is your duty status? What do you do with your time?
No, I'm a cook, a full-time cook in the kitchen,
Okay.
and I've been there for 9 years.
What are your plans were you to be released? What would your plans be?
Well, first of all, my address has been approved already pending my release, and I look to find work and be a producer in society and earn my independence as quickly as possible so I wouldn't have to rely on anybody.
So where was your address plan?
It's in Lacombe, Louisiana.
Where?
Lacombe, Lacombe. Yes, ma'am.
What did? How can you overcome this kind of opposition?
And it would be extremely difficult. At the time all this occurred, I had a bad addiction to pornography that led to all of this. But I went through treatment and I've gotten beyond all of that, certainly. But obviously my children have not gotten that far. And I'm sorry to hear that.
How many children did you have total?
3.
2 girls and, or 3 girls?
3 girls and a boy, yes, ma'am.
I don't have any other questions.
I don't have any questions.
Thank you.
All right, I think it's time to vote now.
Here's your
And
vote.
We'll start out the voting for it.
Ready, Katia?
Mr. Leto, your full-time date, according to my record, is 2030. At this time, my vote is to deny parole. You will be released at that time.
My vote is also to deny because of strong family opposition.
And that's 2 votes, and my vote also would be to deny because of victim opposition, because of the type of the crime that occurred. That would conclude this hearing, 9:21.
All right. We're gonna pause that there. I'm gonna switch over here and we're gonna watch this video that Katia wants me to blind react to. So
Why are you wearing a horse head in my courtroom?
This is how I identify myself.
Did you just say that you're a horse?
Yes, Your Honor.
where'd it go?
I am here suing this.
Stop! What happened? It popped out of the tab. I don't know where it went. Hold up, I have to start over because I didn't catch it.
Why are you wearing a horse head in my courtroom?
This is how I identify myself.
Did you just say that you're a horse?
Yes, Your Honor. I am here suing this lady for discrimination.
Okay, this lady here is here as a representative for Mango Park. So you're saying you're suing Mango Park for discrimination?
Yes, Your Honor.
And how is Mango Park discriminating against you, sir?
Well, Your Honor, they refused to give me the proper identification. So that is quite aggressive statement, Your Honor.
All right. What's the issue with your driver's license?
Well, when I went in to get the identification, they requested that I remove my head.
I wasn't aware of the fact that horses could drive. I need you to be stable. Don't. This case is dismissed, sir. Now, what I'm going to recommend.
Oh, God damn, you're a mess. You're a mess. Take off the highlights. I don't even know what the highlight is. I don't even know. I don't know. Oh, the comment. Oh, see? Oh. Oh my God. No, that was a mess, y'all. That was a mess. I'm so sorry. Look, see? I'm still learning, goddamn. You have to have patience with me. You didn't see my reaction because I had this stupid thing up. See, these are little things that Sheila still has to learn. But that was a good video. He told him to be stable. Maybe he meant for him to go to his stables. I don't know. That was insane. Okay.
Let's go back over here to Mr. Pissed Off. Ah, look, you can't see him up here in the corner because it's behind the emblem, but he's walking away mad. Let's fast forward to the next guy, which is
See from our name tags who we are. And
Jesse Shelton. Let's get a preview and see if we can tell. Oh, he's got the same damn charges. Okay. Jesse, you got the same charges. Let's see. What's Jesse's year of birth? Jesse's even younger than that guy. So here we go. I'm going to throw his date of birth in the chat so y'all can see how old this wonderful human being is.
This is our second one at Rayburn, and we're going to continue the same way that we are. You are Mr. Jesse Shelton, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What is your DOC number?
574125.
Okay. What we're going to do, Mr. Shelton, we're going to hear in just a minute what you got to say about why you're there and what you've done since you've been there and why we should give you a chance to get out early. And then we're going to ask the warden what kind of fellow you are. Then we'll immediately go into talking to three folks that are behind you, Michelle Shelton, Carl Shelton, and Shannon Burris. And so that's the way that we will conduct this hearing this morning. Then Ms. Ledoux and Mr. Tillis and myself will ask you questions and then we'll vote. Pretty simple. So the first step of it is for you to tell us why you're there, what you did, what's changed in your life, and that sort of thing. Tell us, convince us something.
The first part of the question was why I'm here.
I'll let you answer whichever part you want. I was just giving that as an example.
All right.
Tell us about yourself.
Well, I've been at Rayburn here and in prison for 15 years. As soon as I got here, I seen that I had a lot of time. I wanted to pursue what I could. And at that time, what was available was academics. And so I probably got a little aggressive with my education, but I dove into it. I acquired 4 college degrees and helped 300 inmates get their diplomas as a tutor and entered every kind of program I could find. And I was new to prison, so it was difficult. And I just wanted to keep my mind busy and stay focused on my future rather than what was going on in prison. It was easy to get caught up in prison. I could see that. And I didn't want to fall into depression and all the difficulties of prison. And so I made academics my pursuit. We had a fantastic lady here, Deborah Cook, who headed up to that department and really gave us some alternatives. And I spent most of my 15 years helping other men do the same. This has been my pursuit. Right now, I am currently working for HVAC. I went through my academic years, my first 8 years, then I pursued the vocation for several years and got 3 certifications in automotive. I got a business degree. That was one of my 4 college degrees. And I got a business degree in the academics and a couple of religious degrees. But I pursued, like at this time, my academics were behind me. So I pursued the vocation that came available as my time got shorter. And so I followed that with my last 4, maybe 5 years. I've been working for HVAC, taking what I learned in building technology and just preparing myself for my future, my jobs when I come home.
Okay.
But I mean, there's more. I've been here 15 years, so there's a lot. That's the condensed version.
Move on to the crime itself.
Okay.
Tell us about the crime and what you did wrong and what you do differently.
All right. All right. My crime is aggravated incest, and this occurred in 03 when around that time, and it was not a very bright chapter in my life. I was going through difficulties, and unfortunately, I want to be careful how I say what I say, but I want to be honest. I committed a sexual crime with my own daughter, and went through a lot of denial and didn't want to face up to it. I tried to, but I have to say now, as I look back, I try to do that my way, and it didn't work out well. I had a lot of help during these 15 years here. You know, outside ministers coming in, and just I really was amazed at people that could help me with my struggles and face the facts and get me to see the real damage. One of the results that came from me confronting myself and issues from my own past and acknowledging how that really affected my daughter, the victim in this crime. I pursued here what we have a victim awareness class. And that tool, trying to work with others who have done this and deal with my own issues, made me really, Mr. Prater, made me look deeper into who I am and why these things happen. And fortunately, there's a lot of good programs here. Men will take advantage of them. But you got to want. And I think my want to got changed. And by God's help, I psychologically, you can't fix yourself. And I know that I've done everything in my power to do what I could do, and then had to realize that would never be enough. Then outside help, like I said, came in and brought to me freshness and said, listen, you need to work on this. You need to work on that. And I put behind me what I had behind. And the last hearing, it was amazing. I guess I didn't know how badly I needed forgiveness, but I was told you can't pursue that. You can't pursue getting forgiveness from your victim. That's inappropriate. And I agree. But when she offered forgiveness in that last hearing, and even Mr. Roche read a part of that, it opened a whole new chapter. These last 3 years since that last meeting, it's really helped me see a future I can own. You can plan for it and want it, and it's all sounds great, but if it's not personal, real, and the release I've gotten, I'm free. I hope this board can let me go in good conscience, your good conscience, and begin another, the next chapter of my life. But I wasn't ready until I put those things behind me. In these past 3 years, I've spent really delving in. I don't know how to, I'm lost for words, but I'm grateful. I'm shocked really at the potential I still have. I guess I threw myself, my hopes away when I came to prison in some aspect. And it's not about me, but if I'm going to go out and be who I am going to be, I need to be a father. I need to be a husband. I need to be a man of integrity and have some stability in my life. And I believe because I dealt with the things the last 3 years, that I'm more equipped to do that. And I guess that's how I have got that part out.
All right, thank you. Warden, what kind of fellow has he been?
So he's been here since 2011 with only 6 disciplinary issues. The last one's been in 2017. He is working in our maintenance department here with the HVAC. And most every time I go into the church and religious services, he's in there in some way, shape, or form.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. We'll go ahead and hear from the 3 folks that are behind you. Whichever one wants to speak, if you would keep it to around 2 or 3 minutes, we'd appreciate that.
Sure. Hi, I'm Michelle Shelton. I'm Jesse's wife. I'm here speaking on his behalf. We've been together since we were 16 years old. If there's anyone who's been there, who knows him, it's me. And we've been through some horrific things in our life. We grew up together, still growing up together. But the main thing I wanted to say today is that I've seen, so much progress in Jesse. There are a lot of things I believe that we still need to face in counseling that just can't be done. With the separation that we have here. I know I'm looking to seek some counseling together and individually in the future. And I'm here to say that I'll be the one who will make sure that he has a place to live, transportation, to and from obligations he may have should he be released. Seek that counseling. And working together toward proper healing. It's very difficult with a proper healing process when you're separated. And so I'm asking that you would consider giving him that opportunity.
Okay.
Yes,
You're his wife,
yes,
your kids, you have kids together?
yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. We appreciate that. We'll move on now to, let's see, who would like to speak next? Carl? Okay. Carl Shelton.
I'm Carl Shelton. I'm his older brother, and I've known him all my life, and I'm here for support. So if he does get out, he needs talk or help, I'm here available for him. You know, I've been seeing him all throughout the years and seeing his progress. I really don't know the deep details because I didn't want to get into it. But I'm here for moral support to better the life, better his life.
Okay.
Things
All right.
heal.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you being here and thank you for your words. We'll take them into consideration. Mr. Shannon Burris, Pastor Burris.
Burns, B-U-R-N-S, sir.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Burns.
Burns.
Burris.
B-U-R-N-S?
B-U-R-N-S, yes, sir.
Okay, Pastor, tell us what's on your mind.
Okay, I've known Jesse since he and Michelle were young married people with babies. And I just want to say that Jesse committed a crime that was reprehensible, and he recognizes that. And but that wasn't the totality of the Jesse Shelton I knew. He was also a fine man in many ways. He was a benefit to our church and our community, and we're sorry that he did what he did, but he's paid a high price for that already. He's paid a pretty heavy debt, and the God that I serve is a God of judgment as well as mercy, and he has mercy in with his judgment. So I believe. I don't believe holding Jesse a lot more years would actually make a big difference in his recovery. In other words, if he hadn't responded now, I don't know that he would if you hold him a lot more years. I just feel like I'd love to see him have a chance to prove himself again in the community.
Should Mr. Shelton be released, what would you allow him to do in terms of your church? Any activities?
He wouldn't be allowed, as far as our church is concerned, he wouldn't be allowed to have any authoritative responsibilities at all.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else? Okay, thank you, sir. We appreciate that very much. And now it's time for us to ask any questions that we have. And Mr. Shelton, I don't want to, we handle a lot of these cases. We get tired of reading them and we get tired of talking about them. And I know that in this case with aggravated incest, we don't necessarily want to go over everything that occurred, but it's a horrible crime. At one time you said it wasn't sexual. Was this a sexual crime?
the nature of the crime is titled sexual. So when I say sexual, yes, that's it. With my reservations in the past, and I have sorted through this these past 3 years. I really have, because I know I need to answer this. Yes, it was sexual. My defenses in the past, I have to give those up, were based on, well, I didn't intend to do it. My intentions, well, that hasn't changed a hill of beans about the consequences. They still fall out the same. She's still traumatized regardless of whatever you want to say about what your motives were. And when I communicated that, of course, it's going to go like it sounded, just like it sounded. And I go, well, you can have these reservations, but you better understand the rest of the story. And that is, I can't in good conscience say it wasn't a sex crime at all. I mean, I know you don't want to go into the details, and I thank you for sparing me that. But it's like, yes, it was definitely sexual in nature. If if a third party, a date of hers had done what I would be on that in a way that would not be good. But, you know, it took a while for me to see that. So I know the first 2 hearings.
Stop. He just said if a date of hers did that to her.
On that in a way that would not be good. But, you know, it took a while for me to see that. So I know the first 2 hearings, I was still saying the same thing. And I'd have to just change my viewpoint on how to communicate this, not just to say the right words so you hear them. Man, I have to dig down and find out what was I really doing. That's what I was doing. I wasn't trying to belittle the crime. I was just failing to see.
Okay, and you pled guilty to aggravated incest, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, that's all the questions I have. Mr. Ledoux?
I'd like to go into executive session.
Okay, we have a motion to go into executive session.
Welcome back, Cindy.
We have a vote on that, please? We need a second first.
Yeah, y'all go on and do
Got a
y'all's.
motion and a second.
Yes.
A moment, to discuss some procedural matters. And then we're going.
All right, y'all go to your executive session, talk for a minute, because he's disgusting and I really don't think he deserves. I'm sorry. I don't. You're a yes with conditions. Yeah, it would have to be some serious conditions of no children, no, I mean, if he went and helped out at the church, that's all nice and dandy, but no.
Okay, we're returning from
authoritative.
executive session, and now's the time that we will vote, but we need a motion and a second to come out of
So
executive.
moved.
Got a motion and a second to come out of executive session, and I don't think there's anyone opposed. So we're now out of executive session and back into regular session. All right, Mr. Shelton, I'm the one, this case was assigned to me in particular to do the interview, and I have. And so I'm gonna vote first, and my vote is to deny your parole request. I think we need to go ahead and, in my opinion, serve out the rest of your time. You've done great while you're there, but we still have the issue of the fact that it was such a horrible crime, in my estimation, aggravated incest. So my vote is to deny.
My vote also is to deny.
My vote is to grant parole with some strenuous conditions. Your release would be in 2029. That gives the probation and parole officers time to review your conduct and watch you closely. But you needed a unanimous vote today.
Okay, I'm sorry to tell you this, but your parole request has been denied. The time is 9:47 in the morning.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with that denial. That was a bit much. Okay, Gregory Walters. Let's take a peek on Gregory Walters. Man, what is wrong with these people? He's got 2 counts of molestation of a juvenile. This is just, what is wrong with these people?
Hearing,
Let's see, how old, let me drop his. William, you're going to be even more disgusted.
all right. Good morning. We appreciate you hosting us there again at Rayburn, and thank you very much for that. You're looking at the board here, Mr. Walters. You're looking at the Committee on Parole, the board that's going to hear your request this morning. You're rehearing parole request. You see Mr. Tillis is on my left, Ms. Ledoux on my right, and I'm Steve Prater. And so the way that we're going to conduct this hearing is that we're going to give you a chance to tell us what you did, what you've learned about yourself and about the crime, and why you think we ought to give you a chance to get out early. Then we're going to go to the warden and find out exactly what it is that you've done and how you've acted since you've been in the institution. Then we will go to two folks that are behind you, Aaron Freeman, your nephew, and Melissa Kane, your sister, and they want to speak on your behalf, and then the board will take over, we'll question you, and then we'll vote. Okay, so you understand how the procedure goes? Okay, first, Mr. Walters, what is your DOC number?
420060.
Okay, all right, now the show is yours now for you to convince us about what you did, what you've learned about what you did, and why you should get out.
I raped a little girl, and I'm very sorry for what I did. And I have learned a lot here. I know that wasn't right. I was drinking a lot back then, and I not gonna drink. I held a job for 8 years on the sewing machine. This place has really opened my eyes to a new life. I mean, I really want to do better. I think I have changed.
Okay. All right, we appreciate your statement there, sir. Warden, what kind of fellas he been?
So Gregory's worked, like he said, in the laundry for the past 8 years. He has been a big asset to the facility with his skills. He's pretty much been a model inmate. He's had one minor rule violation since his arrival in 2017. He seems to have a pretty good plan as far as work lined up as a mechanic with his employer providing housing, and they did submit a letter stating that.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Warden. We appreciate that. When we move into talking to Mr. Aaron Freeman, now your nephew, okay. All right, Mr. Freeman, and if you would keep your remarks down to a couple of 2 or 3 minutes so we can conclude this hearing. Go ahead.
Just want, what all do I need to say? I'm sorry, I'm real nervous. I'm sorry.
Okay. Just take a deep breath and tell us why you think that fellow on your right should get out of jail early.
Well, I mean, he's been here for a while, and I know that the way that him and mom has talked on the phone, and I know he's learned a lot. I mean, he's changed a lot from whenever I remember when I was younger, and he's more polite. I just think he's learned his lesson. I really do. I don't know. I mean, I think he has learned his lesson since he's been here. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's all right. Some folks more relaxed talking to other folks than you are. Okay, well, let's hear from Miss Melissa Kane.
Hello.
My brother, I do feel like that he has changed so much. It really makes me emotional because, you know, he did go through a horrible time in his life. And he's matured and he's overcome so much. I believe that he deserves, he does deserve a chance. I do believe that. And we have a lot of support for him. He has a huge support system and he will be working, with a mechanic. That's what he was doing before, he came here. And actually he will be working with my son. So, I mean, we have a huge support system and he is an amazing person. He really is. He made a bad mistake. But I believe that he deserves a chance.
Okay.
To make it.
Thank you, you good sister, and appreciate those words. All right, well, we'll turn this over now to Ms. Ledoux, who is going to ask the interview questions of you, and then the rest of us follow up with any questions we might have.
Mr. Walters, how long have you been incarcerated on this charge?
11.5 years.
Okay. I think were there two individuals named Dakota involved in this issue?
I think there was, yes, ma'am.
And one was biological.
Yes, ma'am.
You had a alcohol problem. Have you addressed that with treatment within the facility?
Yes, ma'am. I think I have. Yes, ma'am. I don't remember, but I think I have. Okay. Yes, ma'am. I have.
And I see you have taken your Madison Project treatment.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any other questions.
Okay, Mr. Phillips?
I don't have any.
Okay, and I don't have any either. Ms. Ledoux, you ready to vote?
Mr. Walters, I have read your entire file, and I have some concerns about public safety. So my vote today is to deny parole.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote also is to not deny because of opposition of law enforcement.
Okay, and my vote also is to deny because of opposition and because I don't think you served enough time on this particular serious charge. The time you have molestation of a juvenile, it's a terrible thing. So I'm sorry to tell you, but at 10:02 this morning, your parole has been denied.
All right. Interesting. You hear them all huffing and puffing in the background, all pissed off. Okay, so I don't have any information on this next one. So we're going in at blind. I don't know anything about it. So
Mr. Charles, we're going to first have C number, sir.
132202.
Okay, all right. Mr. Charles, we're going to first.
we're going
have
in this
you
blind,
talk
so I
to
don't know
us
what
a
he
little bit
did.
about what the crime and what you've done since you've been incarcerated and how you've changed and why you should get out or.
Okay, and I'm gonna pause it. Y'all watch this up top right-hand corner, iPhone T Win. I don't know what's wrong with him, but he's got some kind of funky pipes background. I don't know what any of that means, but he keeps popping in and out. And he's very distracting to me. So anyways, all right, we're going in this one blind.
And we're going to ask the warden to tell us a little bit about your progress and your attitude and what you've done in the institution. Then we're going to talk to three folks that are going to be on Zoom. Kerry Myers, Marilyn Charles, and Terrence Wynn. And we'll be talking to them about why they think that you should be released because they're speaking for you. Nobody's speaking in opposition. So we'll go ahead and get started immediately. Go ahead and tell us, Mr. Charles, why do you think you need to get out early?
I'm a changed man. I'm not the young man that I was that got me in prison, hanging with the wrong crowd when I was young. And man, there's so much I done learned since I've been in jail. The same thing I kept seeing replay when I'm being here and I see certain things that I turn from it and make the situation a better situation by turning from it. And it turned out to be a good situation because I never got into it because you'd be like the guys that I hang around, the same thing that was in the streets. And I just, man.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
I changed my life, and when I was at Angola, they put me in a tag plant, and I was working at the tag plant with the front table, grading tags. I'm the #1 grader at the tag. When they come through, I check for the scotch light, the numbers, make sure the tag ain't busted, nothing like that. And if the whole run come through mess up, I send it back, throw it away if it ain't properly made or nothing like that. And I come up here, they put me in a position in the kitchen as a fry cook. And I ran the kitchen as a fry cook. And I never got into any trouble or nothing like that as I've been as a fry cook in the kitchen. And I think about the past, and I looked at the past and changed it to make my life a little better as I keep living my life. And I learned to love people the way I love myself. I would like to apologize to my victim, to their family, to their neighbor. I'd like to apologize to the police report. I'd like to apologize to my family, to my neighbor, to all the people that I hurt, to the pain and suffering that I caused them as a young man. Now, I'm older. I know the meaning to love, to share, to just be a loving person towards each one individually that I come across. And I'm an artist. I know how to cook. I do hands-on experience work. It's so much that I learned since I've been incarcerated. And I would have never got this if I don't come to prison. I feel like if I would have stayed out there as a young man that I was, I would have got killed in the streets. But jail saved me. Saved me.
Good. Okay. What kind of fella has he been?
Tyrone has been at our facility since 2017, and like he had mentioned earlier, he has been assigned in the kitchen, and he has been a big help with our kitchen operation. He's had 8 RVRs since his arrival at RCC, and his last was 2022 for an intoxication.
Explain that, what substance and all of that.
I was going through a lot of problems I had two brothers got killed. My baby brother, since I've been incarcerated. And it took a toll on me, but I shook back from it, you know what I'm saying? It was just some little mental problems I was going through with my family. And it was like, they made the wars and stuff, like 2, 3 weeks ago. Another baby brother just got passed away. And, you know, it was just a mental thing, but I overcome it.
Okay, so explain, when you get on the streets, things are gonna happen. And if you're turning to drugs and alcohol within the facility, when bad things happen, then your thought pattern has not changed enough to recognize there are other ways to deal with that. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. On the
You know,
streets,
go-to. It's your natural go-to.
no, I push all that behind me.
I
Okay,
just want to
well,
explore that. Thank
she
you.
just wanted to get that straight and I think you answered all the questions that she had for right now. Okay, we're gonna move into talking about the folks that are in favor. We'll first hear from Kerry Myers. Kerry?
Yes, good morning. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here to let the board know that we've accepted Tyrone as a client of the Louisiana Parole Project, and we're prepared to offer him the transitional services that he needs after 33 years of incarceration. He served 2/3 of his sentence at this point. He was 20 years old when this crime was committed. He's now 53. He's in a perfect age right now where he's still employable. He's still physically healthy. He's employable. He has skills. We will help him through this transition. Parole Project will offer him the services, first of all, of our social workers to evaluate any substance abuse needs. Also consider, this board may consider a long-term, a conditional release on a long-term substance abuse program. He's done much of the hard work. He may have some hard work still to do. But considering the amount of time he served on his sentence and the skills that he has, we believe Tyrone would be successful with the right support system. Like I said, is with us, he'll have that mentorship, he'll have the evaluations and would follow any recommendations of our social workers. He'll have the ability to go through our program, which will help him with financial literacy, technology, social norms, and all the other skills he would need. So just ask this board to consider the options available today and grant Tyrone parole, whether it be directly to Parole Project or conditional on the completion of a program.
Okay.
How long are you willing to have him live with you there?
We would be, his long-term address would be in Shreveport, but we would be willing to have him as long as we needed to have him.
In 9 months? Would you keep him 9 months?
Yes, ma'am, we could.
Okay, next we'll hear from Marilyn Charles, the sister. All right, we're ready for you.
Hello to the board and the committee. Thank y'all for having me today. All right, my name is Marilyn Charles. I am the sister of Tyrone Charles. And I think in my heart that he would revocate from being released on parole because he have shown to me that he's real remorseful for what he's done. He has showed me that he's more of a independent person than what he was when we were growing up. When we were growing up, Tyrone was really young and he was probably getting into a lot of trouble. But now he's not that person. Him being locked up, like he just mentioned to y'all, he told me also that him being locked up changed him. And if it wasn't for him being locked up, he probably wouldn't even be here right now. And I give him my great support to the system because the system did change him and he learned a lot of skills. He has a lot of certificates of completions that he have completed since he's been there. So that was good. And I also send my remorse also to the family and the friends and my family as well, and the committee, and the Louisiana, Shreveport, Louisiana, Bossier, you know, for the remorse, the problems that my brother had caused. But he's the changed man now, and I love it.
Okay, well, thank you for that. We'll move on to Mr. Terrence Wynn. Mr. Terrence Wynn. Yes, sir, Mr. Wynn, go ahead and tell us what's on your mind.
Good morning, and thank y'all for allowing me this opportunity to speak on behalf of Mr. Charles. Tyrone is a guy that I knew, that I know. You know, we played basketball and stuff together. He used to cook for us. So Tyrone is a person that since I've been home and doing the things that I'm doing, that he could help our organization. If once he's released from parole project, it's going to be a continuation of him having the support he needs. Because when a person comes home from prison, it's like PTSD. We got a form of PTSD, and we need to support. And we need support from people that's been through similar situations. So our organization will give him that support so that he won't ever fall back into the ways he once was in as a young man, which I don't think that he would, because 33 years of incarceration would change any man that really wants change. And he's shown that he really wants to change. So the experience for him has been his best teacher. But we're here to offer the support he needs. And if he needs employment, our organization could give him employment, and we can just do whatever it takes to make him stay on the right path, because he will be speaking to kids so the kids can not follow in his footsteps. And we're just here to continue what the parole project is offering. So thank y'all.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wynn. We appreciate that. But your case, Mr. Charles, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis as the lead interviewer. And then we'll ask questions if we have any that he hadn't covered, and then we'll vote, let you know. So, Mr. Tillis.
Good morning, Mr. Charles. How are you?
Good morning. How you feeling?
The warden told us about your last write-up since you were there. What about when you were in Angola? I saw you had a lot of write-ups there. What was going on?
Oh, man. It was pretty wild up there, but I was just hanging with the wrong crowd, chilling with the wrong peoples and stuff like that. And then when I came up here, I made a big change.
Okay, I heard you say something earlier. Before you were incarcerated, you were hanging with the wrong crowd. You were incarcerated, and you're hanging with the wrong crowd again. So what's going on?
I was at Angola. I was working when I was in the field at Angola. That's how it all started, because you found some big old dudes up there. They real big, and I was a little bitty guy. It's like they put me in a trap trying to get me caught up. So, you know how it is when you be around a bunch of violent enemies.
Okay. At the time of this crime, were you doing drugs?
Sir?
Were you doing drugs at the time of the charges that you last had?
Yes, sir.
You were doing drugs? Were you selling drugs?
No, sir.
So you were using drugs?
Yes, sir.
So, okay, why did you go into with a gun to deal with this person? When you shot the person, what happened? Why did you go in with a gun and shot these people?
I didn't shoot him. I didn't have no gun.
The report says you had a gun.
I ain't had no gun, sir.
Okay. So what have you been doing with your time? What level of education you have?
Level of education?
Yeah, how far did you go in school?
Went to the eighth grade. I was a year.
You tried to get your GED?
No, sir.
You didn't? You've never tried?
I'm ESP,
You're what?
special ed student. ESP.
Is
ESP?
It's special ed.
Okay.
Okay, so you say you can get in there and do it. You can put yourself into it. Don't you think?
Yeah. When I was young, I got jumped on. I got beat with a 2x4 by a stove. When I come out the stove, two dudes jumped on me and beat me with a 2x4. So you know,
I got
stitches from the back of my head.
Okay, what about the classes that you took while you were there? Which one impacted you the most?
Sober living in 100 hours. Sober living. Living in balance. Anger management.
Okay, tell me about something that happened in there. I mean, these classes, tell me about them.
They teach you how to build. Like in one of the classes, they were teaching me how to control yourself. You know, somebody come around and like try to piss you off or something like that, and you got to get around the situation. And I know how to get around the situation. And from that point, I've been just staying out the way of it.
Okay, so you know how to get out of these situations now. I think you could get your GED too. I mean, don't you think you're capable of getting that?
I can try.
Well, that's good. If you try, that's good. You need to try. You need to try. What makes you think that you're young enough now? You know, you've been in that 33 years, but you're still young enough to get out of there and do some drugs again. You got drunk while you were in prison?
Ma'am, sir?
You ever got drunk while you were in prison?
No, sir. I don't drink.
You ever used drugs while you were in prison?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you use them while you were in prison, so you don't think you'll use them when you get out?
No, sir.
Why?
Because I quit.
How long has it been since you used drugs?
About 2 days ago.
Say that again. You said 2 days ago?
2 years ago. 2 years ago. 2 years ago. 2 years.
I'm not trying to confuse you, but I want to help you. I want to help you, but you got to help yourself. You got to want to help yourself. So there was another question I wanted to ask you. You got a year sentence and you've done 33. And you think you won't do that again. You won't use drugs again. You think you won't the wrong crowd again.
No, sir.
You don't think you'll be incarcerated again.
Never. I know that's a fact.
Where do you plan to work if you're released?
Work I could work. My niece got a detail shop. I could sell my artwork. I got my own cartoon. I'm an artist. My cartoon artist, and I can cook. I'm a hands-on person. Once you teach me hands-on, I got it.
Do you live if you were released?
With my mama until I get a better place where I can get my own place to stay.
Okay, I have no more questions.
Mr. Blue, any questions? I don't have any questions.
I'll tell you what, I am going to vote to grant you, ask the governor to commute your sentence to 99 years. This is what, I mean parole. My decision is to grant to Louisiana Parole Project. And on the conditions that you try to get your GED.
Complete or truncated?
He said he'd try. That's good enough for me.
My vote would also be to grant after completion of your GED to the parole project with the special conditions that you have random drug screens while you're at parole project.
Okay, and you need a unanimous vote, and I'm sorry to tell you this, but my vote is to deny. I think because of your intoxication, using drugs while in prison, at the mark that you use it after having been incarcerated for 30 years, and you still jump at drugs while you're in prison because that you're a habitual offender, because you committed the 2 armed robberies, and during the armed robbery, somebody was shot and seriously hurt. And so for those reasons, my vote is to deny. So I'm sorry to tell you this, but your parole has been denied. It's 10:26 in the morning, and that's the end of this hearing and the end of our time. I think that Rayburn, I believe it concludes everything we had at Rayburn. So I'm sorry to tell you that.
2 out of 3 wasn't bad. He tried. I mean, you know, this is a revocation hearing, and his name is Tyene Jones, I believe. Tyene Jones. All right, Tyene, you be all up in my business. Hold up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's the Committee on Parole, and we're going to be sitting here and we're going to be interviewing you and talking to you a little bit about the revocation hearing that you've got right now. Mr. Jones, you're at Terrebonne Correctional Center. Is there anybody in the room with you?
No, sir.
Okay, no staff in there. Okay, so we'll just talk to you. Then what's your DLC number, Mr. Jones?
Is it 00376190?
Is that correct?
No, 376190. Wait a minute.
Okay. All right.
Excuse me, Mr. Terry, didn't I get exonerated?
Did you get what?
Exonerated.
Exonerated.
What? Has he lost his
No,
mind?
sir, I don't think you did. I think we're here revocation here.
Exonerated.
Okay. I got exonerated. I think like 4 or 5 years back, and y'all and now y'all saying not exonerated anymore. How can that be?
Do you have a form in front of you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you sign that form?
This for the coming revocation hearing?
Yes, sir, for this hearing.
No, I was forced to come. The parole officer said that I had to come. He said I had to come, and I deferred it. He said I had to come. No, I don't know why.
Maybe that may help.
Okay, were you on parole?
I was on parole for drugs, yes, sir.
Okay, and that's why we're here to talk about the fact that you violated your parole.
I violated my parole. Okay, sir, I'm trying to find out if and listen, I deferred this hearing. Why did that? Why am I here?
You refused to sign the preliminary hearing paperwork.
I deferred it. So I know I got to go to court for the charge that I shouldn't have. That.
Right. Yes. When were you arrested?
I was arrested on the 7th about two months back.
Okay. And you refused to sign your paperwork. Hold on.
What paperwork?
Okay, you signed the paperwork right there for the hearing for today.
No, I didn't, sir. I got. Listen, he told me the parole officer told me that he making me come to this hearing.
Okay.
He said, he said I have to come to this hearing.
So does he just not want to
Okay,
hear?
well,
He
you're
doesn't
here
want.
now, so we might as well have the hearing then.
But hold up, sir.
I'll let you plead guilty and then.
But hold up, sir. I would like to defer the hearing. I don't want the hearing. Why do I have to have the hearing? If I'm saying I deferred it already, I don't want it.
Do you have outstanding charges against you?
The lawyer already told me that the charge has been dismissed on me. I don't have that she said that the registration stuff that I have that I'm going through, she said that she don't even see why I'm even in jail.
Okay, I'd like to go into executive session.
I second.
They're going to executive. They're like,
Yes.
what in the ever?
Y'all not answering my question though.
Okay,
Y'all
wait,
asking
just-
questions.
Oh, sir, calm
Just stand
down.
by for just a minute. We're gonna go into executive session, and look at some paperwork. And then
Respectful,
we'll get
sir.
right back
I
with it.
can ask, but I can ask y'all questions and y'all not answering my questions, but y'all want to answer y'all questions.
Yes, sir. Sometimes it's not fair.
Yep.
Okay, we're
It's
gonna go
not-
into
no,
executive session.
hold on, sir.
Thank
You
you.
can't. Hold up, it's not fair. No, you can't do that. No, hell, you can't. No.
He's still talking. Y'all hear that?
You just told me it's not fair. No, sir, that's not. What then? Why am I here then? If you're not.
What? They muted him. That was hilarious. He's like, y'all, he's still up. I know y'all can't see him because this. Look, let me take this thing down just for a minute so y'all can see him. He is up there in that corner, and he is just yap. He is having a moment. This is hilarious. He has lost his marbles. Oh my God. Okay, let's fast forward. I was just getting too much of a giggle out of him having a hissy fit over here. He's like, I don't want to be here. I didn't ask for this. It's like, well,
I move that we get.
okay, hang on. Let me hit 5 seconds at a time. Quit fast forwarding so much, Sheila. Yeah, he's got some issues, Cindy. He's got some big issues.
I move that we get out of executive session.
Okay.
And I'll say.
Got a motion and a second, and I concur. So we are now out of executive session. We're back into the hearing. And Mr. Jones, we've discussed this thing and we've run up and down the street with it. You got two choices. You can either ask for a continuance. Okay, we can continue it, or you can revoke yourself.
Unmute yourself.
Tell them, ask them you're muted. I can't hear you. Get
Unmute
somebody,
yourself, sir.
get somebody in there to unmute you.
No, it was your people that
Okay.
muted him. Look, he's fucking. Oh, sorry, foul language. Sorry. He's walking
Okay.
the door. He's lost. He's confused. This is comedy gold for me.
Thank you, Jamie.
This is comedy for me. I'm sorry, y'all. This is my. I mean, I'm just telling y'all, this is me. And it was the people on their end that muted him.
Oh, that was, okay.
Look, he's got a woman peeking in the window at it. It was the people running the system that went up there and
You gonna
muted
come
him.
in there?
We
But
need you
still-
unmuted. Tell her we need him unmuted. Thank you.
Okay, now we can hear you, I think. Go ahead and say what you have two choices. Continuance or revoke yourself.
Hold up, listen. On parole, I'm not here for I'm not here. Listen, the charge. Listen, what is what am I here for?
Are you, okay.
Revoke yourself for what? I
Hey,
haven't done anything wrong.
When I talk, you listen. When you talk, I'll listen.
Okay,
Are
that's
you
right.
charged
So,
with being
listen,
are
you
you
can revoke me? I can listen. I don't get revoked in parole. The judge, whatever. If I go to court and I lose in the charge, understand me? That revokes me. Understand me? On parole, not just revoke myself. Why would I do that?
okay? So
That
you're
don't
not
make no
revoking
sense.
yourself. So you want a continuance in, correct?
A continuous for what? I don't come back here. I don't listen. I want to defer it. I don't want to deal with y'all. Can I defer it like I'm supposed to? I'm deferring the parole like I did before. I defer it on the paper.
That's the
Then
same.
I
You
don't-
want a continuance. You
I
want to
want to
continue.
defer it. I want to defer it. Defer. Like when the parole officer came to me, he came to me and asked me to defer it. I said, I'd like to defer it, sir. I'm deferring it. And why am I here if I deferred it already?
Okay, that'll conclude this hearing. We're going,
Mr.
We're
Prater
voting, I
says
vote
we're
to
done.
continue this hearing until further
I
time.
deferred it. I'm deferring. I don't want no hearing from y'all. I'm deferring it. I'm deferring it, sir.
you're
Please,
getting,
Crawford.
be quiet for just a second, please, sir.
Second, Mr. Jones.
Okay, you're getting what you want. We're
Just
not
defer
gonna,
it and leave me.
we're not gonna hear you this morning. That's the end of the hearing. 10:44.
No, we're not going to hear you. Has he got anything to say while he's walking out? I'm scared. Nope. He's still standing up there. Oh, they took him off. Oh, my stars. That was nuts. Okay, this is Nancy Williams, and she's in for a revocation hearing. All right. Pop up on us, Nancy. Let's see who this lady is.
We are in Baton Rouge at the Department of Corrections headquarters, and we'll be conducting a parole revocation hearing this morning on Miss Nancy Williams, who is at Bill Platt Detention Center. Miss Williams, is that you I'm looking at?
You're muted,
Okay,
Miss
you're on
Williams. Nice bandana, but
I'm
you're
on
muted.
mute. You got it, Heath?
There you go. You got it, honey.
Okay, she got.
We can hear you now, and we're at Bill Platt Detention Center. Is there anybody in the staff there in your room with you?
Yes, sir.
Would you introduce yourself, please?
Okay, my name is Miss Nancy Williams.
Okay, would staff introduce yourselves, please?
Hi, my name is Haley Gallo. I'm the
Oh.
jail supervisor.
Okay, all right, and you are Nancy Williams. Miss Williams, what is your DOC number?
281446.
Okay, and do you have a piece of paper where you waived the right for an attorney there, waive for your attorney and all that business in front of you that you signed?
Yeah, but I don't have none, sir.
You don't have it in front of, we're gonna show it to you. We're gonna put it to you on the screen.
Oh, okay.
And see if that is indeed your signature, and did you sign that?
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Okay, that's what we wanted to know. Okay. We got it now. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay, we're gonna have two people that will be speaking for you later on, but right now I want to talk to you a little bit before Ms. Ledoux takes over the questioning. But you're charged with 2 violations while you're on parole. You can't be doing stuff because you sign these rules that you will abide by all these rules. And there's 2 of these rules that your parole officer says that you violated. One is rule number 4, in that you violated the law in that you were arrested for simple robbery and simple assault. How do you plead on that? Did you, first off, did you get arrested? Not if you're guilty or not, but did you get arrested?
A month later, yes, sir, I got arrested.
Okay. Now, did you commit the crimes that you were charged with?
No, sir.
Okay, you didn't commit or plead to anything, weren't found guilty?
Well, they, to be honest with you, when I went to court, they did it, pass without dated. Pass without dated when I went to court. My lawyer say they did it pass without dated, meaning, they didn't give me no charge or nothing. If I do pass without dated for a year, okay. Meaning if I do this year without getting in no trouble, they was gonna drop the charge. And they told me, my lawyer told me I was gonna get released and stuff like that with no parole hold or anything like that, which I didn't know. You understand? Because I thought I was going home that day when they passed it without dated, because he said I was going home that day and they was going to lift my hold. So that's the reason why I took that and ran with it, because I wanted to go home because I had 7 months. I'm already down 7 months for something I didn't do. You understand? Yeah, I was there, sir, but I didn't do anything.
Okay, we'll get further into that, Ms. Ledoux will, in a little bit. And the other rule that you're violating is you hadn't been keeping up with paying for your fees that you're responsible to the state of Louisiana for your parole fees. You hadn't paid any of those since you were put on parole, and you owe $8,000 $210. Is that,
Okay.
are you guilty of owing that money?
Yeah, I am guilty of holding that money, sir. When I got out in 2012, I did what I had to do, getting jobs and everything. Okay, then when I stopped paying, that's because of the COVID. And when the COVID hit, they laid me off. I couldn't find any other job. After all this was going on, my health got bad. I had surgery on my legs. I had irregular heartbeat and everything with my heart. So I filed for my disability. I told my parole officer that because he used to come to my house every month. Every month he used to come to my house. Before I got picked up December 11, he came in November, and he was supposed to take my paperwork because I filed for my disability and everything of that nature and stuff. I couldn't work no more. My health got bad on me, sir. And I told him all these things. So he was going to take a copy of my disability paper and put that on file.
Okay, all right. So you're saying that you owe the money, but you have not been able to pay the money. So you're actually guilty of that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. But what it was, when I was working, I was paying what I can pay. But when I stopped working during that time, it's nothing I could do. But I am guilty of it, sir.
Okay.
I couldn't pay no more, so I'm
There's
guilty
two
because I couldn't pay.
Okay, there's two people that want to say something for you. One
Yes,
is
sir.
Pretty. Is Pretty on the, where's Pretty? Are you on Zoom now? Daughter.
Yes, sir. That's my thought.
Okay, Pretty Williams.
I'm on here.
Okay, are you, there you go.
Can you
Are
hear
you
me?
pretty? Are you pretty?
Yeah, I'm pretty. Yes,
Okay.
how y'all doing?
Tell us what you want to say
Okay.
about your mom.
All right, I'm trying to find the department. I'm trying to find an area where y'all can hear me pretty well. I'm at
Okay,
work.
you gotta be still somewhere because you're killing us. We still.
All right. I'm at work. I apologize.
Find the area.
You hear me now?
We'll come back to you in a minute. What about Nicole? Nicole here? Nicole? Okay.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. And you're a friend of hers, and we'll
Yes.
come back pretty
Yes,
in a
sir.
minute. Nicole Jagno, if I'm saying that right.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, you're a friend of Nancy Williams, and you want to say something about in support of her not being revoked. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I know Nancy did a lot of years in jail, and I've known her for the last 10 years. I truly believe that she has done a lot, like to change her life. She stays out of trouble, like she's doing good. I lost my son 2 years ago, and Miss Nancy has been one of my bigger support systems. And, like she keeps me motivated. She keeps me spiritually, like, she prays for me. She's been there. And my son's anniversary of his death is coming up next week. And Nancy's always been there with me since then. So I just really feel like, as far as leading a good life, Nancy definitely does do that. And, I feel like considering where she's been before, she has definitely come a long way.
Okay, thank you for that. Did Pretty ever get situated? Oh.
Yeah, I'm here. Can y'all hear me now?
We can hear you and we can see you, and it's not making us dizzy. Tell us what you want to tell us about your mom.
Okay, well, my mom went to prison when I was 8 years old the first time. So we did this 18-year bid with her, back and forth, going visit and everything. I've worked in the prison system 5 years. I've worked at the sheriff department. Now I'm at the Department of Homeland Security. So I've seen both sides, and I can clearly say in the years my mom has been home, it's been a struggle because 18 years, you expect them to be institutionalized, but she was not. She came home, she got a job, but right now she's dealing with medical issues. And you fall.
You know, some people fall, but you get back up. But I can clearly say, you know, for her, redemption was, that's what it was. She never went back. She had some hiccups, you know what I mean? But she's never been back. Great mother. She's a great mother, great grandmother, and a great great grandmother, you know. And that's just me. Y'all don't know me personally, but if I didn't feel she needed to be out, I wouldn't have been here. You know, like I said, I've seen both the system. I know for a fact she made great, great, great strides. She's held down her own home, paying her own bills, but again, she's dealing with medical issues. And to be, you know, a convicted felon, hard to get a job, hard to start over. She's held down her own home. Her probation officer visits. He knows that. You know, family outings, we do that and try to keep her motivated because it's hard. I've never been in the system, so I don't know what it's like to be turned down for a job because of your criminal history. But she kept on. She kept striving to do it. She seek the Black believe in being counseling, going to therapy. She seek that because she has a lot that she's dealing with. So just give her a chance. That's what I'm asking y'all. Look at her record. She's been home. She's held down her address, you know. So just give her a chance if y'all can.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. We appreciate your comments. Okay, your case has been assigned to Ms. Ledoux, who is going to continue the questions.
Ms. Williams?
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
aware we have the video from the store. Are you aware that we have the video from the store
Yes,
during
ma'am.
Can you help me understand, because we don't have audio, but I see two ladies, one to be you, that came behind the counter of the store where the clerk is standing, and there's a lot of, looks like animated conversation going on. So what was going on? Can you explain to me what happened that day?
Well, it was like really a misunderstanding. It wasn't no simple robbery. That it wasn't no simple robbery. Meaning, I'm saying that he said because we touched the door or we went behind. No, that wasn't no simple robbery. She told my daughter that we didn't pay for something in the store. So my daughter came back with the basket and asked her what we didn't pay for. But she was fussing with me more and saying this and that about we stealing and all the above. But I'm showing her, I got the purse in my hand and I had a red book in my hand. I said, ma'am, you can search my purse. I'm not stealing. I don't have anything in my purse. And she kept antagonizing me, and my daughter said, my mama don't have nothing. So her and my daughter got into a heat of an argument. And that's how the door swung over. That wasn't no simple robbery. It was really and truly, it was a misunderstanding in that store. It was really a misunderstanding. It wasn't no simple robbery, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. It wasn't no simple robbery.
I mean, it appeared to be a very hostile conversation.
Yeah, a little something like that, ma'am. Yeah, like, you know, a little, they got in the heat of an argument because she telling my daughter she didn't pay for something. My daughter said, I came back in with the basket, what I didn't pay for, and they got into a heat of an argument and stuff like that because she kept trying to antagonize me. And my daughter said, my mama ain't got nothing to do with that. Leave my mama alone. So they kept fussing and fussing until it just got into a heat of an argument. And when my daughter touched the door to swing the door open and stuff like that, but they charged me with a simple robbery. It wasn't no simple robbery, Miss Ledoux. It was really a heat of an argument that she said my daughter didn't pay for something. My daughter came back with the basket and asked her what I didn't pay for.
Okay. Gentlemen, I would like to go into executive session.
A second.
Got a motion and a second to go into executive session.
I need to review something in the file.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
they're going to go into executive
Yes.
session.
Yes.
So let's see what happens after the executive session.
Court did not.
There'll be no one to object. We're out of executive session and back into regular session. as I said before, it's 11:09. Ms. Ledoux, continue questioning.
Ms. Williams. the
Yes,
court-
ma'am.
The court did not decide that you innocent of these charges.
Say that again, ma'am.
The court did not find you innocent of these charges.
Okay,
The court set it aside for a period of 1 year. So it's not the same thing as you not being guilty.
yes, ma'am.
It's, so they could have found you guilty, but they decided to set it aside for a year. Okay. I watched the video. I have reviewed all of the file, and my vote today is to revoke based on your violation of rule number 4 and 10.
Okay, we have one vote to revoke your parole, Mr. Tillis.
My vote is to, do not revoke.
Okay, we have one vote to do not revoke, and it takes 2 out of 3. So the last vote will be mine, and my vote, I'm going to concur with Ms. Ledoux. I'm going to vote that you be revoked on your parole. That'll be the end of this hearing. It's 11:10.
Okay, they're revoking her. Poor thing. I mean, she's still up there talking. I still hear her. She's still talking. Okay, let's see this next one. Who we got coming up next? We have a Jamie Haley. And again, I don't have these charges. This is the women's prison, so I don't have a list of what they're.
Is there also, who else is in the room with us?
My real name's King here.
Okay. Well, okay, and you're gonna have a hearing in a minute, I assume.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Haley, Jamie Haley. Okay, all right, sir, would you scoot up to the table there and tell us? No, you don't have to stand up. I just look like he's kind of far back, but that's okay. Whatever makes you comfortable. What's your DOC number?
501442.
Okay, and we're here to talk to you about a revocation hearing. And do you have a form in front of you, a revocation waiver form?
Waiver.
Questionnaire. Yes, sir.
Yes,
The
sir.
questionnaire. Did you sign that?
Yes, sir.
You understand that? Okay, good. Well, we're gonna be talking to you a little bit about some rule violations. The main thing is rule number 4. You're accused of violating rule number 4, which is on a sheet of paper of rules. When you get on parole, you got to abide by these rules. Well, number 4, your parole officer says you didn't abide by, and that's criminal activity. And the fact that you were arrested in March, I believe it, yes, sir, in March for domestic abuse, battery with child endangerment, and you were arrested on that date. Is that true or not? Let's start out with a little bit. Were you arrested on that day?
I was arrested. Yes, sir.
Did you commit the offense?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. So you're gonna plead innocent to the fact that you committed the offense.
Sir, I'm pleading innocent, and if I can say, I was the one that called. I called 911.
Okay, well, we'll get into that in just a minute. I think Mr. Tillis is going to be asking you some questions about that. Okay, we have 3 people that.
Okay, I'm gonna pause it right there just to say something. Just because you are the one to call 911 does not mean you will not go to jail. Trust me on this. Trust me. I'll have to tell that story another day.
I want to speak on your behalf. Diana Thomas is the first one, and that's your mother. Is Miss Thomas, are you on the air on Zoom with us?
Mama Thomas, hello.
Y'all know if
She's a boomer
Like any of the
probably and doesn't
Zoom
know how to
calls?
unmute or Zoom or whatever.
Let's go.
I told them precise time.
Mr. Tillis, do you want to start questioning?
Yeah, we can go ahead. You pled not guilty to rule number 4. Tell us what happened.
On this day, I went to go to work and I wasn't feeling good. So I come back home and I went to the room and I fell asleep. I went to sleep. I locked the door. But on this day, like, I mean, any other day, if I'm in the bedroom with the door closed, my girlfriend gonna think I'm doing something maybe. But can I give you a broader view and let you know what's going on with her?
Yeah, go ahead, make it brief.
She's had cancer and had her breast removed, and they put her on some medicine, something for depression and another to battle off the last part of the cancer. And she said she stopped taking it because she like, I can't do this. I can't live. I can't function or nothing. So she stopped taking it. And it makes her aggressive, makes her mean. And on this day, I mean, I got kids outside. I got 2 kids outside of the ones I have with her. But she was yelling at them. And I've asked her, man, to not yell at my kids. And she yelled at them. And I told my kid come to me and tell me what was going on. And what he explained is like, I mean, he coughed. He didn't cough, but he had. So he didn't feel like he had to cover his mouth. And she said, cover your mouth. And
Okay, he didn't have to describe that in detail
he
that
said,
way.
but and she said, don't be yelling at me. Don't you yell at me. But she in return is yelling at him. And off my previous experience when I was a kid, I was yelled at. I was talked to in a bad way by a woman. So when I got older, like not this incident, but incident before, man, that made it by my mama yelling at me, it made it like okay to battle with a woman. And I don't want that for my kids. So I tell her not to yell at them. I say, talk to them calm. If they don't listen to you, I'm gonna correct you. But this day here, I went and I talked to her because her and these kids' mother had differences. And I mean, I got a question if you're doing this intentionally or you're doing this just trying to better the kids. But we gotta understand it. Don't whoop them and don't yell at them. But anyway, I go and I tell her about it. I say, Tanika, man, he was trying to tell you, he just hacked. He wasn't coughing. And she say, you always taking up for these MF kids. And I say, come on, man, we can't talk like that in front of the kid. We can't do that. I know what this lead to. And she sat down. I tried to proceed back to the room to go back and lay down. I'm sick. I'm at home sick and sleeping. But on my way back, she said, F that. She said, I set this MF house on fire with you and the kids in here. And at this time, I mean, I can't leave the kids in the
Set the
front.
house on fire with the kids in it. He just really said that.
And I mean, I go back and I tell her, I say, man, come on, man, please stop this. Don't do this. Please don't do this. And I go to call my mom. I call my mom and let her know this is really like an episode from the medicine is what I'm believing. So I called my mama, and my mama says, son, call the police. So she up and irate and yelling and like a provocative way, like she trying to provoke me.
You
And
call the
so-
police?
Yes, sir. I
So
called the police.
What happened when the police got there? What happened?
By the time the police had got, see, I got her out of the house with the kids doing this. She's saying she gonna set the house on fire. I don't know what else to do. I didn't throw her out the house. I didn't do anything to harm her. I worked in security. But I called the police, and by the time the police get there, she done bust all the windows out of the house. And the police talked to her first. She's outside, and I'm at the time I'm making sure the kids are right. One of the kids, the teenager, tried to get one of the toys. She was busting the windows with, but she threw the toy at her, and I blocked the toy. But by this time, I mean, I'm still not dressed, and I'm waiting on the police. Get her out, and I go and I put on some shorts and put on some shoes. By the time the police get there, they talking to her. They go straight and talk to her. And I say, sir, I tried to let him know I was the one that called. And he said, go in your house. Go in your house. I'll be in there in a second. And I say, no, sir, I'm the one that called. And he said, again, to go in your house. So, I mean, after this, he come around the gate and he cuffed me. I say, am I being detained? Because I didn't put my hands on him. I didn't do it at all. But the man felt like I defied his orders. So he told me on the way to the police station, he said, don't you know if you'd have went in your house, this would have went way different? I said, sir, you taking me away from my family and my kids. I got 10 years over my head. I didn't put my hands on them. I was the one that called you guys. And I mean, he said, it's too late. It's too late. And
Okay, so that brought you to this point.
yes, sir. But man,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was under the impression whenever I checked off for which case which one I wanted to go with before the board. I said preliminary hearing because I'm thinking the body cam, the 911 call, and the things like that would free me. I was thinking that would free me. That's what my parole officer, I asked him, I said, if I get a preliminary hearing, would they present all the evidence? And in the court case, it would be body cam, 911 call, and different things like that. But it wasn't that. It was just the police report, like what you guys have now.
Okay, so, but let me suggest this to you. A lot of times law enforcement, when they ask you to do something, especially if they just ask you to go back inside, don't argue with them, just go ahead and do that. And it makes it a lot better. Then you can present the case. Did you have an altercation with another woman in another town? Babies, you said you had 2 sets of kids?
Yes, sir. But another incident?
Yeah.
You talking about right here recently?
So prior to this one?
See, whenever I was convicted on this in 2017, I had a conviction of it.
Were you ordered not to be with the woman that you're with now?
The one I'm with now?
Yes.
Oh, no, sir.
Which one? What is it? Hold on a second.
Marquita?
Is that the other woman that you have children by?
Miss Ledoux shook her head
With a
no.
stay
There's
away
something
order?
more to it.
Yeah.
Miss Ledoux
Yes,
knows.
sir.
Okay.
So you haven't been, you did stay away from her.
Yes, sir.
You have not had any contact with her.
No, sir.
Okay.
Okay, 8/21/2023, a discussion with Mr. Thompson. I guess it was determined the course of action at this time would be to reprimand and release on parole with the special conditions, no contact with victim Tanika Roan. Upon release, enroll and complete a domestic violence intervention program for 6 months and GPS monitoring for 1 year. After this situation, you went up to Sibley and you and Marquita Frazier had problems, couldn't get along. And then you returned back to Lake Charles and the victim in this case is Miss Roan, or the other person involved in the altercation is Miss Roan. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I want to know. Thank you.
Okay. Is she talking about in the 2023 case?
Jerry.
2023, and then you were detained on this one in March, but you came back in 2023. You had a no contact order.
Yes, ma'am. I went
This
from
person that you had the altercation with in 2023, 2025.
Yes, ma'am. Miss Lisa Martin was my officer at one point in time. She went to working with the people with special needs or something. But I spoke with her and let her know with cancer treatment and my baby, I mean, that we was trying to work things out. She had her sign something and allowed us to work things out. This is a incident that happened, and I mean to do 10 years about it, man. I'm just trying to be a daddy. I got 6 boys. I got this woman, unfortunately, caught cancer. At that time, she found out about that I had another baby on the way, and man, I'm aware of how it may look. Man, by God, I got my boys to stay away from them 10 years. Man, that's a lot. Just
Good. We have your mother on right now. I want to speak in your behalf.
Okay,
She's on Zoom.
you'll be zooming.
This the mom and dad on the phone.
Good afternoon.
Yes.
How y'all doing?
Hey, good. And you are Dana Thomas, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you're here to talk about your mother. You're the mother of Jamie Haley, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, tell us
Yes, sir.
what you're thinking. Tell us what's on your mind. Make it
Well,
brief and concise as you can.
Yes, sir. Well, basically, that he's been a good father and stuff, and his help, his heart, helping and stuff. As far as for him being gone 10 years, he has children. He loves his children. He has other people's children he take care of. This was not the way it was told to me it was going to happen. And my thing is, I'm asking that you guys give him grace and stuff and let him be a father to his children. And I can assure you this time here, I will be there in the middle of it. I help other people in the community. I told my son to call the police because that's the right thing to do. So if you guys could find it and you just your grace, just be graceful with him and give him another opportunity to come out here and be a father. He has a job waiting. And he has support out here.
You asked him to call the police when this incident was happening?
Yes, sir. He called me. I do Spark. So I was delivering grocery and I was on the other side of town. I usually go and I sit down and I talk to I'll be able to talk to Tanika and give her something out of some biblical word and let her know, what a woman's, how a woman should handle this. If I'm upset, I don't always go and antagonize the person. I won't argument. I'd rather just, sit down and talk about it. So my conversation be mostly with her and him and the kids. And I remind, look at these kids, I want you to see that everything you do, she has a 14-year-old daughter, who I love, who runs track and is real smart.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good father.
Let's hear from, put it on speakerphone, Mr. Donald Franklin.
Yeah, this is he.
Okay, we got you on speakerphone and we can hear you, and I hope you can hear us. Tell us what you want to do about your son, Jamie.
Yeah, Jamie, he's a good kid, and I believe that he's mainly concerned about doing the right thing by his kids. And one of his kids, the one he's in there for, counseling. She was for counseling. I think that's why he invited her to come stay with him so they can raise their kid. And I feel like, this particular time right now, I think he was just kind of like, a victim because of not doing a direct order from a police, but I don't think he put his hands on her. And she told me that he didn't put his hands on her. And it's just a thing where, I don't believe in nobody putting no hands on a woman. And, and I raised him not to do that. So, I mean, it's just a thing that I think he need to just go ahead on and come to work with me again, because he was working, he was doing good. And, we demolition houses in Lake Charles, and we do tree cuts and all that. And I can use him because he's a strong young man. And I think he was doing the right thing. And it's just trying to let her come with him, with the kids, because she ain't in counsel.
Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate those comments. What about Amira Jones? Is she with you?
Is she with me?
Yes, sir. Is she with you or not?
No, she's
okay. Yes, I was just wondering if she was in the room with you because we can't get in touch with her. And I thought maybe she was.
She's in orientation. She going to Southern University. She in orientation right now.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
She's in college.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your input. All right.
Okay.
We're going. Left everything on. Okay, we've spoken with them now. I think even though we asked you some questions, Mr. Tillis. Do you have some more questions you want to ask?
Mr. Tillis
No,
looks
I wanted
like
to go into executive session if necessary.
That's why he wants to go to
Okay.
executive session.
All right, we got a motion for an executive session and a second. All in favor?
Okay, let's bump him into executive.
We've got a motion to get to go back into general session. And we got a second, and we got a third with me, I guess. So anyway, I think we all concurred. We're out of executive session now. We've discussed the procedural matters, and we're back into regular session. Mr. Haley, Mr. Tillis, do you have any more questions?
I have no more questions.
I don't have any questions. I just, point out that during this period of supervision, you have had jail sanctions once. You've had special conditions put on you. It hadn't been a walk in the park, the supervision. So that's all I went out.
Okay, another question. Did you have words with the policeman when you were arrested?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I watched glass being shattered over my son's head. I was scared, man. I was scared. I was sick. I've been fighting for the longest, man. I don't think I can be away from my kids for that, man. My kids, I got 6 boys, dude. I don't want to go to prison, man. I don't want them in prison at all.
Stop.
Okay,
Please stop everything. Stop.
Show them the right way, man. I'm trying to show them the right way. It ain't just.
Severe thunderstorm warning, and we're under a tornado watch. The parking here in Lynn County for jurors, they park at least a quarter mile away under the interstate. Looks like the rain's going to get here pretty soon. I'm inclined to let them go for the day. Or, I mean, otherwise they're going to get drenched on and
They're going to be flooded in if he doesn't let them go
could
for
be
the
stuck
day.
here in a
So he's a
thunderstorm.
wonderful judge,
So,
and he's going
I
to let
mean,
them go home for the
we're
day.
about probably
like
40
this
minutes
man.
earlier, or at least let them know and ask them what their preference is. If they all come in and unanimously say we want
They
to
may
keep
say they
going,
have a verdict.
that's fine with me, but I want to give them that option. So is that, I guess,
Give them that option.
my proposal is we
They
bring the
have a
jury
verdict
in,
and say,
I
hey,
explain to them what I know about the weather and ask them,
don't leave
say
just
it's up to you. I'll let you deliberate as long as you'd like to today, up to 5 o'clock, if that's, 5 or thereabouts. If you want to, or if because of the weather, you want to discontinue deliberations today, that's fine as well. I'll leave the choice up to them. That's the state's preference. That work for you?
Yes.
All right. Then I'm going to go across the hall, ask the jury manager to gather the jurors and bring them back.
Okay. So while that's, yeah, she took her hair down. That's, wow. So while they're kind of just doing their little thing right now, and we're waiting for them to come back. Yeah, I was on Mounjaro for some other health reasons. For they've made great strides with Mounjaro in the autoimmune disorders use, and that's why I am taking it. Now, on the flip side of that, today, just be everybody aware. It's no big deal. I am on iron infusions. I do them once a year, and it's usually 2 infusions. And this time took a little turn, and I'm going to have to go through 8 treatments of iron infusions this time instead of just 2. So that will mean they've moved my appointments. They're going to be on Mondays in the evenings for the next 7 weeks. So what I wanted to let y'all know in advance is for the next 7 Mondays, we will be doing like half days. We'll start at 9 or 10, and then we'll go until about 1:30. Just because we're going to have to do that on Mondays. It's late at night for Katya, so I really hate to ask her to come pop in at that time, have her sitting on the floor or anything. So, we're just going to have to make do. And, if anything comes up, we'll figure it out. But so for the next 7 weeks, we're just going to cut Monday short. It's just something I do once a year. Usually it's just 2 sessions, and this time it's going to be 8. So anyways, it's all cool. Yeah, it's just a thing,
I said, it's going to be a minute.
So it's not a big deal. It's really not. I've had iron issues ever since I was little. And I only have 1 kidney also. One of y'all said that. Was it Denise or was it Paula? Paula said your metformin was bad for your kidneys. Yeah, I only have 1 kidney. I was born that way. I had my first kidney surgery when I was 5 years old. Back then in the 70s, it was considered exploratory surgery because we didn't have all these new fandangled machines. So, yeah, so it's been a lifetime. Yeah, that's what YouTube. Yeah, so, I enjoy it, being here. So let's wait and see this jury come in, and I bet they're going to say, let's go home. With the floods and all the rain and stuff, and their parking lot floods, and they already know that, Although Karina does look a little bit worried. So I did go ahead and I posted for Monday, and it won't be this Monday, it'll be the following Monday. So I have a stream set up for Monday morning at 10 o'clock to go into verdict watch for Karina. And I'm not sure what we're going to watch because there was a bench trial. It was a 2-day bench trial, but the judge is not going to come back with a verdict for like a month. They have like 3 weeks to get in some more demonstrations and some, I don't remember what they even called it. I wrote it down somewhere, but I don't remember where I wrote it. But and then they were going to come back. The judge will come back in like a month with a verdict. So I don't know. We can watch it, but we're not going to have a verdict right away, which is kind of crappy. But it is a bench trial, and we don't get to see those very often. So I'm not sure yet. I'm going to talk to Katya and see, and if we find any other trials that may be starting on Monday. Okay, so what do you mean? What happened? You went in the store. They're on. It's raining there, and the parking lot floods. So the judge is saying, "Hey, we know it's like an hour earlier than we would normally let them go, but because of the rain and the parking lot flooding being typical, we give them the option if they want to go home and go for the day, we're going to let them go." So that's where we stand with that. Oh, and here comes the jury. So he's going to explain that to the jury and make a decision. And then we'll probably, unless for some reason the jury says, "Oh no, we got a verdict, we're going to come in with that by some odd chance," which I doubt it, but you never know. So that's why I'm kind of holding out, just to make sure there's no verdict and the jury says, "Yep, let's go home." 80s music man thinks he's sneaking in here, but he's lurking. Yep, I see you out there. I see
Go
you
ahead and
out
have a
there.
seat.
All right, let's go.
All right. We are back on the record. We have our jury, counsel, and parties present. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a little unusual. I don't normally see a jury between when they start deliberations and when they're finished, but you may have seen out your window. It's getting pretty dark out. We're under a severe thunderstorm watch and a tornado warning here. I know you guys are parked a ways away, so I wanted to, even if I let you go right now, you might not beat the rain, but you'd be closer. So I really wanted to leave it up to you folks. I'm willing to let you folks deliberate longer today. 5, shortly after 5. Or if you tell me you'd like to go today and resume on Monday, I'm open to that as well in light of the weather. So, we'll go off the record. I'm just going to let you guys, if you want to chat amongst yourselves for a minute, that's fine with me. So let's go off the record.
It's kind of an odd situation to put the jury in. Oh no, I love it. I love this judge. I absolutely love him. Oh, tornadoes. They have tornadoes in that area? See, I'm not aware of Iowa, so yeah, me too, Cindy. Me too. I really enjoy this judge. I really do. Yeah, see, in their clock, you see it's 4 o'clock already there, so they got another hour if they wanted to stay and deliberate. If it was me, I'd say no. I don't do weather. I don't do from the Houston area. I know what we go through. I don't do weather out here. Oh, he did say tornado warning. Okay, see, I didn't hear that part. I have Hector over here playing his TikTok videos in the background, and I'm trying to ignore him. But I hear some of those repeat songs they play on TikTok that just make me want to scream. It's like everybody gets that same bite of music and put it to their TikTok videos. And I'm like, oh my God, it just annoys me. But yeah, it's supposed to get bad at tornado. Oh, they do have big tornadoes in that. Okay. See, I don't know nothing about Iowa except cornfields is what I hear. I've Texas all my life. I was born here. I've traveled outside of Texas, but not very far. I've traveled to California. I've traveled to Las Vegas and drove to California. And then I've flown to New York, Pennsylvania, went to the Capitol, went to all the, all that up in DC and all that. That was a New Year's Eve I'll never forget because it was the 20th anniversary of 9/11 and I did not realize it. And we happened to be in Times Square on New Year's Eve. And all of a sudden they started putting up all these barricades and locking the trash cans. And I couldn't figure out why they were locking the trash cans. And why there was such a high police presence. It never dawned on me that it, had been 20 years or whatever it was, whatever it had been. I don't even remember. It was some anniversary, 9/11, right after 9/11, and it was New Year's Eve. So they were like being all cautious and I don't know. Anyways, I just remember they were locking the trash cans. And I remember thinking, why are they locking trash cans? And then the cop says, and I asked my husband at the time, I asked him out, I said it out loud, like, why are they locking trash cans? I just don't understand. I don't get it. Because that's me. I'm an inquiring person. I need to know. I have questions. I have lots of questions, and I want answers to my questions. The cop spoke up and he says, we're locking trash cans because they put bombs in them. I was like, oh, okay. We need to go. I'm ready to go. I don't even want to stay in Times Square for the rest of this ball drop thing. Nope. And you know what we did? We sure did. We chartered a bus. We got on a bus and we drove to Pennsylvania, and not even the right stop. I had to walk 3 miles in the rain, in the wet, cold snow on New Year's Eve to get to a hotel because I booked the wrong hotel. It was just fun. It was an experience. So we get supposed to rain a lot in your part of Texas. And they're like, okay, Swan, please be safe. Be safe. Yeah, I mean, I've watched my fair share. I have watched of videos on Facebook and stuff and X and everything of all the stories people have told of heroism, of saving people, of unfortunately finding deceased people. I have heard and read so many stories, and my heart just breaks. Robert Earl Keen is a very well-known person in the Kerrville area. Yeah, it is, Cindy. It really is. Anyways, Robert Earl Keen is a prominent person in the Kerrville area. That's his hometown, and he's an artist that I've enjoyed all my life. And he's on Thursday, August 28th, in New Braunfels. They're going to have a benefit concert that Hector's gonna take that day off, and we are going to go to New Braunfels for the day on Thursday, August 28th. So that is a date I need to keep in mind. It is a Thursday that I will not be available. I'm gonna have to find somebody to stream for me, or we will be off that day. I'm just gonna have to figure that one out. I have to figure it out later. Just one of those days. So I wish they'd come back with this. Come on, come back with this. I know y'all can probably hear Hector's loudness in the background. Definitely he'll come back and tell us whether or not they're going to stay or go, right? He should. What did that say, K-Swan? We don't live by near with any lakes or rivers and not in a flood zone. Should be okay. Yeah, we'll see. That's good. I live 3 blocks from a river, the Brazos River. So it has come out of its banks before, but I don't know that the Brazos intertwines with the Guadalupe in any way. And we are more southeast area. So I'm actually southwest of Houston. So in a little smaller area. Your cousin lives in the Kerrville area. I love Kerrville. I love being out there. I love New Braunfels area. I love being out there. The hill country is beautiful, beautiful during the summertime. And that was one of my regular travels, that right, if he doesn't, when he shuts off the lights. Oh my goodness. I know, but I was going to go at 4 o'clock. I mean, I figured if he wasn't coming back, Hector wants to go to Sam's and get a few groceries. We're out of dog food. And I need some new headphones because these are on my last nerve. You see, I keep poking them in my ear because this little thingy on the end is not the right one. And it's too big for my ear, so it won't stay in. It keeps falling out. So I have to poke it back in. So he's going to buy me new headphones today because I have my big, these ones that I used to wear, but Lola got them and chewed up all the padding. So, yeah, they're no good anymore. Instead of throwing away, I just put them over there in the corner of my computer desk, and there they still sit. So, I know y'all can hear his phone. Oh my God. I love him. I love him. He's hungry. He's ready to go eat. Go to Sam's, get him a hot dog. Do I hear the judge coming back? I hear him talking ever so lightly. Let me see. I thought we had a poll going. We don't have a poll over here. Oh, really? I don't know. See, I don't know. My thing is I don't know how well a Bluetooth set would be, you know, for hooking it up to a computer. I've never used a Bluetooth headset on a computer, and I've seen some Bluetooth headsets that I would love to. I mean, I have my little what are these, skull candy ones that I love, but I don't know if I can Bluetooth them to the computer and still stream. Call me a Gen Xer. There's some things that we don't know as Gen Xers, things that I haven't tried and I haven't learned yet. So yeah, I'm thinking about trying to hook these up and seeing about streaming with Bluetooth. I don't know how that works. So, okay, Judge, I'm going to give you a couple more minutes and then we're going to call it a night, because I don't think they're going to come back with a verdict today. I really don't. Yeah, I don't know if you could hook Bluetooth. I mean, I have Bluetooth on the computer, so I would think you could, but I don't know how well that will stream. I don't know, like the delay or anything. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to look into it this weekend. So just another thing. And then we'll have to also look in to see what we're going to watch Monday while we're on verdict watch, because I'm telling y'all, we're going to be on verdict watch. They're not going to finish today. I have no faith in them finishing today. None. Zero faith. Zero faith. Okay. Judge, come on. This jury's had 5 minutes to discuss this. I think they could discuss in 5 minutes whether or not they want to go home in some rain or not. Ooh, I'm tired. Okay, let's watch this parole hearing for a few minutes. Then while we're waiting, see what judge says, and I'll flip back. I'm gonna rewind it just a touch.
I've been fighting for the longest, man. I don't think I can be away from my kids for that, man. My kids, I got 6 boys, dude. I don't want to go to prison, man. I don't want them in prison at all.
Oh, he's crying.
Okay. Show them the right way, man. I'm trying to show them the right way. And they just...
Excuse me, sir. He just said he's trying to show him the right way. He's in jail. I have a problem. Hello.
Just put myself on child support and stay away. Yes, sir.
That does not give you the right to threaten the police that are just out there doing their job.
I didn't threaten them. I told them man, I'm not going in my house. I'm the one that called you.
I don't want to get into all of that. I'm just telling you what the officer wrote in his report. And the officer said that you threatened him several times on the way back to the station. And let me ask you another question. How many domestic abuse charges have you had?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Mr. President. I'm gonna tell you this though, the officer said that, but on the way there, I let him know I have a history. I said, man, I got a background of this. And he said that was me admitting that I did do it. I didn't know about him saying I threatened him in any type of way.
Okay.
I said history.
I don't have any other.
Man, I got 6 boys.
Phyllis, would you vote for us, please, sir?
My vote is gonna be to revoke.
Okay.
My vote is to revoke based on failed supervision, during the period.
Okay, and my vote also, Mr. Haley, is to revoke because of violations of rule number 4, and that has to do with illegal conduct. Okay, that was concluded here at 11:50 in the morning.
Okay, on to Raymond Matthews, and I believe that's the person that must be sitting right there, right?
And
and DLC.
What is your DOC number?
My DLC number is 592-689.
Okay, and do you have a form in front of you, a revocation form in front of you that you signed?
No, sir. It's Louisiana Board of Parole, parole of revocation questionnaire.
Okay, yes, sir. That's what I'm talking about. Did you sign that?
No, sir, I did not. Refused to sign, Kane Gregg.
Okay, and why don't you want to sign that?
I actually just want to go home, man, so I can do my job. That's really it. I'm
Yes,
fed up with it.
Okay.
Hold up. He said, I refuse to sign because I want to go home. Right? Isn't that what he said? I actually just want to go home. Okay.
So I can do my job. That's really it. I'm
Yes,
fed up with it.
Sure.
Okay.
We'll let you out. No problem. You refuse to sign,
Okay.
we'll let you go.
Where is see, I don't have that form with me. Here. Okay. Why don't you go ahead?
So, the U.S. Supreme Court provides guidelines to determine if you're eligible for appointed counsel. Let me ask this, Mr. Williams, are you the appointed counsel?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I am. I was previously appointed prior to the May 1st hearing. The early hearing, I think that's temporary hearing, I believe.
Preliminary hearing. Okay. So he refused to sign, but is eligible for appointed counsel.
Yes, the local office went through those steps and met with my office and my supervisors, and I'm not sure which judge they met with, but it was determined that he was eligible for appointed counsel.
Appreciate you straightening this out there, Ms. Ledoux. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and continue with this hearing. And Mr. Ralph Williams, we appreciate you being on the Zoom with us, and feel free to take part in this if you need to. Okay. Mr. Matthews, the reason that you are here is because of violation of rules 2, 3, and 10. Do you know what those rules are? Or do I need to read those to you?
You can read, if you don't mind, you can read them.
Yes, sir.
Please. Whatever's best for you.
Okay, would you sit up a little closer, please? Sir?
Will you chair closer to the table, please?
Chair closer to the table.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Rule, I'll move it up here for just a minute. Okay, you failed to submit a monthly supervision report for the month of March of 2025. And you were, that's rule number 2. How do you plead on that?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty, did you say?
Yes, sir. Always not guilty.
Okay. You were also instructed to report March 14th, 2025, and you failed to report as directed. Guilty or not guilty?
And what was that for?
That was failing to report on March the 14th when they told you to come in.
Not guilty, sir.
Okay. Rule number 3. On March the 26th, you moved from your last reported address on Perry Lane without permission.
Not guilty.
Okay. Also, rule number 3, you left the state of Louisiana without permission, which is evidenced by your arrest by the Ferndale Police Department in Washington on April the 10th, 2025.
Okay, he can't plead not guilty to this.
Of that?
He better say guilty.
I mean, I did eat out the store. I mean, I kind of built the store. So it was just like a $3 thing. Like it only cost like $3, $4 maybe. I was kind of broke on the snow, sir. I mean, I did eat out the store, but it was something.
That's not what he asked, sir. Pay attention.
Okay, would you repeat what you just said? We're having trouble hearing a little bit. Repeat that, please. Are you guilty or innocent of going to Washington and get arrested?
Yeah, I did. I mean, this is King, but I did go to not Washington. No, sir, I'm not guilty of that.
Okay, you're not guilty of going to Washington?
You were arrested in Washington. How are you not guilty for not going out of state on parole?
Mr. Williams, you can help him if you need.
Sir.
Thank you. Mr. Matthews, do you remember us having a previous hearing at the Correctional Center, sir, back in May?
That was a few weeks ago. I mean, in July, yeah.
Okay. Do you remember having a conversation with the members of probation and parole, sir, while I was there?
Yeah. I didn't see you, but someone else did come and see me.
Can you describe that person?
Blonde hair, blue eyes, dirty blonde.
Was anyone else with her?
The only one.
She was the only one?
Yeah.
Okay.
And after that, I had another blonde head come, but she wasn't the only one.
Okay. Who else was with her?
It was a young black female, I think, I don't know if she was, if I remember right, I can't remember if she was wearing glasses, and a young black male.
Okay. And do you remember the black man's name?
No, sir, I didn't get to talk to him.
Okay. Okay.
I basically told him I'm ready to come home. That's really about it.
Okay. A few moments ago, you were asked if you were in the state of Washington, not Washington, D.C., but the state of Washington. Do you remember that?
No, before I came, I mean, like 4.5 years ago, yeah. Before I came here and do.
Where were you?
I was home.
Okay. You mentioned earlier that you did eat out the store. You remember that store?
Oh yeah, that was I want to say Canada, Seattle, Canada. I think I actually helped, build the store. Yeah.
Okay.
Did build the store.
Do you remember me being asked your name in the hearing that you had at Calcasieu Correctional. Do you remember that?
No, not recently, no.
Do you remember being asked if you had been in the military?
Yeah, I know him. I know who I am.
Okay, and who are you?
King God Extension Matthews is my name.
Okay, is that the name your mother gave you?
Actually, it's the name I gave myself.
Okay. Okay. Now, you were asked if you had ever moved. Did you ever move from your address?
My previous address. Oh,
Yes, sir.
actually, no, I have not. I've been out on deployment.
You've been where?
Out on deployment.
Okay. Did you continue your payments with probation and parole until you were arrested?
I really don't. Like,
Okay.
I don't pay probation and parole, but I mean, if I got to, whatever, I mean, it depends on what.
Where do you live? Where did you live before you came to jail?
Actually, I lived in, I came down for deployment. I built me a house in Lake Charles, and my house burned down. So I decided to bring my main belongings back to my real house, which is up north, and then come back down here for investigation. So I'm ready to go home now.
And where is home?
Washington.
Where in Washington?
Hills, Washington.
Hills?
Yeah. It's called Matthews Hills.
Okay. Mr. Matthews, are you currently on any medication?
No, sir.
Okay. Have the nurses there at the correctional center evaluated you for any medication?
No, sir.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you all, I'm not sure if you all have a copy of the report from the May hearing.
Yeah, sure.
And based on that, and particularly my presence, it's an unusual situation here in that it is my belief that the action that you all should take should be based on the evidence and the report that you all have.
You've done an excellent job, Mr. Williams, helping tease out that information. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think I'm ready to vote. I am, but are there any? I have no more questions. Ready to vote?
Yes.
Okay, I think we're ready to vote, Mr. Tillage. My vote is to revoke.
My vote's to revoke, and I want to put on record that I believe this offender needs to have mental health evaluation and treatment prior to his good time release.
Okay, and I concur with that also. So as of today, sir, at 12:11 this morning, your parole has been revoked. You'll be getting out before long anyway, but in the meantime, we've recommended that you have mental health evaluation. And so that'll be the end of this hearing. It's 12:11. You've been revoked.
All right, that just broke my mom's heart because I could clearly see that he needed mental assistance. So you got a lead music, man. You got bowling league, Friday night bowling league. You go, dude. You go, dude. We're going to watch one more while we're waiting for them to come back. Sorry about that, y'all. It got me. You know, it's that mom thing. It's that mom thing. Damn it. think they have one more. And this is Jesse Townley. Let's see what Mr. Townley got going on. And I'll mute my mic again. Sorry
This
about
is
that.
our final. Okay, we are here. This is our final hearing for today from Baton Rouge. This is a revocation hearing on Mr. Let's see, Jesse Townley, who is in Allen Parish. Is there any staff from Allen Parish there? Would you introduce?
Deputy Emily Nolan.
Okay, thank you for hosting us. We appreciate that. And I assume for Mr. Jesse Townley that I'm looking at, is that correct?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
And what is your DOC number?
507462.
Okay, and do you have a revocation sheet in front of you? Yes, sir. Do you have that sheet where you signed it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're kind of, you're frozen up on the screen there a little bit. Okay.
I apologize for having a little internet issues here today.
Okay. Okay. Has he signed the questionnaire in our record? Okay, all right.
I'm signed.
Stanley.
Yes, that's it.
Okay, we got it.
That's good.
Okay, Mr. Talley, today that you've been brought up here on a revocation hearing because of possible violations of rules 4 and 10. Ms. Ledoux is gonna go over those with y'all. This is her case and she's very familiar with it. And she's gonna go over those rule violations with you, and we'll come in and see if there's any other questions that we might have. But before we do that, okay, let's go ahead and get started with that, then we will.
Violation number 4, I'm going to read this violation. You're going to enter a plea of guilty, not guilty, or either of those with a statement. You did not refrain from criminal activity as it is evidenced by the arrest on January 1, 2025 by the Avondale Police Department for misdemeanor charge of criminal trespass and the felony charge of unauthorized entry of an inhabited dwelling. The conviction minutes of the 33rd Judicial District in Allen, dated April 2025, you pled no contest to an amended charge of stalking, and the court sentenced the parolee to 6 months parish jail. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Okay, let me ask you,
I would like to be pregnant.
let's break that
I'm
down.
sorry.
Okay, let's break this down.
Okay.
Were you
Yes, ma'am.
arrested? Were you arrested in January of 2025?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Were you charged with criminal trespass and unauthorized entry?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Was the plea reduced to a charge or amended to the charge of stalking?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay. Did you plead no contest?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. So the facts of it is correct, but you're saying you're not guilty of stalking.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
I understand. Number 10 says you are currently in arrearage of $252 for your supervision fees, as well as a $65 processing fee. How do you plead on that?
I plead guilty on that, ma'am.
So when were you released from prison? What was your release date from prison?
July 1st of 2004.
Okay. And then this came up in January.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Townley, did you leave a rose in someone else's house? Did you go into someone's house and leave a rose, a pink rose?
Yes, ma'am. I lived there. That was the place where I reside at. And whenever I was arrested and I contact Miss Emma, which is the homeowner, she came to the DA's office and wrote an affidavit stating that I lived there.
Okay. So were you providing unwanted advances to Ms. Fontenot?
No, ma'am. Jamie, Miss Lano is my fiance, and at the time she was impaired. She had been drinking. I hadn't been drinking. I wasn't using drugs or drinking. I was doing good. We had what was just an altercation between spouses. It happens from time to time.
You used the term spouse. Were you legally married?
No, ma'am.
Okay, then
We're
not a
engaged to
spouse.
be married.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So y'all had an altercation.
Yes, ma'am. I didn't put my hands on her or anything like that. I actually left the premises to allow her the time to cool off. And came back. I was more than welcome to come back. Her and her mother were supposed to be on the Zoom call with us. I know they registered this morning. I don't know. But they were supposed to speak in my behalf this morning.
Was that address the address that you were on paper? Is that the address your parole officer had as your address?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, it was. And I had mail. I received mail at that address, my food stamps, my parole officer. I was in the middle of a change from Rapides Parish to Allen Parish. But yeah, that was my address.
I have no further questions.
And I was also, I'm sorry, go ahead.
How long have you been on parole?
Since July 1st.
2025?
24, yes, sir.
So about
2024.
a year?
Yes,
And
sir.
you've been living with her since that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So she said well, how did this get up? You were trespassing, so she was intoxicated or she just was out? Okay, so that's what happened. All right.
Okay, so let's talk about something here. In October, did you go out of state in October without permission?
Yes, ma'am.
Uh-oh.
And you were given 7 to 10 day jail sanction, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So you actually absconded supervision for that time period.
Ma'am. And I spoke with my officer. Your internet connection was unavailable.
So in 11 of 24, if you say you've been living with her, in 11 of 24, you asked your parole officer, Stephen Rachel, if you could be transferred to Oakdale since you'd be living with your girlfriend. So where were you living if you were not there?
That's whenever I had been working in Tennessee, I'd been staying in motels. And whenever I first came home on July 1st, I rented an apartment in Alexandria, Louisiana, and that's how I was on parole in Rapides.
No, we're talking. So did you ever have her address as a legal address with probation and parole? From the beginning, I asked you that, and you said went there.
I was in the middle of a change from Rapides Parish to Allen Parish, ma'am.
Okay. So you're a 6th felony offender. How many times have you been on supervision?
Uh, several times now.
And have you failed any of those periods of supervision?
I have failed some and I have completed some.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
I
Any
have
other
no
questions?
questions. No.
Are you prepared to vote?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Revere?
Mr. Townley, I read your file, okay, read the whole thing. I hear some inconsistencies in your answers. I believe that, that there is a concern that you had been stalking Jamie Fontenot, and my vote, and you also were out of state without permission, so my vote is to revoke your parole.
My vote also is to revoke rules number 4 and number 10. I'm sorry, just number 4.
Okay. And I concur. So as of 12:28 this morning, your parole has been revoked. You were unanimous in what we say for rule violation number 4. Thank you. That's the end of our hearing.
Okay, that's the end of parole hearings for the day. And we can go back over here and look, and you see it is 4:38 over there. I don't think he's a gem no one ever said. Cindy, I don't think we're getting a verdict today, guys. I'm gonna call it a night, and I will see everybody on Monday morning. I have it set for 10 Central to stream. And just check for changes in between here and then. And thank you for stopping by and spending the day with me and Katya. If you don't mind, give the stream a like, and look for the what are those stupid little things called that my words are not working this morning. Community posts. There you go. A community post. Check out for community posts and see what we'll cover next. I'm going to find something over the weekend, and I'll put it out over the weekend, let y'all know what we're going to be watching on Monday. Until then, y'all all have a great weekend. Stay dry wherever you may be. Hug someone you love. Touch grass. And until Monday, peace. Rubber out, guys. Y'all have a great weekend.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.